L2's kit bot, or L1's kit bot, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
L2 can be done with a kit bot, just modified.
Yep.
So default.
Wait. So then, does the coral come in at a different angle if it's?
So the coral comes in
Otherwise.
steeper
55, yeah.
rather than shallower.
Live, say hi, everybody.
Hi, live
Hello.
stream.
Hey. Let's see.
Welcome to the chaos.
Yeah, welcome to the chaos. We have one of the.
Which way does the coral come through? I think that's important.
Ow.
Any orange?
I just picked the whole thing up too, but.
But does it, so it does fit long ways?
Nah, I'm staying here.
Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah, put that table. Well,
Open this way.
is that
It's
okay?
fine here.
Good?
That's cool, man.
If they notice 6 inches.
They will.
Okay, we'll put it back.
They noticed like chairs were rotated wrong.
So we have one of. What is this even called?
Reef.
Oh,
Reef.
reef.
Reef segment.
The reef.
I'm a tall guy, 6'2", but it's not very tall. At least not as tall as we originally thought. The starting robot height is 3 foot 6 inches, which is like right at my waist here, and you can. It's almost at the bottom of the L3 reef segment, but Reese was just talking about not going for L4. We're going for it.
Yeah, let's see those don't.
This is a level of complexity. If it works out with
You guys, can we push these forward just a little bit for a second so we don't need that?
Is so it's.
Reese ass, it's too much to deal with.
Yeah.
What have you asked for though?
Can we squeeze a little bit?
You just
Yeah.
it's steeper coming out of the feeder station or shallower?
It's 55 degrees. So
35
steeper.
versus 35.
Steeper.
Yeah.
So like
Right.
that's a steep station.
Yup.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but you're still gonna swap.
But you can also
No, you
you
should
can have a
store
45
them.
slope that could be above.
You should
Store
store them.
them at the angle you want to store them.
Yeah. That's what I was just about to say.
But if it's
because-
steeper, it still scores, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, if it's steeper and it falls onto your platform or whatever, you're still fine.
Your robot would be loading them at the height that they need to be to go onto L3. So you almost have to go down from the feeder station in order to score. That doesn't make sense. How does
Okay, well, starting fix.
How does it hit
starting
by?
fix
You're
right here.
saying
Starting
max
fix
height
right
for
here.
a robot?
this is the coral station?
So that's where it
fix
comes
right
out.
here.
So no
That's the
matter
bottom.
what, you have to extend up to hit L3.
No, Corey's saying you have to go down.
To go to
No,
L1.
To get to L2.
Oh,
You
yeah,
have-
yeah, yeah.
You have to
Yes,
go up
yes.
to.
Yeah.
Well, that's assuming you're getting it at this. So this will be where it comes out at right here. It's gonna come into your robot like this.
Oh, that's true.
So you're gonna be moved in at minimum like this. However far you move it in, whatever angle you're at, it's going to be moving down in and out. So already we can assume that. I think my opinion, my take on this is comes in down to L2, elevator moves it up to comes down to L1, elevator moves it up to L2, elevator moves it up to L3. Done.
Why would you not default the lowest the elevator can go to
L1?
L2, and just say, I'm going to
I don't know if-
sideways a little and just drop
I
it?
don't know if so. Then we need to be able to have the ability to extend out of our frame perimeter and then drop, or do we want to be able to just, or like from here, drop like
I
that?
don't think we want to launch these. They're relatively close. They're the branches, the face of the branch is like parallel with the wall. So you're going to drive up directly to it.
Okay, so what I'm asking about is L1 right now.
It's like L1, you drive between the two branches and you just drop it.
Okay,
As-
so
as if
how
you
do you
did
how,
L2.
so how are we ejecting?
I'm saying, even if you had a fully
Is
passive
L1
thing,
on the
right?
slope?
So it's in your robot. It's just on a ramp or something, right?
Yep.
And you
does
got
it-
it held
How
here.
big is
Yep.
the lift?
If you release that, it's gonna slide there.
Yes.
If you park it here instead,
Do we? That's the thing is we don't know for certainty, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying we don't.
not put
L4.
L4 on don't.
I say it's a maybe.
That's a do.
It's a do.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I think we could do. I'd say
We
keep
put L1
climb
somewhere
as
too.
a down.
I really want L1 to be a priority.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything you
I
build
don't
is
think
just
it
going to be able to
needs-
drop
well,
it. Okay,
we
wait,
can
here's
do
the question.
very
Here's the
well if
question.
we have to.
Do you want to intentionally place game pieces in L1, or do you want to drop them in there? Because
Yes,
that is the
I
difference.
want, I want to be able to score L1. Period. If
But
that
you
if
don't
that
wanna-
entails
but
if that
you don't want to
entails
stack them nicely to maximize scoring. Because you can stack them nicely and get more better.
No, because there's
the
going to
question.
be 15 cycles. That is how many? Okay, so with the processor, they're not even including the processor. 12.
16, 18.
There's 36. 36 scoring or sorry, 24 scoring 20 rungs of scoring opportunities.
That's like 22.
L2 and L3 have 24 total positions. That's not even including if you remove the algae. So that's more than enough scoring opportunities. I don't care about maxing out. I just care about scoring 5 in L1.
I think almost anything we make to score 2 and 3 is just naturally gonna fall into 1.
But you don't. Okay, so.
But it's not the
It's good.
28.
We need
You
to
want to
replace. You do
maximize.
L1 you mean? Or L, yeah.
L1 is the deal.
You want to focus on doing 5 in L1 over 2 in L2 and 1 in L3.
Well, the
Because they're
problem
the same points.
comes is you want to maximize RP.
That's what I'm looking. That's what I'm looking at. And you can't get the RP if you're not scoring in L5 or L1. Sorry.
Well, you can't.
L5. We're going up. We're going up.
You can,
You could
though.
go in L4.
Yeah.
Just get rid of L1
Yeah,
and go
but-
to L4.
Why would we score in L4 if we can
Points.
score in L1?
It's more points
I mean,
for the
More
same.
points.
Guys, we're in Ri3D. We gotta
Think
refocus.
about the difference practically. If an elevator can go to 4, why would you not score like?
Precision. You need to line up L4. You
We
don't
have a
need to line
thrifty
up
gator.
L1.
L1 you.
But if you miss L4, you get L1.
It's the
Yeah.
same, it's the
If you
same
can
amount
line
of
up for L3, you can line up for L4.
Yeah, this one and this one and this one are no different.
They're all the exact same. They're all
They're
the
the
exact same.
exact same.
We have a thrifty elevator, right? Like an actual full stock.
Yeah, we have built one.
What's the max extension on a thrifty elevator?
We have the
Whatever you
SES
make it,
one.
you can do it.
Whatever you make it.
I'm gonna bring it in here.
I would say because if like two
Rattlesnakes is by the field, by the way.
like whatever a 2-stage full extension is.
So you're a little bit less. I think
Which is easier, removing algae or getting to L4? Almost certainly
Removing
L4.
algae also opens up other opportunities, like you can use the algae somewhere.
yes.
You can use it to
Yes.
prevent something that somehow makes
Yes.
having algae easier than it is.
Yeah.
You can grab like the top of the face, that's
I don't think you drop them on the ground.
Once you grab it, you score it.
Yeah.
If you put them on the ground, you gotta assume a defense box going to join one. If you put 3 on the ground, right?
Yeah, but algae isn't that, like, it isn't that crazy to where you're gonna be like,
I'm
I'm
just
so
under camera awareness, try not to stand in front of the cameras.
It is the thing you're gonna pick up. In my opinion. If you're on the opponent's side, you're gonna pick it up. Because I think
you just play defense on the
I
other
think you
side.
can fill up the algae enough that they have to put them in, such that their goal will fill up, and their human player cannot hold them, and so they will have to put them back in the field for you to score. And then you just pick them up and you put them again for a +6 point difference because their net is full. And every time you score one, it's +6, which is
+6 is crazy.
Huge.
right.
No, I'm good. I know.
No, it's 7 in auto.
Or sorry.
It's 5 in endgame. So if you score a processed algae and they don't get it in the net, that is better than scoring any coral.
It's kind of a lot of pieces to force the overflow though, and like a lot of points you're already giving them.
Well, you net +2 every time you score.
Yeah.
So it's the same as a low goal.
And then the more you score, the harder it becomes for them to score.
Yep.
The 4 points.
Could you imagine like one robot being dedicated to algae?
I think it is not unreasonable to have an algae-only bot that
It's
they
very
just
similar to 2019.
do
You're gonna
it-
have cargo bots, you're gonna have patch robots, you're gonna have robots that just do it all. And that's how it's, and then you're gonna have robots that are defense bots, and then you're gonna make a team up of that somehow. Thank you for sharing that.
We also have the 2019 defense rules.
No, one robot on the
Yeah,
other
one
side.
robot.
Are you
Yeah.
allowed to extend outside your frame perimeter on the other side?
I don't recall seeing
I didn't
anything
see
like
it
that.
either. I didn't see it either.
Yeah. I missed some of your discussion, so I don't know what you already discussed on that, but I did see that, so.
I'm really curious how stuck the algae are in the reef.
It's 1 feet 1 inch between the 2 reefs on one side. So
But
if you want to try to
it's like
overlap it,
very dependent on surface
That's true.
texture and stiffness and
The tour didn't show them take out.
it's like pretty high friction between the two.
It's gonna be scooted over, but if you can't jam it more than that much without talking,
It's not going to be jammed like
it looks like it wasn't.
it looks like it is lightly resting on all 4 poles.
I wonder if that's a short that we can watch with their release.
Yeah,
Do they
is
have
that
one of them moving in
Any way you can get
I watched the field tour and they did not show
skill pulling out?
Oh, yeah. You don't have any more anymore.
Whose computer had this?
Oh, really?
That was good.
Oh.
The balls.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so
Branches. No.
We're gonna call it.
this isn't here.
This is a branch.
You called it a coral tree, now like.
Yes,
Well,
it doesn't have an official
Wait,
name.
what are we doing?
I mean, isn't it the reef?
What are we
Um,
doing?
Putting on
The
L4?
whole thing is.
I really want to go for L4, but he's kind of right. If we can remove algae,
There's enough. Okay, my question, the trade-off in my mind is like, do we put more effort to score L4, or do we climb? That is kind of the
I mean,
trade-off.
L4 is going to get you more
Well,
points.
can we climb deep? Because
L4.
climbing deep would be where you.
I'm
I feel like L4 is
worried
kinda
about
obvious,
climber
like you just
complexity
go higher.
if we are not climbing with an elevator.
I think
If
right
we
now.
have to do a climber separate, it's going to be a ton.
I agree. I think right now, with everything that we have, I think we prioritize scoring on the reef effectively, whether that means removing algae and scoring coral, L1, L2, L3. If we can do L4 effectively for a low effort, then I think that's a good move. But I think climbing should be what we did last year. We do it
Strapped
and
on
we
it.
figure
If we
out how to
figure it
make it
out.
work. Once more.
I think that if we are saying we are not climbing, we are not planning to climb, if it happens, great. I think in saying that, the extra effort to go to L4 is not that much. but you don't
It's an extra
accidentally.
stage, and that adds a lot of complexity. It's going to be another stage.
Sure, I don't know if it necessarily adds that much complexity.
It adds tippiness, if anything, and this game piece is really heavy.
I'm worried it may not just be one stage. Like, I'm worried this may end up being a 4-stage elevator.
No
No
way.
way.
That's
Wait.
excessive. 3 is
What?
probably.
Three stage.
Three
Three
stage,
stage.
yes.
Yes.
I agree.
I'm worried it may be 3 stage.
Huh?
I want to do a 1-stage elevator.
That's not an elevator.
You mean a
Yeah, one-
two-stage?
Carriage.
No carriage. It's a 1-stage. So this is a 1-stage elevator right here.
Yeah.
No, so it would only be 2-stage elevator.
We're talking about a two-stage.
No, I think I'm worried it will have to be a 3-stage.
It will be a 2-stage elevator.
Do the
We'll
math.
see. I think we'll do the math, and I think we may find out with
That's
the numbers
fine.
that
We can-
I'm
we
seeing
can-
here.
Yeah, that's something we can definitely design and do math ahead of time. I think if it can only be a if you're calling this 1 stage,
You may be able. I think
if
two
you can
stage
do
could work.
4 with 2-stage, we should do it. If it needs 3 stages because of the math, there's no way we're doing it.
I just think that that's so free.
Yeah.
As
I think
compared
that
to-
because the angle is the same, it's really heavy.
Especially if
I
you
think
shoot
the extra effort, even for a whole other stage, assuming we're not going crazy with everything else.
Corey.
All right, Corey. if you KO someone, we're gonna get in trouble.
Hey, if we're doing destruction testing, you gotta
Is
film
it,
it up close.
Is it powder coated? Yeah, it must
Yeah,
be.
it is.
Not no. Oh, I guess it's steel.
It is.
Hmm.
Definitely steel.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
steel 40 or silver.
If you have a powered mechanism, it can be at realistically.
Want you to all be aware of that.
And it's gonna
You
go.
go yaw.
Yeah.
It's like a cone.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Turns out putting cones is optimal diagonally, not straight down.
Yeah.
Sad. If only we learned that, like, not at World, after Worlds.
Isn't that how that always goes? You learn after the fact.
Okay. So we've talked about a couple of mechanisms for this, and we know you need an elevator to go up and down. Have we talked about ideas for algae? Like while everybody's here brainstorming, removing
Vacuum.
algae? I don't like the vacuum
Nobody-
because
I don't
it
think they
really
do.
is
Worked on the
dependent
soccer ball.
on
Don't know how well it's gonna work on.
how tight the
Dude, we
ball
got like
is.
130 pounds of force on our vacuum from.
Yeah, not every team is gonna have that. Every team has wheels though.
Every team has wheels.
So
Nope,
you're
the
So the
saying
problem
not
is wheels
pitchable.
you have to extend out.
Oh, see that.
Yes.
I mean,
I think you have to send out anyway.
I'm
Because of the
inclined-
bumpers.
I'm
Here's my
inclined
issue
to
with the vacuum.
not wheels. Oh no, I legitimately I don't think we should vacuum.
you're saying
I don't think it's worth it. We have the ability to. I do not think it's the most reasonable design for a team to use.
so. Yeah.
I think that alone just nixes the idea. I think it can totally work.
I wasn't paying super attention. Is there anything behind
No, not really.
here to
No.
prevent you from reaching right through? So
I don't
your
think so.
robot
No, you
can
can
like
reach all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Top
They
and
put that
bottom.
in the dome.
Well, you're 18 inches
Then I think you go.
reach,
I think you just have to do bottom.
What you want to do?
and that's a what
Something to
16-inch
like-
ball,
Yeah.
You just need an arm and a wheel that
and then you're
spins
3.5
this
for
way.
bumpers.
Haven't decided.
And
whether
then you
they
just
want
have to
this
push
big.
up.
Yeah, or on the
you
top.
cannot reach
I
behind.
don't think you want to push down though because of the angle.
You
What's
cannot
the-
reach behind the ball.
What's the diameter of the
That's what
ball?
I'm saying. Functionally, you will not
16.
get- like
So the ball extends 2 inches outside of the base.
We cannot
This little lip,
without
this little lip.
breaking extension rules. You cannot reach behind the
well, no,
the algae and pull it out.
It's gonna be 2 inches out.
no. Actually, the math might work out
That what?
because the face
Bumpers.
bumpers are here, right? And you have 3.5.
Bumpers are like an inch from here
No.
because these are recessed in the.
They're
Yes.
recessed. They're recessed a little bit.
Okay.
So these
So
are
bumpers
this
are
is
here.
2 inches. This is 2 inches outside of the base. Your
Oh,
bumper's
outside the
gonna hit
base.
it. Your frame perimeter is gonna be 1.5 inches. It's gonna be like this.
So you can still reach.
Okay, yeah. So
You
you
just
will
can't
be able to
go
get behind it.
You can
Well, you don't have to go all the way
with
behind, you just
full
have to get to
extension.
here.
If you do it measured perfectly, you can get behind it.
Okay.
You just have to get 3/4 of the depth of this. Because you just need a little wheel that spins towards you on the bottom.
But
on the
we're trying
bottom
to
because
keep
it's
the
in-
ball with us, right? We don't.
She's
wanna throw
saying
it
there's
back.
Well, just
space
to
like
spread
right
it out.
here
Yeah.
to grab it.
No, you
Yeah.
have a wheel here that spins it towards you.
From the tape to
It's
this.
gonna spin out.
Or what? What are you looking for?
don't need to be fully behind it.
So you're saying
You just have
What are
to
you
get
looking for?
past the bottom of it.
this
Dude,
way.
I just
Here.
I feel like wheels and extension thing is gonna be so complicated versus just like Otarne style, grab the ball and pull as you
It's
back
going
up
to be
and
so
out.
the very outside edge of the ball is going to be 2 inches outside of where the base is. If your bumpers are 3.5 inches, you'd be at 1.5 inches away.
For the processor? Yeah. Probably.
Tell me I'm dumb with just Otarne, like literally just 2 plates, whoop, and you just
Yeah, you just
hold
wheel
positive pressure. You slowly back up and you slowly move out with an elevator.
wheel and
You
take, wheel and take that, wheel and take that.
You have to get so much further with a wheel intake, and then you have to worry about being over and under.
Where would you? No, where would you grab
You
from?
only have to have.
What do you mean?
Where would? Okay, so if you were clamping, don't step on that. If you were clamping, where would you grab from? Would you grab from right here?
Why not top and bottom?
Okay,
Right
so you're
side.
already going here. So with a wheeled intake, you don't have to go past center because you can grab here and have enough pull to be able to squeeze the ball in. So you don't actually have to go past.
If you're holding it really tightly.
Are we trying to
too.
grab it at the same time?
Sorry.
Because my whole thing with putting a wheel and just spinning it out towards you was just to get it out of there. It wasn't to
I do
grab.
not think we need to maintain control of the algae as it comes out. I think getting it out
You
and
need
just
ground intake.
loose is fine.
Then you need ground intake.
Yeah, I think you need ground take anyway because 3 start on the ground.
No, they don't. They start on top of.
There-
They start on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna be on the ground.
Yeah, I agree.
Then the top is.
This I think is and they're scoring so low anyway. Your manipulator basically has to be at
I agree,
ground
I
level.
agree, I agree.
What I'm saying is if you just had literally a clamp,
Nice.
Well,
that does
I don't
so
like
this
the
is
clamp.
this is where I want you guys to see where my vision is at right now.
go for it.
So we have this guy. Our elevator is mounted. Probably going to be, actually, probably pretty closer to this from off the ground. With drivetrain and everything and whatever else, we'll probably end up being this far off the ground. So, oh my god, sorry guys. So with this, our coral score will be mounted X amount of height up the elevator. And then we just move up and down to hit the 2 stages here.
Shouldn't it be at the bottom of the elevator?
If we were doing just 2 and 3. If we're doing, actually no, it should never be at the bottom of the elevator because even if you're doing a 2-stage, the carriage starts down here, but you build an area that brings it up to L2 height. That way, when you extend up, you get bonus height
Yeah.
out that lets you score in.
Yeah,
So
okay.
starts always going to start at L2 height, no matter what. Coral will always start at L2 height.
With assuming all of your elevator is all the way collapsed, you're saying put the intake
At L2.
at L2.
L2,
Yeah, I
L2
agree.
height, yes. So then, ball is being manipulated down here. Then when you want to,
Just assume on the ground, right?
close to the ground, this is going to be your process score, where you're going to
I'm
score.
saying, are we picking it up from the ground?
I don't know, but let me finish.
Sure.
Then you are going to bring the elevator up. And that allows you, I don't know how high we'll be able to go up, but maybe that allows us to get to this height to get this algae out.
That's only one of them.
That's only one of them. You also have algae.
Yeah.
I'm worried about the high algae.
No, that's right, the high algae, yeah. High algae the
Which
big
is
issue.
why I really do think like we need a 2-stage elevator. Like just, I
Yeah,
agree it's added complexity. I'm with you there. I just think for ease of moving height everywhere, it's just going to be better.
I hear you.
Like it's complexity in one spot, so we don't have to have complexity
in another
in
spot.
the manipulation
I agree with that.
spots.
I agree with that.
Did we decide we're not hanging?
We don't know. That's a last priority.
Yeah,
Last priority.
it's going to be the hardest thing to just do.
Without unknowing the rest of our architecture.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, yeah, so we have to have fully enclosed bumpers, so there's no frame gap.
Hi, spiders.
1 inch.
Well, 1 inch, sure. That's fair. If you can put a 1 inch bar,
1 1/4. Yeah.
technically. My thinking and why I was saying, I don't know. I mean, I don't like passive gripper things either, but it's dummy simple to put them at the lowest level right above the bumpers to get the algae on the ground, go up 3 inches to score it or whatever to score it in the processor.
No, but the same thing can be said about a wheeled intake. A
Yeah.
wheeled intake's going to do that better.
No, but you have to go down more.
You're adding pneumatics for a gripper.
You have to go down more.
No, you don't. Why would you? You're going to be grabbing at the same point, whether it's pneumatic or wheeled. It's the same thing Otarne did, right?
I think we should have a wheeled intake because I think that grabbing these things when they're on the ground is going to be a pain. It's the cubes were one thing.
Insanely wide, which means that your robot, the area you have between the center of the outer edges of the game piece to the outer edge of your robot are very small, which means you're going to have very little driver room, which means you have to have wheeled intake for this.
I'm concerned about wheeled intake not having any more advantages as far as total area. Like if we're putting the wheels vertically, that does not give you any more area to try to get the ball.
Vertically,
Really?
I mean.
I think it's got to be like.
Right, and if it's, I agree, but if you have that, then now you have to deploy something out down below your bumpers. Do you understand what I'm saying? If it's like this cannot be above
You're not going to do
bumpers.
that. You do the 254 style 2018 intake, which is a wheel, or actually the 5460 intake
like,
from 2023.
Y wheels.
You have one wheel close, and then another wheel out wider.
But then you have to extend outside the frame.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
you had to do that with the grippers, right?
No, we tilted the entire thing
Yeah.
backwards.
Yeah, but we still went outside the frame perimeter.
No, we're saying like, how do you get this wheeled mechanism outside the frame perimeter to grab the ball?
I don't know. I don't know how you get a gripper mechanism outside the frame perimeter.
You put it on a hinge and then it just.
I know,
pops
but
out.
like we're talking, but like what I'm saying, his argument,
No.
his argument is a moot
Pneumatics.
point because the
Yeah.
same problems you're running into a gripper is going to run into the same problems with the wheel. And
No, that's a
Show us.
Well, I guess
What
I
kind
guess
of
the
gripper?
same thing.
yeah,
Even just one axle, right? With this. That is what I'm saying. Like starts folded back.
Swings fully out.
I don't think it's going to take a ton of force. That was my thought. So that the mechanism by
the
which
148.
They both have a
2018.
variance of
by
one
which you were
inch.
grabbing the thing.
That was 140. That was 148. Let's get that straight.
And that's still wheels.
yeah.
You're still gonna
And
have
that's
the
still
wide
wheels. Yeah, you do that with wheels.
Yeah.
Sure, but do you need? Yeah, I don't know. It's just like
We can
do you
figure
need
out if we need
complexity?
wheels. I mean,
I mean, wheels are going to be
That can
simpler.
be a
We
question.
You can't
It's all.
180 with the max.
Is this angle going to be a problem for just pulling? Because it's going to be slightly slotted down side of your ball.
I think we're going to have controls to whatever the thing is. It's going to have a positive hold on the ball, and we have to have a button that is drive back slowly and lift an elevator up. That's super easy to do controls wise. I think it is a necessity.
I think right now what we need to do is we need to understand the relation of the algae with inside of the reef. Then we can start making assumptions.
My issue, yeah, I agree. I don't know how we do that
I don't know how we do it either.
because we don't have another
The
one of
second
those.
Is it
yeah.
comparable?
I mean,
Let's get
to
some
PVC
PVC.
pipe? Yeah.
Yeah, and try and rub this onto here versus the PVC.
That's a good thing to show on video anyways, comparing the actual thing to a homemade one.
Yeah, and they had what's their design doc? Where's my note? They had a design document for a
So we
self-made one.
have, yeah, we have PVC right here, Corey.
Sorry, this is a lot sticky.
The coral is literally PVC. I don't know if you know this, but the other
have
game
some right
piece
here.
actually is.
It says AM. Is this morning?
Nope, that's
Andy
Andy
Mark.
Mark. It's an official game piece.
Someone
AKA,
was
we
like,
cut it
this
this
is
morning.
my morning cut?
We did not cut it. I was not there. Can we also mark where 18 inches out, where the edge of the reef is?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't have
Where's the measuring tape?
Yeah.
Right next to you. Tape's right there, right next to you, Ari.
It's 18 inches from where?
Wait, is it
Is
18?
it the edge of that? Is it
My
Is he-
carpet.
I don't see any scars on the
Oh right, yeah. This carpet is immaculate. Not other teams drilling holes with their wheels on that side or anything. It's 18 inches. Okay. need to measure.
From the front edge of here, or from the back edge, based on the CAD.
I want to get it right. What is the distance between the front spot where you push your bumpers versus this vertical pole? Can you tell me that?
Yeah, I can get you that.
That's also not gonna.
Yeah.
Needed. Are you trying to tape another piece of PVC this way?
No, we're just gonna.
Not yet.
Okay.
12
And
inches.
we can
12 inches from the front
center,
of here.
Center.
From
Center.
center.
So I don't know, whatever the
It's a
9.68, I think. Can't say for sure.
Can't you just measure it?
Well, let me see. I'm on a laptop. I'm on a laptop with the trackpad. Just give me a second. It's not as comparable.
There's a match right there. I don't know how to make it work.
I don't know.
I don't know what size pipe this is.
1.66 inches. So track
This end is like J.
Okay.
1.66 inches. Just estimate the center.
Alright, what was the measurement?
12 inches from the center, or 12 minus 0.8.
12 inches from the center. Where's roughly the center?
Do you want the Sharpie tape so you can label what this is?
I was gonna put a thing down so we can run the robot in here.
Sure.
We can even like have the bumpers with the robot here.
Have you mind if I just move this a little bit?
It's this?
Yep.
Is that what Reese walked off of?
What are you looking for?
Tape.
Tape.
Oh,
I
it's
did
right
not
down
walk
there.
off with tape.
Okay.
You want to measure that side. So this mark, so then it's.
What?
It's
My J and G's.
No.
No. Wrong way. This is also the wrong way. Who made this robot?
You guys start thinking about some things we can explain with the these interactions and stuff.
Yeah.
What are the videos that we can do in these interactions?
Probably build a tree interaction.
For me, first round that you can push the ball with bumpers.
Did they say that you cannot?
They said in the kickoff they don't recommend doing that.
Doing what?
go everywhere.
Pushing the ball.
Pushing the ball with like bumpers.
I don't know how high their bumpers. We should recreate that because I don't know how high their bumpers were.
It looks standard.
But if we put ours all the way to the ground, how does that change it?
Did the robot like drive up onto the ball or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
In the animation.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the
Yeah.
Or not the
Yeah.
animation,
The
actually.
field tour,
The
yeah.
field tour. Yeah, the robot trying to score in the process.
How much do they have to practice to make that shot?
Probably not much. It probably just happened and they were like, we should put this in the
I had a pre-made sketch with a starting config of 42 inches.
What? You knew, Reese.
I just knew.
You're hacking.
I'm different.
Hack the main thing.
Hey, Grant.
Yeah.
Do you want to get your help just checking some numbers? So right now I want to find the starting, the height of the human player station when it's coming down. Like the heater station. Did I say heater? Heater.
Hey Jordan,
Yes.
what's the chance of borrowing that for about 3 minutes?
37 and a half.
That?
Yeah. Tape to the wall.
Which 3 minutes?
You're saying like the
We just need to trace it,
point at which
Yeah.
because we're gonna
I
get
saw
someone to maybe build
37
it.
and a half.
Oh.
And all we gotta do is trace it.
Oh, well, that's easy.
We got the paper in here, we're
We do want that.
and pat it back out to you.
They want to make a video with it.
If you guys, if it's gonna be later than time, I was just asking what kind of time frame you were gonna have on it.
I'd rather do a video with it with the homemade one, so
With the homemade one?
yeah.
Oh,
No,
well,
if you guys are doing it on a video, you can stay with the
Not
video.
now.
No,
I don't think they're gonna make a homemade one in the next 3 hours.
no.
We're not gonna make a video in the next 3 minutes. We can already have the tracing done.
Untape it. Untape it. Give it. Okay.
Like I
Okay,
said,
so
it's
now
only
I
gonna be
need
about
all the
three
levels of the rungs.
Maybe just hold it control. Gary's already got the stuff.
And the angle they're at.
Top one, I think, is 1690.
I will be right back. What's the, why do they have
And are they to the bottom or the top? I don't know. Are they identifying the center of it?
Yeah, I think most measurements.
Or actually they stay
Our bumpers are not that
highest.
big.
Nope, a VPN.
Our bumpers are like
Salesforce doesn't let you use the
if they have
VPN.
Oh yeah.
they got
Okay,
cross
drop.
competition,
Ooh,
1 foot,
Australian
6
or
inches is
another
the
Asian.
front
Front edge of the trough.
1 foot 6
So
inches
right now,
front edge.
it's Australian. It's 4.
That's nice.
Or lump of that. I don't know for sure. but-
Right now.
How deep
What are we
is the
trying
top?
to do here? Just visualize. Give climber.
If you want full CAD, I can show you. I can show you the CAD model.
Climber.
You have it?
Yeah, yeah. You got
whatever.
it? I can just share you the. Yeah, let me.
Where did that thing come from?
Our Ri3D Roundup 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it should be up here. What's the connection this here? Are you on the Discord?
We can even bolt it in.
Can we?
Or drop bolts in. We weren't a different width, were we?
No, but we had different
Yeah.
things.
MEV?
We mounted it back here. Remember, because we stuck our sports out the back.
Oh yeah, I do remember.
Kevin?
It wasn't mounted to the side rails. This is fine.
Yeah, field. Issues. You should just be able to open up that link.
When did you guys get shirts?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Thank you. That took so long.
They were like, first doesn't give us dimensions. Read us the real one. First doesn't give us dimensions that make sense. That's the real one.
Yeah, but
They do make sense, but you know.
Okay, so what I need right now is I need to
So-
know the edge of the.
this in the middle, it's just, I think it's so much easier if we put an elevator at the very front.
Well, we can simulate that right now. Drop it at the front.
So, okay, so we have to deploy something outside the frame, right? That's what we're saying. For the algae.
Not much.
Well, this is not
It's,
like that, right?
yeah, put it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
it's
think
not all
that-
the way back.
Well, yeah, it touches the back of this
It
back.
does go all the way back.
Yeah, it does go all the way back.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of getting used to.
Can you redo this tape up top, Corey?
Can we do more tape, please?
Yes, we can also do more tape. More tape. Oh, you did it right at the height of a rail. Sorry, dude. Bruh. Alright, anyway.
The highest point.
So it's gonna touch. See, this is the problem why I don't think this wall here is.
I was gonna say we have.
We should put some
supports we could
So
bring.
drop it right here. I think this is representative. Right? It like sits back that
Is
far.
it touching the back wall?
Yeah.
It's
Okay, then yes.
further back.
As long as it is touching, I think it touches the back of this part. If that's the case, I can't see over there. If it's doing that, then that's
Yeah, come to this side.
just killing everything.
Difficult.
Okay, yes, I would agree. I think that is.
L3
I
is
can,
3 feet,
but no.
11 inches and 5/8.
So if we do stick out 2 arms to grab, if we slightly...
I don't know how high or low this should be.
It's roughly the height of the top of. Yep, like that. And yep.
And of course, cut.
Yeah. So
Try and pull the ball out.
what do you think?
Hold the purple. And I'll.
Okay, you need to go that way,
Holding the
Corey.
purple.
We need to do this straight. Yep, like that. Corey, move your bottom that way. Nope. Yep, there. Oh,
Well, you just pushed me right out of the way. It's
It's
we
gonna
can't
be
really
hard.
do this without.
we need like rigid mounted 2 of them.
That's
I think
hard.
we need to assume that a positive hole on the ball, you're going to be able to finesse it out. Like,
Well, if
it's not pressure fit in there, and I don't think we're going to have a good way to test.
But if you pressure fit it by squeezing it, I think it gets way harder.
Oh, by doing that?
Yeah, like
It
you
doesn't
just make it.
It doesn't
bigger.
move that much.
But if I'm holding it like this and you pull versus holding it like this, it's probably enough
But
to...
the robot is the one applying the more force, right?
Well, I'm static. You're the one that gets...
Yeah. I mean, it will counteract that. So you're saying, Corey, you want to apply as little pressure as possible? Is that
Yeah.
what the implication is?
And so I also think that the kind of just back the robot away
Yeah, 1.8.
and pull the algae out works better if you have a wheeled intake, because you can be actively acquiring it while that's happening, rather than the ball
Sure.
just
If
slipping out
you
of your grip.
slip some on wheeled intake, you just run the wheels more, right? You're saying you apply a constant voltage, low voltage to the wheels, and if they slip some, you just slip your wheels. You get friction again, and you eat it back up.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. That's fair.
I think the wheel intake.
Is it worth noting that these do get smooth at some point after a lot of using, right?
Yeah, that's very good to know.
Elementary school.
Yeah. They
Especially with
become.
a lot of wheels.
Yeah. So this will get a lot
No,
smoother.
I
It
got
won't
that.
be as...
What I need right now is I need to know how far from the
Quickly.
base is the
Probably.
angles in set. So like,
Which is probably why I'm remembering the 2019 Dean piece is a lot smoother because it was used a lot.
let me go to the
Yeah.
Are we still just trying to grab and pull out and then drop? Or are we trying to grab, pull out, and hold on to it?
Hold on to it,
where
because then we can score it.
So
Well, they talked about dropping and then picking it up. And
Yeah, we're not
I'm getting lost.
It's alright. Gotta keep up.
I'm sure I lost.
Okay, I got
They
it.
keep jumping and going back, and I don't.
Yeah, that's given in the manual.
1.6 inches.
It says inset 1 and 1/8.
if we even need to have wheels around the midpoint,
I don't think so.
is it enough to just run grippy wheels
So you can see
like
here.
around here and here?
So I don't. Did you? Okay, wait.
That's what we're gonna.
So here's one question: are we trying to take the ball out and control it, or are we just trying to remove it?
I think we're trying to.
Okay, L4 is it.
What do you think?
I just asked this question 5 seconds ago.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
I am of the
You
opinion
guys are
that
over there.
it's going to be way easier to just remove
That
it.
makes a lot of
And
sense.
if we're doing that, Cynthia mentioned earlier, just like
5.
wheels here, and you just run into it and drive them back, and use the top bars. You drive some way. Like if you
drive
put
it
wheel
towards
bar
your
here, if you put wheel bar here and you spin it this way, and you kind of just push the ball up,
You want to naturally push it that way towards you, because then it will go up
just
the angle.
slurp it out, right? If you take this and it's in here, and you exploit the fact it's touching the top bars, and you run your intake wheels this way, and you just basically push it out that.
But
If you, I mean, you could dump it into like a hopper thing on your robot if you wanted to control it, or just have it roll off your robot.
It's randomly double.
But you're saying like get to like here.
No, you don't even need to go there. I'm saying like here.
I think you might still have to get a little bit lower because otherwise you're still gonna have to jam this up really far. So you might have to get a bit lower.
Don't rely on the texture of the ball to stay the same throughout the competition.
I'm saying if you apply up force so that it's not touching the bottom, you're pushing it up against the top. You're now rolling it against here, and you're using the fact that it's touching here.
I agree.
As the thing.
I don't think we can rely on that without having two of these rigidly and testing it.
Well, we're not going to be able to. Quite honestly, we're not going to be able to do any of that.
Why? Can we use those to screw PVC pipe into those, put them the correct distance apart?
Like
I think
we're
the
going to
best
have
we
to
can
make
do
something,
is-
but
Actually just add
we won't know either way. We won't know if that
Right.
ejects the ball correctly, and we won't know if a wheeled intake pulls it out correctly.
We'll know that the wheeled intake.
What's the wheeled intake?
The wheeled intake would be
Please don't reference another robot.
no. So if you were to have, if you place the ball in,
maybe it's all the way at the
wheels like here and here, and you run them in to get traction, are you able to get a positive hold on the ball?
I think you need your wheels on the sides here.
Well, we could even have them on all four sides.
This is the first time it's being opened.
But I think to get your wheels far enough to be able to do it,
It
you're
is
further
the-
on
it is
the
the-
side.
That's why I was saying side.
I mean, you
I
could
think
be,
is more
very
advantageous.
tiny and
We
only
could
right
be
here.
narrow though.
Yeah.
Like we
you
don't have to be
full
full
width.
width.
Is it?
Well,
Just
No.
like
But
think of these
You
axles
have to
as
get
But
this
Corey, think
space
about if-
here to
Think
be
about
able to-
the aimability of this though. If you make wheels a whole bar, like 18 inches
Yeah.
wide,
It's still.
if you're missing by 4 inches, you still hit the ball and you still grab it. Versus if we do top and bottom and you have to be between the
Was it too
poles,
bright?
so I
it's a
think
much harder shot.
I think a full
Okay, I turned-
bar
A little overexposed.
like here.
I turned it down a little bit.
We need
A
to
full bar
grab
here.
the
still
separate
works.
cable and then also grab the.
And you don't run into it. I'm saying if you can get positive pressure on the ball using only like
So hard.
with this plane.
So I don't. So
Yeah,
I
that
think
makes sense.
will
If you
work,
can-
but
if
I
you
think
can
you
stay-
have to get past this. Yeah. But otherwise, yes, I would agree that would work really well. But this plane's going to be a problem no matter what. Even if you go under, you can go under, but you can only go under unless you look
I thought there was.
perfectly hit.
Oh, then
on
no.
the
Alignment this year's
Yeah.
Yeah.
But those little whatever.
Yeah,
those
where are the
square-
ankle tags?
I don't know.
There's one on each scoring face, basically, of the octagon.
Yeah, but are they behind the coral or?
It's on the bumper area, right in the middle. So there's a coral thing here and a one here.
Okay.
It's like dead
Oh, they're
center
on the
down
floor.
low in the
Okay.
bottom.
Okay.
They're gonna
Yeah,
be
so
really
they're
easy to see.
they're
up
in the
front.
middle. So
Right.
So you'll be able to
You
line
should be
up.
able to line up with that.
yeah. I'm plus 40.
Also, are these coming in, or are they just gonna?
Don't I?
Alright, Jordan.
Yes.
That's with the April tags.
Yeah.
Yes.
One on every face. Each
One
loading
feeder station. Is it one on each feeder station?
One per feeder station.
On each feeder station.
On each feeder station.
And then one on each.
Processor. And this is just.
It's above the processor loading area, right?
Yeah, it's above it.
Above, okay, on the top of the feeder wall, top side of the feeder wall, above the processing loading area, on the faces of all of the reef face, and then up top on the barge. The barge one is angled. Barge one is angled
There's
down.
one on each kind of quadrant of the barge thing, right? There's two facing red, two facing blue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're
In the middle. Yeah.
They're on the trough part, basically, up in
They're-
that area.
They're in the middle, up top, angled facing in, and then mirrored to the other side of the field.
Yeah, I don't think you need to
It
run.
doesn't need to come in.
I don't.
So you deciding before the match which coaches are in the match?
Bombs.
I was like, ow, that was.
Those won't be tripping hazards at all. Nope, definitely not.
That's even.
goes inside one. Angry. Bruh. Perfect. Needs to be close. Alright. I will hold this vertical beam.
This is good.
Hey Reese!
What's up?
I like this a lot.
I will. This is when these balls will get smoother over time.
Does that grab it?
I like this
Surprisingly-
so much.
Surprisingly okay.
Yep. That's
Punch
what I was
it
saying.
from
You
the
don't need
side.
to go past center. You just grab hard enough. You don't need to go past center. And that same methodology can be applied horizontally and vertically.
This is a good demo.
Goes to wrap the wheels with like cats on tape later or something like that.
These wheels are really grippy.
Yeah.
What are those balls? Are those the thrifty ones on
Yeah.
the kit bot?
Are they on the kit bot this year?
We'll see.
There's
Yeah.
black ones on the kit bot.
There's going to be a big packaging issue on this robot.
That would be the
A lot of
easy
things trying to stuff into this elevator right now. So right now
Well,
I'm trying to figure out what is actually possible
I
on this
assume they
elevator.
started the same. Because then
The
you probably have to use.
I think they were sleeper. I think they do have a different.
You're going to have to go out there.
I'm gonna need to remove one side of
My
the
interaction that I can remember is like afterwards.
Could you actually get into Hotspot, do something really simple, like literally
Drop.
plate to just like roll in?
Oh, I think ideally it would be on the elevator and move the elevator down and pop it out.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
ideally what would happen.
Yeah, as long as you get it low enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't-
7 inches off the ground is a lot of the processor.
Was there like a drink?
But yeah, if you have it on the opposite side, like I was talking about the opposite side.
There's definitely a fridge.
Yeah, you definitely want to be.
So I think the angle works out. You might have that space over there.
Just a little.
worried about this one stuff in there.
I have a cargo ball at home. I do. I have an uninflated official cargo ball.
Kind of coral dimension.
As long as the coral width or the
I
diameter.
see it all right there. 11.7 inch long.
No.
Yeah, really.
So you can. Let's get 7
Good.
and 8 inch blade.
You need more tools.
That makes sense.
Or you get the.
There goes the.
Take that.
Yeah.
Jesus. That angle sucks. Jordan, Corey, you
Yeah.
Yes.
guys need to come here.
Give me 1 sec.
Oh, that angle sucks.
You suck. Here you go.
No, this does.
We're just looking at directions
Okay, so I'm working on elevator geometry right now. But here's the thing, is that here's the human feeder station at its 55-degree angle. Here are the positions of our scoring element, or scoring pieces. So here's the position of our scoring. Here's L2, here's L1, here's L3, here's L4. So right now, with where the feeder station is, I have it set so it's vertical to where the bumpers are, so that it's currently set off that distance. And right now, if we look at this angle, if we want to be able to go straight from hopper to L2, I drew a line that projects where the tube would end up going. If we grab it at that point, and that's even being what's the word?
Conservative?
Generous and conservative, yeah. If we want to go straight over to L2, that's our angle that we're looking at.
There's nothing powered.
Like that's to move from where it'll come into our robot from the feeder station straight over to L2. That's the line. To go straight. That's why the kit bot is
An
hopper to
L1.
hopper to L1.
Yep.
That's why. So if that brings us back to this original point, maybe let me see if I can get it to work from L1 to L4. Let me see. I don't know.
What do you mean L1 to L4?
Like so right now we have to be able to, we have an acceptable angle that we have to be at, right? To be able to have the,
Well, it depends on if
you have the coral slide all
Are
the way
we talking
through our
about?
robot.
Well, it depends on if you're talking about sliding gravity fed versus wheeled.
Yes.
Because if it's wheeled, it could be directly flat and we can launch them on.
Where do you have your 55 drawn from horizontal or from vertical? It's 55 from vertical.
Oh.
So it's 30. It's the exact same
What's
angle.
same?
It's the
Oh,
same
why
angle.
would they do that? Why would they do that?
And also, Reese, there's no
It's
way that
35
geometry is.
It's 35 off of the floor.
Thank
There's no way
you.
that geometry is
55
right.
from
Look
the
at the table. L2 is like a full 4 inches below the top of the table. I might be close.
Like I was thinking about it. Like, there's no way.
I don't think that that's
Okay, that's also off by 1 1/8. And this is 5 inches off.
We're gonna have to.
So that distance right there is an inch greater than what we were expecting, because we're not accounting for the, remember, because we're assuming that right there, because we're putting it on the floor, it's an inch lower than what it needs to be.
Yeah. An inch 1/8, right?
An inch, something like that.
Yeah. That's it.
I don't know if inch 1/8 is the actual number, because I'm the terminology, the
But you're
readings,
talking about the L2, 3, 4
all of them,
goal
all of
spot.
them, yeah.
All of the, but not the
L2
tape measurements.
Not the tape
Tape
measurements.
measurements are correct.
accurate. Yes, because those are from carpet. So, okay. So I think what I have is correct.
The thing is, we're gonna need to bring the game piece through anyway. Even at 35 degrees.
Yeah, sorry. So, Grant, could you check me on this?
Yeah,
I want to know the top of. I want to. Jordan, I just want to check. I want to make sure this number is right before we make assumptions.
Okay.
The top of. I know we read it in the game manual, but I want to see from the CAD. The top of L2 to the carpet.
I looked at that. I was like, that doesn't look right at all.
Thank you for getting that. Okay, so that changes a lot of things.
Because I've seen some weird things, but that is not.
But still, that's still steep. Like, I'm trying to be under that so we can catch it, you know? You're not going to be aligned 100% of the time.
I mean, that's assuming we have a. I think we're gonna need to have an active set of rollers to.
So
move
that's
this through.
the trade-off then. If you by going lower, you don't need active rollers.
What do you mean by going lower?
By moving this down, you're decreasing your maximum total height.
The problem is you need to translate it horizontally. Continue the 35 degrees all the way down through our robot. Where does that land us at the front of the robot? Like if you were to put this at the 35 degrees from the chute.
We don't want to be. I don't think we want to be 35 because that's what they are. You know, we want to be whatever. Like I'm thinking 20 degrees is really what we want to be. But I guess that does make
the steeper the angle, the easier it is to get it out passively.
To the L4, but really L2 and L3.
Any of these.
Yeah. I see.
The steeper the angle here, the easier it's just going to slide out. If we're talking about a passive thing. If we're talking about an active thing, it doesn't really matter.
Look at this. That's just not going to work out.
Take this, go from the bottom of the chute.
The projected bottom of the chute. That's assuming it travels out of the chute in a straight line.
Put that in a straight line there.
I'm going to be real. It's not. We need to be under that to be successful. I think we need to be 2 inches under that.
Sure, that's fine. Now draw this at 35 degrees. This blue line, move it.
Well, I got the coral drawn in there. So what do you want the coral angle, the angle the coral's coming out to be at?
I'm not trying to figure that out. I'm trying to see if you put the coral in and it just goes straight line through our robot, what height does it end up at?
So I can change it if I need to.
Yep, there you go. And then this coral gets placed right there at the front of the robot.
That's not true because we don't need to follow the angle that the chute has. We just need to follow the angle that it takes for the PVC to slide on through gravity.
Okay. First, do we agree that the larger the angle, the easier it is to passively come out? Right?
Yes.
Easy to come out, hard to come out. Right?
Yes. Agreed.
We don't want to tip it up more once it's in a robot.
Yes.
So the best angle we're gonna get is 35 degrees.
But I think you're making, to be able to passively let it out, what are you going to do to passively let it out?
anything?
You're gonna
A
let's
flag, a wheel, a stop.
say. So if you're using a wheel, you can project
No,
out.
I'm just like push a wheel against
So
the pole.
in my opinion, if we use like a shooter style or like a football launcher style
wheels
on
side.
both sides, you can projectile it out, and all you need to be is the center points aligned.
Sure, right. If that's the case, then you can have your coral directly flat.
Okay,
you don't
so,
care.
But my point is that like we have our end effector and our manipulation.
I'm saying what I'm saying is if the fewer moving things, the better.
I agree.
Right?
Agreement with you. So if I change this to be a driven dimension, then I move it up, and I say the minimum angle that it takes for the PVC to still slide via gravity to the end effector. My goal is to get it to the end effector, and from the end
Just
effector,
touch whatever wheel it is.
and then from
And
the
then
end
if
effector.
it's touching that, it's coming out, right?
So yeah, so I'm saying this is going to be the same angle as that.
So you're trying to minimize the loss in height. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
To make it easier to go to fourth.
Yes.
Is that what you're
yes.
saying? Okay.
Yes.
I agree with that.
But the lower you make the height, the harder it is to score because
On the top.
But if you put it in almost straight, it's still fine. It's surprisingly fine. You gotta think, you're not dropping it, you're pushing it on, right? So you're applying force here.
Can someone
I got you.
I'm with you.
hold the ball for a second?
But you're talking about.
You guys have a
Yeah.
so you can see the cable stuff.
Okay.
I'll be back from lunch.
Okay.
That's the 35 degrees.
Yeah.
Even
If I was a robot though,
you were just
You're not
pushing it
letting
on
go.
almost flat. I think anything in the realm of that is gonna be fine. Yo, that looks good. Can you?
especially if I'm just constant voltage.
Wait. My question. Yeah, I mean, I was worried about. So the main thing is driving around, and if you get hit by another robot, right? That seems like it's gonna stay in.
I think I was worried at first about the ball touching the frame.
No, it's advantageous. Give it a
It's
punch. It's coming out.
It was fairly good.
I'm also like
But
a
it's just-
human. We could crank this down with like 64 to 1s, you know?
Just put a put a sport gearbox on the intake.
So then could you also have this
You don't need it
as-
to go fast.
Could you have this as both your ground intake and the one off that, and you just
So
pivot it
my
out the
biggest
front?
concern with something like this is you need to get it all the way out of the robot.
No. The bottom wheels don't have to come out. They just have to come past the bumper.
All right. So here's the thing.
No, he's
Here's the thing. Put your bottom wheels right here.
If you put it right.
That never picks up the ball.
No. You tip this out. You tip it out at an angle.
That's what I'm saying. You have to deploy it out somewhere. You cannot come linearly. You have to go down. That is my biggest concern with this design integrity.
okay. So let's show this with the ball in here. Sure, or like not different.
Yeah. Dustin, you want to hold this?
Yeah. What am I holding? The ball?
So if we put the elevator right at the front of the robot,
Yeah, here. Let me hold the elevator. Trade. Where are your wheels, Corey?
oh, you moved it.
Oh.
But you're still tape on the ground.
Tape on the ground, tape on the ground.
So we're not quite far enough.
That's fair. Sometimes
Well, so my thing is, are you just thinking don't ground intake?
Yeah.
Like, if the trade-off is don't ground intake, but this is really simple to go from here directly to the scoring spot, like, we could be above the bumpers and score it. I'm confident. Because
It has to be above the bumpers
what do you mean?
because there's a lip on the bottom.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's like 3 or 5 inches off the ground. Do one of you guys know how high the bottom of the processor is off the ground?
not that far.
7 inches.
7 inches? Okay, that's still fine. I mean, this is 7 inches right here, right? Or nearly.
I haven't had any issues with that.
And then it's like 30 minutes.
It's like
It's like 6 about to the wood frame.
Okay. So no, but it's not even better if it tilts out though. Because
But
now
then
you
you
have
can pick it up off.
Hey Reese, you see the message? You switched back with me.
What'd you say?
They were trying to get in contact with me.
About your car's extended warranty? I thought this whole thing was a setup for Reese.
What's that?
Yeah, so we have to get out either way. This looks really promising though. Something like that. What's the difference? Oh, my wheels!
I'm guessing it's going to use about 10% per hour.
Not on the pneumatics. Not on the pneumatics. You put the ball back where it should be ish. Yeah. You want to move?
Yes.
Alright. It's going to be staying in very
It's pretty close.
like FAA.
This is also fake. We're extended outside the frame by an inch because of the wheel.
Sure. You want to kick the...
Although, because last year
it needs to be.
It needs to be well into,
Final Four is not
right?
used.
We don't want to barely touch it. I'm with you there. I just want to see it close to the
Yep.
I know the drawing's a bit whack, but L4 is possible.
Can we have that on camera, Reese?
Huh?
Can we have that on camera?
Listen, I never said you were wrong.
I believe you
He
did.
didn't say you were right.
That's right.
Hold on.
Come on, man.
Alright. This is more realistic, right? This is
I mean, it's still not.
practical.
You still hit the wall!
What's the biggest wheel we got? Oh, it doesn't matter, right? Because we're still outside the frame.
Yeah.
Well, we're not outside. We're not outside the frame right now. We're inside the frame, dude.
Well, yeah. We had it up on the before.
Yeah, but I'm saying we're inside the frame.
You're saying the maximize the wheels from here. So you have like another.
The black wheels are in the frame.
But
If not, you know where the food is.
do you have to start with your wheels inside the perimeter, or can the wheels sticking outside be part of your frame perimeter?
No, they can't. You can't stick out starting. But the important thing is we need to figure out: do we need to move this outside the frame, or can it just be where it is to start? I also think we could probably compress the bumpers a little. But yeah,
No, we said that last year with
So my thinking is
the amp.
replace
not
somewhere.
last year, the year before with the
This is
Reveler.
a hole
And then we sat there and burnt holes.
whatever. But basically, this comes through, gravity brings it
These
all
are
the way
also
through here,
3-inch
and you're
bumpers.
centering it at the same
Not
time.
3-inch.
It falls through the elevator into a set of rollers that are pinches, and then we're going to control it and extend it out the right
Wait, they
amount
should be 3.5.
through our frame so that we can then extend it all the way up.
We
And we
crushed them.
can just eject for L1, move up to L2, move
Yeah.
up to L3, move up to
So
L4.
Crossbars and
No, because you're moving
saying
outside here, so we can,
Everything out.
this can be moved like this.
So much.
Yeah, and then something that.
Like linear rails.
Yeah. And then you can, yeah. But I don't know how we can get
Yeah,
that to
that's how I
now.
would.
If you're gonna power this, right? So
The wheels, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I want something really simple.
But that's what they're trying to do. I mean,
Well, can we
Wait, bar to show them.
Oh no. Can we be outside
Corey
the
Jordan.
perimeter on
but
the
they don't want to be. Usually
I need a 4-bar, dude. We're 4-barring.
Kevin, can you tell me, can we be outside our frame perimeter on the opponent's side?
I can't find that rule.
So then yes.
If it doesn't say no, it's a yes.
Look at the frame perimeter rule and the on the other side rule.
You know, I read both of those and I didn't see any mention of it. So
I didn't either, but I want somebody to triple check.
Yeah.
Also, like, find the max height.
We'll see. There's
I
no
didn't
max
see
height.
Okay, so this may not work out because I don't know how long we're gonna have our elevator, so we may not be able to be over those wheels, so we may need to move it up an inch, but I think it's okay because it's just having a height we can compensate for that. So if we go to basically max height, this basically will have 35.5 inch tubes. But basically this is what it would end up looking like. Let me put one last constraint, sorry guys.
5.5.
Yeah, for the elevator.
Okay. 42, that gives us 7 inches. Yeah.
Okay, so this is how it'll come in. Like this.
So it slides down.
Slides down,
And
slides
we
in, and
index
then
it
we just walls, move it in, and then from here there's going to be two sets
I'm
of
pretty
rollers.
sure you're allowed to extend in here.
On the sides
We
or
can
the top
either
and
top or
bottom?
bottom,
It
I
would
don't
be
know,
in
we'll figure out what works
415,
best.
so-
So either way we have some sort of image. What?
Can you say that again? Sorry, I was looking at
You're good, you're good. So let's say we do this.
You cannot descore any part of 3.
You can move things on your reef. which
Yeah,
is
look
nice.
at 415 though. Like, if it was there, it would be there.
That's where.
Yeah. You can always go check out that, test out the rules GPT. Thank you.
Sounds handy, but
Yeah, you got it. It's like Jesse remark.
Robot.
I just don't see anything about extension, height extension rules.
Something like that we could do. I don't know, whatever it is. We get it at this height, the carriage then moves all the way up. We'll be ready to go at L1. That L1 I have absolutely no worries about. I don't think we'd have an issue. I mean, maybe we would. We need to test that out too. I think we do because the L1 is not that.
Don't, tip robots.
Not that deep.
We can't tip robots this year?
I know.
That's my entire
So
strategy.
good at that.
Wait, what is your concern about L1?
I mean, just look at this coming out. I think maybe it'll hit there, but it doesn't need to be fully nested.
No.
Or
Just
could it be on
basically-
top of that
Yeah,
lip?
it can be layered. It can be on top of the lip. It can be whatever.
Okay.
It can be sticking out this way. It can be sticking out that way.
Okay. Okay. So, but then we're right there at L1, ready to go.
Is that the lowest it can go?
What do you mean, like lowest the elevator can go,
Yeah,
or lowest I
Is
can?
that the lowest the elevator can go?
Yes.
Okay.
And then L2, L3.
Straight out the top.
L4. And that's with a 7-inch overlap on all of our tubes.
Okay. And we can even squeeze that a little.
No.
A little
no,
bit.
No. That's squeezing. 7 inches is squeezing.
Okay.
And and there may be some other stuff going on.
What's the max height of the robot when it's down?
42 inches.
Wait, is it actually?
I mean, that's what I have drawn.
Starting.
And then Ari brought up a good point. We put our algae manipulator under here.
Yeah, because inherently it's lower.
Or we give up. Now that if we do L4, we can give up on the algae on the reef. We don't need to de-score the algae on the reef. We can leave it there because we have enough ability. But we do need to be able to put it into the processor, which means that we could just do a ground pickup.
I don't think it'll be that bad.
So what we're looking at is if you're going to manipulate the algae, it has to come outside the robot. You have to deploy something outside.
I agree. Outside of.
Outside
I agree.
your frame.
I agree. So, but that's also.
You have to lift it up.
Yeah.
So the processor is 7 inches off the ground, the bottom. So you almost need to lift it up no matter what. And if you're going to lift it a little bit, having the lift thing on the elevator.
So my thing, I mean, look at this right here though. It's like one, and you can reach out and grab one there. Reach out and grab one there. This is introducing a lot of complexity. So then that's. Are we blocking?
No, you're good. If you think of any video ideas, we can do some like English interaction or something.
Yeah.
We might have to spend some time testing out the English interaction.
Yeah. Did you already get the video of the algae?
No.
The algae one's probably the easiest one.
Yeah, we got that ready to go.
Demo thing. Proof of concept.
Yeah, if you got that ready, if there's something you want to add to it, but otherwise, we'd like to get something out.
Yeah.
Do we want to one video show the robot driving and hitting the algae?
Yeah, I want to lower the bumpers. There's no reason to have bumpers.
Heighten?
Not
lowering the bumpers.
Yeah, you're right.
I agree, but
yeah, no, you're right. You're completely right. We will lower the bumpers on the final version. You want to get a video right now?
You should have lower bumpers.
Let's do it right now. Bumpers are 1 inch. Bumpers are 1 inch.
1 inch bottom clears?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's illegal. It's very unique. I am totally fine with it. I got it. Yeah, it was real late on work. I'm not even on call, but they found me anyway. Oh my goodness. So I flipped through the animation, the whole presentation, just waiting up.
So from this design, we can either put our algae manipulator under here and manipulate only from the ground, or we can figure out a way to package the algae manipulator inside the elevator.
You mean like on this side underneath it?
Yeah, underneath it. Because you don't need to bring it. You don't need to bring it all the way up here, right? All you need to do is be able to manipulate right here.
Chain for what?
Hanging.
And right there.
Although, I actually don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's always just been 20 links.
I'm pretty sure that's the chain from last year's hanging.
Or it sounds right. I'm pretty sure it's like
Yeah, we had a new one on
links. The cage is in the room.
Jordan, did you update the cheap Delphi thread to have the on-shape link in it?
I can, yeah.
You should do that. What?
Yeah, I'll just change it real quick.
This is the chain.
Oh, it is. I got it.
It looks about the same.
I think it's the same chain.
It is the same chain, but it's a different chain.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Okay. Not the little ones.
Well, to be fair, I think this is what we decided to use last year.
Or, which one was the Cranberry Alarm?
Cool.
That was nice.
Yeah, this is the
Oh, you literally grabbed it out of the thing over there.
They make it so hard. I can't go for everything with the other dependencies.
Can we go to the cheap Delphi thread and see if you can open up that link?
It's probably not even that work.
Go to our cheap Delphi thread and then go to the on-shape link.
You should have the
I suppose.
Yeah, except for it's just search Cranberry Alarm.
Every other Java system. Billions of
No.
Have you guys heard of like Maven? It's been around a while. It's like older than like every kid on this team.
Just go. It should be up there. It should be one of the newer threads.
All topics and posts. 2025. That's 2024.
I guess cheap Delphi is popping right now, so it's probably buried. Go and click on the on-shape link in the main thread. Click that. Make sure that opens up to the main.
Well, man,
What do you mean?
Can you close out of that real quick?
Okay. I have this Python version, maybe less stable.
This thing is chugging.
Chug. It's not on power.
Yeah.
It needs to go to the RPM.
Okay. Do you want to open the new one? I just put a new one in?
Just refresh it. Do the same thing, or is it?
Should be the same location.
What are you doing?
I'm just making sure the on-shape link is okay.
Oh, sure.
I want it to open up to main and not the main 2D sketch. Okay, there you go. That's what I wanted. Okay. Some people got confused last year because it opened up to an assembly file.
Yeah,
and they were
yeah.
like, what's that? Where's it?
Where's that? Where's the robot? Did you want to have Smart Dashboard up?
No, it just opens automatically.
Okay, so right now,
We're driving into the game piece? Is that the plan?
yeah. But right now I'm thinking about my next steps for prototyping. I want to work on game piece manipulation and just seeing how kind of the coral manipulation, because we're going to be doing theater station coral, so I want to understand what angle can we be putting the polycarbonate ramp at so that we're able to slide the game piece through to our end effector. Then I also want to see what's it look like when we're projecting the game piece from a distance away and what that looks like.
I think we should do, yeah, I agree. I think we should prototype something, not necessarily, doesn't even have to be like polycarb, but something assuming it's passively falling down.
Yeah,
Like start with
where's the theater station from last year? Is that taken apart?
Yeah.
Are they working on a new one? Or no?
You'd have to ask them, I have no clue what
We
they're
should
working on.
build a theater.
We definitely need a theater station.
Yeah.
Awesome.
What's the material?
I think polycarb?
Polycarb or is it?
Nice. We radio on?
Radio's on. 1471 robot.
Hey, comms. This robot's gonna cook now that weighs like 10 pounds.
I like your battery box.
It always cooks.
Don't worry if you want. We'll work on it. I just want to work on it. Alright, so we need to work on getting a theater station together. They're going to focus on getting the cage together, or the barge. So we need to work on getting a theater station together, so we need to reference the, I'll add it into the on-shape.
You're probably going to want to back far away.
Yeah. I set up Jack, Kevin, or Jesse. Do you guys want to take the lead on this one? On getting the theater station built? I'll help out too. No. Yeah, so this is the theater station. So we want to know what it is. Yeah. Theater station is adjustable.
Can we grab this table?
You can have it, just make it adjustable.
Kevin, move. Kevin, Reese, grab the table. Table. Instructions clear.
Like we can just make an adjustable feeder plate. Also see what light.
I think the easiest thing to do is get the feeder station, understand that, and then what we can do is we can just take these polycarbonate sheets and just change the angle of it and understand how the PVC slides. I'm adding this to the same field documents you guys have been viewing.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
I'm adding the team model.
Enabling.
Jordan. Go ahead, enable.
No, it's fine.
Are you good with us being shy an eighth of an inch on this? So, yeah.
On the top dimension?
No, or where the chain hooks. Somewhere the chain hooks.
What are you?
Yeah. Yeah.
We good with
I
that?
think that's fine.
Oh, I mean, that's even field tolerance.
8 tolerance?
So, yeah. Yeah.
Closer than the field.
Yeah. Only an eighth? Wow.
Sorry, I know we're disappointing you.
I know, yeah. Oh, I should do Teleon, not auto. Enabling. Hey, we don't have the left side of the train.
Cam got disconnected because we stopped the shooter.
Maybe you're just a bad driver.
I've been told that thousands of times.
That's how you normally drive. So yeah.
I was thinking more about
Canvas? Yep.
Yes. Those are so big. Okay, inside the coral station is the hard studio for the feeder station that we were building.
Is it
also
unconfigured?
But I don't know.
have to worry about everything. Okay. I guess we're good. Or you might
we're just coding.
We got a stress test.
This is the
So you want to stack the walls?
How many units do we have?
We're back. Yeah, we don't have enough. Yes, we do.
Do you have all the pre-orders in?
We have all the pre-orders that we sent to the end.
Oh, okay.
And
We have 20.
We ordered the kit. How you want to do it? Honestly, maybe we
yeah, 1741's orders are like added to our.
Yes.
If
I can give you the order number.
yeah, I think there is a pickup at any marks.
Yes.
Maybe.
That would be great.
Sunday with the snow.
Yeah, I'll check tomorrow morning and maybe.
Yeah, it's so you can slide it.
Enabling.
Go see if it drives over the car.
What are we trying to do?
Oh, it's a 7-inch wall, right?
Yeah. Like you're not pushing it up 7 inches. You're not, even with mid-height bumpers, you're not climbing. Just kick the ball out there.
I don't know.
Like, unless you whack it, it's not going upward. I don't think, that's what I was saying, I don't think you push it into the processor.
Yeah.
Wait, what if we just get two 2x4s is pretty close, right? Actually, it's exact. Yeah, times 2. It's like 2x4s. Yeah, that's 3.5.
I mean,
Times 2 is 7.
That? The one that they take to the ground? We're dealing with these. We need these 4. Those are these 4. The ones that are angled cut over there. I mean, we only need.
Are those wide ones?
It's like we only need. No. 60.
Alright. Time to grab the long boy. That's a good idea, though.
45.
super easy.
No, it's fine.
Who wants to miss their ankle?
We've done way worse things. Enabling. I'm just gonna try slow. Okay.
Your hood is like twisting, so I can't really hold it.
You want another person on the other side? Not that I'm blocked there.
I mean, I just genuinely don't think it's gonna work.
Yeah.
Just trying to get it to line up with that.
Like, maybe you could get it.
Yeah, start back there.
If I put it a couple feet away and I'll just whack it. But you're never gonna do that accurately.
No.
Like, you need something.
It's like soccer.
Just have a little thing flap out.
That's too far away. Oh wait.
Full speed.
I can live without it.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go find out what we actually need.
This would be a good stream clip, though. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna back up and then hit it. Negative.
How many points is that worth?
A red card for field destruction.
Thank you.
We're not anywhere near our max speed. The thing is, you're never going to do that accurately. You can definitely do it. I believe you can do it. You will not do it consistently enough to be reasonable in a match. Right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think even if you magically had positive pull on the ball at ground level, again, sure. You need to move the ball. Or drill it straight.
Is that what
Well,
we say
you're
now?
also okay. That's where we're gonna ask you if you can like tap it to get it rolling and then like back up and ramp roll. Because you can do that.
Corey, different chassis?
What?
Different chassis?
No.
I want to change the wheels. Maybe.
Tap the ball to get it rolling and then back up and ramp it. Because you can do that from the ground.
Yeah.
Variability is your ball. So I'll get her you.
But if you hit it sideways at all, like if you come on at an angle and you miss the goal,
That would be ideal.
Yeah, it'd be more a question of can you do it precisely. But
Yeah.
if you can do it in the first
There's
place,
no real good support for the second.
more like you need someone to.
I'll take care of it. You just want it screwed into those two stacked up, and what are you trying to do?
like right now.
This will be
You could just like.
I'll go.
Thank you.
Okay, do you want the ball up forward again?
Yes.
You know what the boost button is, right?
Is there a boost button? Enabling?
Is this where you wanted it? Never die.
Why is it left trigger?
Because slow mode was right trigger because it was more broadcasting.
You just did it really accurately.
What?
You did that really accurately.
I know. I can drive a robot, believe it or not.
As I say, all you have to do is hit the ball with the right
The
speed.
problem is that's assuming a ball is sitting in the right spot nicely. Did you film that, Samantha?
Yeah, I was expecting a total fail.
Okay.
Like, oh, it worked.
I'll make the ball move for you to do it. She maybe can do it.
Let's start with the ball like out here, and I'll try to do it. Enabling.
Do you want it stationary or what?
Corralling the ball.
You just did that twice.
That's an extra 10 points, but also penalty.
Jordan's just happy.
I'm 2 for 2, man. What are you at, Rick?
Everyone else is groaning and Jordan's smiling.
Jordan scored the ball. It's viable. I don't think it's practical in a match.
I think in a pinch you might be able to pull it off. Plus, I don't think you'd plan on it.
I would have slammed into the wall, and the wall would have been fine, but on the field, yeah.
It's 7 inches up, and then
That would have been fine on the field.
And I forget.
I'm just thinking about our field this year.
So he would have every time he
so
would have made it.
reinforced that the process.
So don't count on it.
And
Yeah,
no, yeah.
the world's never crashed.
Actually, we should probably talk to them when we build the coral thing. We probably need to like bolt it into the floor. Yeah. 16 and a
Something like
half.
a little
24 by 16
something
and
to
a
help
half.
hold it.
We use the
All
bolt.
he has to do is back up and then
I'm worried about pushing the entire thing. If we moved the truss stuff last year, unless we just coat the whole thing.
It's one unit though.
Yeah, unless we coat the whole thing in Velcro on the bottom. Hey, look, they did it for prototyping trucks. No, that's what you're good.
What? 30. 4.
Okay,
Okay, let's try this one from far away.
Oh, it barely flew to the wall. Yeah.
and then see what happens if we just shoot them.
But it's in
I don't know.
I think like he's driving in a match.
What's the ideal?
If you can line it up and if you the whole, but it wasn't big enough, that's my idea.
I think reliable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
You got something?
Put in the process water.
it was a total flop first. It was crashing over the
Total flopping didn't have it.
That doesn't really help.
And the one I did expect to fail.
No.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's doing its job.
Yeah.
That's what practice is. First one you grab.
Okay, and then like run into it. What, you need to run into it? As long as it's on it, should enough, right? Well, but it's going to be wide. What's the 24 dimensions? How do you extend that? I didn't see was there. There is no. Yeah, no. What was the difference of weight? 135 more.
Two more.
Yeah.
We're basically doing 35 street.
Hey Kevin. Kevin, did you want to use the actual material on the loader? Okay.
It still has to
So, actually, that's your. So it's yeah.
All right. I think it's actually good for now.
Yeah,
I do want to try the two touch controllers. Try to keep it more steady as it's falling. It's changing. Yeah. But I think it's a good spot.
Wait, we should have taken a video.
What is the LDO?
What's the pillow from? Is it the bed? What if we bend these down a little bit, which the one pendulum bends it, and then
And then you'll actually get the feel of it. That I don't know if it's different.
find out what the spacing is between those two. Between the two in the middle.
Come on.
You mean like what the groove width is? This is.
Yeah, what that groove width is in the middle.
So what's the why is it the feel holes up on the bottom?
One really easy one we can do is similar to in-game strategy, or yeah. So I think our strategy right now is that if we can do L4 effectively, then there's no need to remove the game pieces.
Okay.
I mean, really, play it on the front. We should put a play on the front. What would we like?
So we're looking at early ways to I didn't even think about doing it. Well, we should fix the top.
That's right.
Reese, are you gonna do that now, or do you need a little bit?
I'm gonna work on some drawing out something on the whiteboard, so I guess.
See, Samantha, you said you had your doubts about Reese.
If we can go L4, we don't technically need to move it out. But I think it's a very nice capability. I mean, right now, from the way I see it, is that doing L4 is a big achievement. So being able to do L4, then after we do L4, once we kind of have a better understanding of how the design is looking, how we can get the algebra integrated in, because from what I saw,
So it's the next one.
yes, exactly.
Build that first.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or throw it.
Okay, so that and pushing it around this early manipulation in one video. Testing other ideas against it, maybe it doesn't.
I don't have anything to test other compliance rules as in.
So, Todd, if you want to know our current approach right now, without knowing because right now we have an approach to the game without knowing D-score algebra. If we can D-score algebra, that changes the game a little bit.
Just mention that.
Like I can do the exact same thing. On this side.
So in my head, there. You need to fit.
Well,
Part of the drill field. There's a clear case. So there's some in that pack I would get into by small or well, these particular screws. Oh, plenty of them over here on the side. Length. Everything's
Two.
But moving it around.
When all this rain,
Yeah, so not a gripping mechanism like that. But I can make it slightly bounce. Yeah. Hey, you fell off that?
Gotcha.
Can I flip this fast enough?
Noops.
Well, that was kind of hard. Kind of looks like dry rot. They do after several weeks get too old. No, I think that's where we should do videos, put it on as well and see how high we can pull. This actually is not good. Hey, I can kick it up.
So we're gonna do the exact same thing as this, just on this end. So we can just use those wheels and those wheels like that. I'm gonna grab a couple of pieces. But if we drop these bearing guys in, and then I don't know how many it is, but
This one and this one?
if you can do that on this side while I grab a longer axle.
I just found that. That's what I
You saw
got.
the box?
Yeah.
It was in the room. You want any others?
Yeah. Actually, I'll put the blue.
The purple? Oh, the red permanent.
I think that's gonna go badly. Put that in there.
I don't know why we could put it in there. I think you're on. A lot of traditional stuff. A lot of people do that. The third largest FRC country is going to surpass England probably in 2 years. Which one? Turkey? Or Turkey, eh?
slab hand okay?
Kind of like some of them. Don't wanna be. Oh, these ones fell out.
Oh, I bet you said you're not.
No, I said it kind
Oh, okay. But I already do it anyway, if you want to stop shop for all your robotics,
Here, 1 second.
with over 200 years of experience. With dozens of years. With over 4 years.
And then we need 2 of these guys on the inside.
Actually, I might be able to record something in that time. Might be an echo change.
Struggle. I'm going to sand the edge of this up.
Okay.
It go?
No. This one cannot do.
Oh, that's pretty slow, so if you really nothing
I can't get it.
Oh, okay. I was just testing before it's like 5. Enough if we need that.
Sorry. Just real quick, gotta.
You just said it.
That was so funny to not.
Yeah, I know. He said it. Didn't he? You should also put that.
Wow.
I'll put them in the back.
This one was.
Mental health?
I mean, yeah, generally. Mental health, emotional health. I just need to slide the bearing down into the axle. No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Is that this? Yeah.
No, I don't care about you only have 18 without excluding L1, but if you also remove allergens, that opens up 36 L2, L3, L4. So if you can't score L4,
Reese, you taking 1 degree?
No, as long as you like, and the balls have time. So if you just gently push. Yeah, if you're a robot taking
just gonna go like
yeah. So I guess you really do need an active mover. I wonder if I squeeze those further back. Probably.
it would line up better.
But removing
For now. Go. Slower better?
Thoughts? I think I'm ready to do a video. I'll talk over it. I know it's kind of just thrown up there, but I can make sense of it all. So this kind of breaks down algae removal and how that's a really big factor into the game, and how there's 2 different ways to kind of play this game, which is you can remove algae and play at the lower level, or you can forego removing algae and play go all the way to the highest level. And it's all just kind of a give and a take, you know. I'll talk about barge. I'll tell them barge is a really low power. Going deep is obviously more challenging. It's very similar to the trap like last year, where if you do a trap, all you need to do is have one person in the thing. But it's also going to be a big challenge. So sometimes going for the shallow barge is going to be much easier task.
It's going to work. Yeah, so it's a bigger difference. It's a bigger difference.
I can go over there if you want.
What do you prefer?
Yeah, let's go over there.
Wait.
Yeah, that way we get all the kids out of there.
I do now have the cables set up where you could take it off and have a few feet of motion.
Oh, cool.
Just with handheld.
Great.
Yeah, to unplug this one. But
I mean, you can do it if you want. I don't care. So.
no, not for this one, but other ones I'm gonna.
Okay. I'll go from this angle then. Other than the borders or anything else that's being shown?
No, I think this is fine.
Okay. You maybe grab a game piece just so you kind of have a handy,
Yeah,
like point to
something.
it and stuff. Hey, chat, if you're watching live, the audio is going to cut out for just a moment.
Actually, it'd be really good to have this to kind of like illustrate how it's going to move out the blocks off all sides.
Out of their spot and take those.
Yeah, I think that might.
Be better for the flow if.
Don't worry, we can roll out.
You guys ever seen the movie Super Troopers?
Oh yeah.
It's like at the end of the movie when they are undercover, and then the guy's like, no, move the keg over here. No. Like, be better for the feng shui if we put it over here.
The feng shui. They're moving a keg around?
And I need, and also a coral. I'm gonna have to steal this for a little bit. Is that okay? Sorry, it'll be quick. And then I also need a coral. Do you guys have? Oh. Don't know the best side to stand on. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, that's better than it was.
Can we get a thank you, Andy Mark, for supplying the
Yes,
thing?
yes, of course.
Do you guys have drill for a little bit?
Yes. Could be.
Wow, that's not more
I may need another hand, someone to hold it here and kind of demonstrate that putting this on with the.
Also, this doesn't count as scored if it's touching this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so.
It has to be removed.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so I don't even need to demonstrate that. But I will demonstrate that when in the two different locations, always going to be blocking L3. There we go. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I found the rule on it.
But just every spot will be blocked in L3 if you don't remove algae. We're 100% on that?
100%. Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's every other one on above.
It goes above. Yeah.
Yeah. But I didn't know if there was one that was, yeah. Yeah, because, yeah.
Scoring criteria.
No, wait, hold up. Let me check the CAD model. Let me just double check, just to be sure we're not smoking. Yep.
Grant Embry couldn't recognize.
I'm not Grant.
Not yet.
Not yet. Grant, give me your thumb.
I got biometrics on this bad boy.
Sheesh. I love your like extension thing.
Yeah.
Why?
It used to be a dongle because this is all USB-C and this is USB-A.
Oh. Hey. Oh, okay. Well, if you spawn up the guy, I just was gonna trouble.
Okay, yes. L3 will always be blocked.
Half above, half below.
Yes, always be blocked. Sorry, I lost
That's
sight of
fine.
it for a second. All right. Yep. 2 lost in the sauce. All right. You mind if we do one practice run? Let them hear my strategy. Make sure I'm not missing anything.
You could get away with
Do you guys mind if you listen while we'll do a practice run? Make sure I'm not missing anything with the strategy.
Yeah. You want to run down real quick?
Yeah. I'm gonna grab the algae. Do you mind if I get the algae? Yep. Sorry. All right.
If you haven't done the video before, it's a good reminder of how we do them too. So.
Hey guys, Reese here, Cranberry Alarm. Blah, blah. Anything else you want more than that?
Remember, you're going to say what you're going to talk about.
Yep.
You're going to give that kind of that 30 seconds of preface and everything.
Okay. And coming up now on Fun Robotics.
Let's jump into it or something like
Okay. Awesome. All right.
Do we have all the factual things correct?
I think so. That's why I wanted you guys to pay attention. Just make sure I didn't miss anything.
4, 5, 3, 4, 6, 7. Same in auto and tell you up. Large is nothing.
Make sure you consult the manual for all games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stress that we are not official. People keep asking questions.
We're not?
Like
Oh.
we're official.
Well, if you say it enough, you'll become official.
All right.
The 14 point is for the RP. If you get 14 points,
Yeah, we're going to put like that longer. It's like our official rules.
All right. Hey guys, Reese here with Cranberry Alarm. Today I'm going to be going over our strategy for 2025 REEFSCAPE. I'm going to be breaking down what led us to make our decisions and what we're going to be doing moving forward based on our priority list. I'm going to start, basically, we laid out here all of the ways that you can score points in this game. Just a brief overview, there's going to be auto, is going to be obviously a little bit more for L1, L2, L3, L4, and but everything else is going to be all the exact same during autonomous. So the only place where auto really has a big effect is when you leave the auton zone and when you score on the reef. Outside of that, in Tele, you can see the different scoring options here. For L1 is 2 points in Tele, L2 is 3 points, L3 is 4 points, and L4 is 5 points. And for the algae, both scoring the algae, whether it's in the processor or in the net, if you score in the processor, it'll be 6 points, and if you score in the net, it'll be 4 points. One special thing about the processor is that it's 6 points, but when you score it, it actually is given to the opponent human player. From there, the human player can then shoot it directly into the net to score 4 points. Now, with this said, you're scoring 6 points, they're scoring 4 points, you're netting in total 2 points. But with that said, the more you score, the more crowded the net becomes, the harder it becomes for a human player and robots to be able to score into the net. So as you begin scoring more algae in the processor, you have a higher chance of keeping that 6 points as opposed to getting 2 points from the algae. And for the barge, you can get 2 points for parking, 6 points for the shallow one, that's going to be the one that's up higher. And then the deep one is 12 points, and that's going to be the one that's really close to the ground. And focusing a little bit here on the RP, really the only ways to get RP, the algae really has no effect on the RP besides scoring locations for the coral. In auto, you get the RP for the leave and also for all enabled robots scoring a game piece onto the reef. And that can be L1, L2, L3, or L4. For the coral, you need to have 5 on each level. So 1 on L1, 5 on L1, 5 on L2, 5 on L3, 5 on L4. If you do co-op, and for co-op you need to have 2 algae into the processor, you only need to score 5 on 3 levels. And so that can be any order of them. You can do the top 3, you can do the bottom 3, you can do any mix of them. And for the barge, you can need 14 points for that, and that can be any combination from here. I think the only 2 combinations are going to be deep and park is one really easy combination. You have 1 person at the deep, 1 person at the park, and then 1 person at the shallow. You need 2 people at the shallow and 1 person at park. And the win is now worth 3 RP as opposed to last year, which was worth 2 RP. And one really big, sorry guys. And one really,
Can I have that?
yeah, sure, take it. One really big effect that does have on the coral RP is algae. Even though algae isn't directly related to it, the algae has a really big effect on the scoring locations available. As of right now, if you do not remove any algae from the reef, you're only able to score 6 algae in L2, no algae in L3, and approximately 12 algae in L4. And you can fill up L1 as much as you'd like. I don't know what the limit could be there. But if you do remove the algae, that opens up 12 scoring locations at all levels. So what this means is that if you are not going to L4, you have to be able to remove algae to score the coral RP. If you do go to L4, you can forego removing algae, but it does reduce your scoring locations. So with that all said, we think that moving forward, we're going to focus our priorities on moving towards L4 and trying to hit those marks. And then from there, we're going to, as the design kind of gets fleshed out, we're going to look into options that removing algae, because removing algae is ultimately a positive, but it's not required for meeting the coral RP, which is ultimately our goal, is scoring RP. And after we reach that, we would like to attempt the barge, but that's also based on our, that's lower on our priority list. Ultimately, we would probably end up going for the shallow. Based on time, we'll see how that all plays out.
That was great, man. Now you just got to do it again.
Yep. Okay. Oh, and then thank you guys for watching. What's the outro?
Hey, check out some more Cranberry Alarm videos on fun robotics.
Got it. All right, now I do need that. I'm just gonna put it right here, and I'll demonstrate. I could put, yeah. All right.
Let's check out your ring. So I kind of moved your mic, I kind of moved back. So when you bend down, just rub your chin on it.
Okay, is this good right here?
Yeah, I mean you're fine as long as you don't rub your chin.
Okay, got it, got it.
Want to give it a shot?
Let's do it.
Whenever you see red light.
Hey guys, Reese here with Cranberry Alarm. Today I'm going to be talking about our strategy breakdown of 2025 REEFSCAPE and how we're kind of going to be approaching the game and all the different aspects of it and ultimately what we're going to be doing to move forward. So getting right into it, I'm just going to go over just the basic scoring opportunities in the game, all the different areas you can score points and all the different available and where all the game pieces go and whatnot. For the Coral, going over auto, you have L1, L2, L3, L4, and those go 3, 4, 6, 7. And Tele, that goes 2, 3, 4, 5. And for Algae, those do not change in auto. So auto only has an impact on Coral and also leaving. We kind of assumed we would automatically be leaving due to having an auto, so we didn't put it up on this board. And for the barge, you can't do the barge during auto, so that's only an in-game task. And for park is 2 points, shallow is 6 points, and deep is 12 points. And shallow is going to be the one that's hung up a little bit higher, and the deep is going to be the one that's hung a little bit lower to the ground. And that's based on the difficulty of the tasks. Breaking down the RP a little bit, we have a new, what's the word? Let's redo that. Yeah. You guys should start with RPs or no? New distribution. There we go. I like that. All right. Hey guys, Reese here with Cranberry Alarm. Oh yeah, sorry. Oh, did you just want to cut?
Yeah, you can just cut into the RP.
Cut into the RP? Okay. For 2025, we actually have a new RP distribution. Instead of having a total of 4 RPs in a match, we actually have a total of 6 RPs in a match. You can get 3 points from a win, and there's also 3 additional bonus RPs. One thing we don't have listed down here is that a tie is actually worth 1 RP. So a tie is pretty detrimental this year compared to years prior. Auto is going to be the first bonus RP that you can get, and to get that, all enabled robots need to leave the zone and score a coral in the reef. The coral RP is probably has the most, what's the word, conditions to it. You need to have 5 in each level, but if you do complete the co-op, and the co-op is scoring 2 algae into the processor, and if you do that, you can score 5 on 3 levels, and that can be any combination of these 3. You can do 5 on L1, 5 on L3, 5 on L4, or you can stick to the lower levels and only do L1, L2, and L3. Where that has a really big effect is when it comes into algae removal. When you, all the algae is stored into the reef, is in different locations. However, when the algae is in there, and we're missing our second reef post, but when it's stored in here, if you imagine the other one, there's 2 locations for the algae. You have the lower location and the upper location. In both locations, whether it's in the lower or the upper, you are being blocked from scoring an L3. And that is a rule in the book that the coral cannot be scored if it is touching an algae. So with that said, here are the available scoring locations for the coral. If you do not remove any algae, you're left with, I put infinite because I don't know quite the cap that's available on L1, but you can fill that pretty generously. L2 is left with 6. L3, you cannot score anywhere on L3. And L4 is completely open, you can score 12. With removing, that opens up a total of 18 more slots, which opens up a total of 36 places where you can score coral on the reef. So if you are not removing any algae, you have to score L1, L2, and L4. So if your robot cannot go high enough to go to L4 and you want to be able to get that RP by yourself, you have to be able to remove algae. For us, due to the complexity that it may require from what we've kind of just been brainstorming, we think that removing algae may be a bit of a difficulty compared to what it may take to go to L4. So we're going to be focusing our priorities on going all the way to L4 so that we can prioritize scoring L1, L2, and L4. And you can see we should be able to score 5 in L1, 5 in L2, and 5 in L4 to reach that RP. Ultimately, algae is a very, very big part of the game. One thing that we haven't talked about yet is the algae scoring. A bit more on that is that when you score in the processor, it's 6 points. But a little bit more to that is that when you score into the processor, the algae goes to the opponent human player. And from there, the opponent human player can then shoot the algae into their net to score 4 points. So in total, you would be netting 2 points from that. But as the game goes on and you continue to score more and more algae, the net becomes more and more populated with algae, making it harder for the human player to score in there as the algae may hop in there, bounce around, and hop out. In that case, as the game goes on, you scoring 6 points as opposed to 2 points from the processor is more and more likely. So algae removal is a very, very big thing because as you start to fill the processor with more algae, you get a pretty big point boost as getting the 6 points from the processor is worth more than any coral from L4. And lastly from there, with our strategy, we would really like to be able to climb. It's lower on our priority list as we want to focus a little bit more on winning a match, and we believe that winning a match will open up more points. However, the barge is very, very important for getting that additional RP. So ultimately, the best ways to go about this is if you wanted to be able to do it, get the best capability to do it by yourself, you can do 1 person on deep and then 1 person parked. That'll give you the 14 points to get the barge. Or you do 2 people on the shallow and 1 person on the park. Ultimately, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be, if we have the time for it near the end of our design exploration, we're going to be focusing on doing these shallow, as that'll probably be a bit more approachable for our design, and it'll allow us to work more with our alliance partners and still get the barge RP. And that's about it for our Cranberry Alarm 2025 strategy breakdown. Go ahead and check out more videos on Fun Robotics Network for Cranberry Alarm Ri3D. Thank you.
Can you add in one more thing? Can you just say like this is our interpretation of the rules?
Yes. Yeah. 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 Do you want me to do an outro after that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And ultimately, this is our interpretation of the rules. Please refer to the game manual for anything just in case we make mistakes. Make sure we didn't miss anything. But that about does it. Thank you guys for watching. And please be sure to check out more videos on Fun Robotics Network for Cranberry Alarm Ri3D. Here's this.
Another banger. I'll grab that from you.
Oh, yep.
Was there anybody else that had something to record right away, or do you need time to work on stuff?
Maybe it's time to plan it out.
Okay.
It's pretty close.
Cool, cool. Just let us know.
Yeah. So, I don't know, do you want to show that popping the algae out?
So we're also going to take pretty much any of the videos that we make, we're just going to make shorts out of them already too. So unless there's something specific that's like, hey, we don't need a short clip on or something. So. Oh, for sure. Cool.
It's going to be coming in hot, sliding down that thing.
Oh, Reese. Was there anything on like the coral interaction for this or anything?
Yeah, I kind of want to get a little bit more prototype together of like the
I mean, the hard part would be like these not there, and then the slides really well.
Yeah.
That would just hit the lip at the front.
The trouble's gonna be like here, though. That's nice.
Wood's got more friction than polycarbonate or something like that.
Okay.
Okay.
So what if I try and put it in a little sideways? It just aligns and goes straight. Okay.
Yeah, we're still gonna have to.
They're jumping the gun here, Kevin.
Like, we're basically. Okay. That's
Okay.
do that one.
We can finish it for you guys if you want.
Like, so you don't have to keep holding it.
Yeah. Cool.
Kevin, you disappeared.
Yeah, I was cooling off.
When we needed you most.
Wait, my question is, you put this at like
So,
here.
if you are up here, you are running left.
Yeah. I'm saying, what angle do you need for this to start sliding?
The lower we are below this bottom edge, the flatter you get. For it to stay top.
No, I think he's more going off of on the actual robot.
Yeah.
But
Like
it's also
a
going to
friction
depend.
copper.
It's going to depend on the material.
We saw it comes in with a decent amount of velocity, so.
Yeah, and you can push it.
Jordan.
That's true, you can also push it.
Oh, the cooler?
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you drive around, it's naturally going to go down, right? I mean, it'll need to be contained.
And wood is more, just slippery.
Turn around for the years. Deep. Deep.
There you go.
I actually think this is going to be more than plywood. Yeah.
You could do something like this.
If you sand
This is my
polycarbonate,
concern.
it gets rid of a lot of that friction.
Yeah. It's not a big deal, but I think you'd want to be deeper. Like, go down some. Like, this will have no issues, right? I'm just saying, like, if the cargo or the coral magically appeared right here with no velocity from the ramp, like, what angle do you have this to reasonably get it to your wheels or stop or whatever, right? In the absolute worst case. But I think it's still reasonable as far as the angle goes.
That's the worst right there.
I mean, that's yeah.
With how thin these are, if you're taking in the middle of the robot, I think you'll have space on the side for whatever you're going to do with the coral.
I think so. I think that would be my goal.
You can do the coral on one side and the slime on the other side.
Let's do it for one.
You've seen Otari, right?
No.
There's 3
Well,
hooks on it.
What? Just climb with the elevator.
You also can kind of, you have to be touching the cage. But if you had a thing that touched the cage.
Are you serious?
It said.
Wait, can 2 people climb on one cage?
Fully?
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
It just says you have to be touching a cage, but you can also be touching.
That's a really good way to counterbalance, right? Instead of having one team climb like this and swing, you could have a team on either side and just stay. If you're roughly the same weight.
If you're doing deep, you're going to actually have to like grip. Because you can't hang off from the top. If you're doing shallow, you can hang off of the bottom plate and you
just
just
swing.
make a really deep hook that goes around the entire thing.
I agree.
But like, do you want to make a scorpion hook?
Question.
I want to go get scorpion stuff.
It could be. Yeah. You could also not power the top one?
Yeah, that would probably also work.
Jordan, what are you gonna get?
What?
We're gonna get scorpion's tail. Because they're gonna also want to see it.
Oh, Scorpion's tail is like exactly how you climb on poles like this.
Yes, that's what
I mean, yeah, go for it. If you want to go run the cage.
I mean, Scorpion's tail is. I don't know what our Scorpion's still.
I think it's detached.
And then I think.
Vacuum's also in the cage.
Don't bring that. Not yet.
What is?
The vacuum from Scorpion.
Oh, I was gonna ask about that. Actually.
I genuinely, outside of Ri3D, I genuinely think that's a viable idea. But
So, how many people do we need? One person probably spins both the wheels. One person holds it on the other side, one person feeds the ball in. And we can go. This holds really well. Somebody can hit it from the top and
Contact on the A cage, with the exception of the anchor. Not contact
Another robot.
What is the anchor?
That's the thing on the top of your wall.
if you're going to power one of them, it's a better.
I don't know what the cage
I think so. The cage is that.
Yeah, yeah.
I think the anchor's just at the top one. I think you're not allowed to grab them.
It's not scared to grab the
Yeah.
metal.
Well,
At the top, I would get grab the top plate. That's the
And
I don't know.
yeah, you
There's
could kind
something
of
on the
pull
top
the ball
of your
up if it was pressed against the wall.
I just assumed you can't
Oh yeah, I guess that's
grab the bolt.
Ah.
There you go.
What?
Ah.
Okay,
Well, that would be if you're too low. I guess. Yeah. I wonder how high or like how tall is that hole? Is it 18 inches? Do you only have 2 inches to work with? Well, it's 7 inches off the ground, but how high is the?
What's your plate? Yeah, you can't write.
Yeah,
Yeah. Most of the plate does dimension. That one's in class. Maybe not so weird.
You may additionally contact only the following elements, including another robot qualified for.
Yeah, okay, so it's standard buddy climb rules where it's one person climbing, not climbing, and you're on top of this. You both go down.
Yeah.
Partner robot contact you by
So if opponent's in there, which they're not allowed to be, you get points.
Yeah.
But then if you go and touch your partner who's also touching,
You also
you can chain points.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. It's a general like safety, protecting the client.
Yeah.
No client defense.
But you would have to have. I mean, if you're buddy,
And opponent
if you're buddy climbing, you would still have to have something that contacts a cage. You have to.
Right, but what I was saying is that like climbing on one side of the cage with a robot, you're gonna swing, right?
Sure.
You got a weird center of gravity, as opposed to in theory, if you have two of roughly the same robot and they grab from either side
and like each other, kind of.
They don't need to. There's just two bars, right?
Okay,
yeah. Like you just each grab two bars.
Yeah.
And
balance.
Then you're roughly like you don't have to worry about swinging a ton. Man.
Yeah.
You swing a little bit if you're like 115 and 110.
Yeah.
But you're not like going way under.
Yeah. And I wonder if you're both attached to the same cage. If it's touching the ground, does it disqualify anyone?
Yeah, because it says another robot qualifies for cage.
They wouldn't qualify. Yeah.
And therefore, you touching them disqualifies you.
Yeah.
Take it off the line.
Put the ball between your partner and
Heavy guy.
Every time I'm ready.
You got MATLAB? Let's go.
Yeah.
Going forever. Yeah, well.
Yeah. I got used to it. It was more annoying at the start.
I had to learn MATLAB in college because my friends were failing their classes. They were like, help me with programming, and I was like, I don't want to learn MATLAB.
They don't want to hear about MATLAB?
No one wants to hear about MATLAB.
Literally never.
Except for everyone.
I've never heard of something like MATLAB.
We had an old mentor who did. So. He liked MATLAB and Latin.
It's like, hey, you can use a matrix that has 30 million entries if you want. I'll do it pretty fast. All right.
He's gonna go get stuck. He's gonna go get the stuff.
Oh yeah, here so the 20. game included climbing on vertical poles, which you weren't allowed to touch any vertical poles. So you had to like pressure the whole against the pole. So we're gonna run through like racks and garbage systems that like shrink and dispel the entire robot.
Not making your help.
Where this position goes.
It's passive.
The way that after climbing?
Yeah, it's passive though. You just push it on the pole and you hold your own weight. Yeah, we'll see about climbing. Yeah. It's worth a decent amount of points, but
it's more you want to be able to contribute to the
yes,
art.
I can say.
The points itself is kind of.
Where are you allowed to launch game?
Interacts with. I think you might have to be in the zone. As well as you might have to be in the dark zone.
And then the differences between interacting with the algae, between two wheels and Hercules is one wheel.
Yeah. Oh. Or may not.
Yeah, you have to keep it. What they're wanting to allow you to do is push it out onto there. They're not launching back. Open circle in the region. You could.
Well, but they should not do the hard. Oh, right. I would say it's pretty difficult to throw accurately,
Ever since you were very
So I think it's best to
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, well, we want to show that up against the thing there. Oh, the branch. The tree.
Oh, this thing? No, I don't think so. Because it's really dependent on bumper width, and that isn't exact.
If you're calling skeleton in the net.
Yeah.
Like, we can say in that video that we believe you're going to have to extend outside of your robot frame and get a positive hold on the algae to be able to remove it from the reef, because XYZ, the algae only sticks out 2 inches from the edge of only sticks out 2 inches from the edge of the reef base, and your bumpers are probably going to be 2 to 3 inches anyways. So you're not going to touch the algae unless you're extending outside of your frame perimeter.
We could show that. I don't know that's... What, to show that?
Yeah.
And like, we can move the camera in the middle and do a quick
Do a jump cut.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
Oh yes, the scorpions are one of my favorite mechanisms. I designed this. We were, I'm not biased, I was also
I don't even know how this works. It's so cool.
We should. It's so cool. Wait, where's the floor?
It's over there. I can get the cage. It's over there.
I'll just use this one. This is all, it's all passive. So it started down like this during the mash, and we deployed it up to here, and you would just drive here, and the gates pass through. The poles are different dimensions, but yeah, the gates pass through, and then you have this stopper here, and then the same winch pulls up here, and your whole robot goes from here and then flips up to here. So like there. And it's held on with just friction. And it works really well. We can demo that probably. We climbed a lot with Scorpion.
Is that our robot?
Yeah.
Run the Walmart.
Okay. Yeah, they are just about ready.
Oh! It's not fastened yet.
start at least.
Okay.
I feel like we're gonna lose like
Yeah, it's not.
there's no way.
Yeah.
Just because it's like, because that'll need to move over. Okay. Are you starting with the drill? Or
Yeah, probably with the.
wait, with the drill, did you want the robot there with the drill or no?
Yeah, probably. But I'll start with the robot out.
Okay, cool. So starting with, maybe start with the wheels.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure I set this up right.
I know that it's not gonna go to plan whenever I start talking.
I like to know since you probably need help holding that.
Yeah, this is gonna be a separate segment.
Where did my laptop?
It's under my laptop on the cart over there.
Okay, that's fine.
It was on the field,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
we were
yeah.
about to start driving, and I was like,
It's only work, it's fine. Okay. It's like a $3,000
what's your billable rate? That's nothing.
What'd you say? Oh, 2 organizations?
Yeah. No, what's your billable rate? That's nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It would take me longer and money to set everything up again.
Oh, you don't need to plug this in. This has a bazillion.
Oh, okay.
They also, yeah, you can head charge.
If you plug this in, it's just going to charge.
Okay.
So,
Okay, now it's connected. And then it's input.
So you're just going to have one. It's always one if it's up.
Input 1. I've been getting the same bars I've been getting, so. Okay. Yeah, I switched it.
There you go.
Okay. I have very low computer mana. Anyways, clip this to your collar.
Which direction? Does it matter?
Set a clip on the top.
Oh, like just actual
Yeah.
collar?
There's a lot of movement. You're going to want to go without the camera on your own. There's not a ton of movement happening, but you can also right.
Oh, okay.
You got that SD card here? No, no worries. I'm going to run
Okay, so a reminder for the intro. Your name.
Let me check my back.
Cranberry Alarm. We're gonna demonstrate it's about that.
Okay.
Pause.
Yeah. Okay.
Whatever order you want, and then I'll just move around. Yeah, chill.
Okay.
So. And then. Are you guys still journaling?
I'm working here.
Okay. That one. Okay. Bring.
I have this exact one.
Go ahead.
Hello, this is Corey with Cranberry Alarm Ri3D, and in this video we're going to be talking a little bit about the algae game piece, some mechanisms that we've come up with and ideas for controlling it, and then how it interacts with different wheels like entrapment stars from AndyMark and ThriftyBot. So one of the first things we thought about was wheels on both sides of the algae to bring the algae into your robot. And we found that the actual compliance of the wheels doesn't matter much because the ball is really squishy, but hydrometer works best. And so to capture the algae, it doesn't take much force to hold it and move it around. And then it's gonna have a lot of play if you're trying to, capture the ball here and squeeze it through two fixed rollers. It'll probably be rollers better if the rollers are able to expand out to the center of the ball in order to bring it into your robot. Just a reminder, you're only allowed to extend 18 inches outside of your robot this year. And since the ball is 16 inches wide and your bumpers are gonna be somewhere around 2 to 3 inches, you're probably not gonna be able to get something from your robot perimeter all the way to the other side of the ball. So just keep that in mind. But over here we have a mock processor gate setup. Really the only dimension we were worried about here is that the bottom of the processor door to the top ledge is 7 inches. And different roller positions here to be able to kick the ball up and in. And it doesn't really take a lot of force to do this, but the ball interacts pretty well with a hard surface and one wheel. We think that this is a pretty viable method. And we've also shown something like entrapment stars coming in. If you're able to corral a ball over to the opening, it will be able to push the ball up and in pretty easily. So that's a little bit about interacting with the bottom of the processor. We also had a couple ideas. I should jump cut after that. Do we need to restart or? Okay. Did I say compliance stars? Compliance stars, okay. Okay.
Do you want one of those boards? I got the cut.
Sure. We're gonna redo it if he has one of those, because I think that that's worth it.
Are you waiting for him to come back?
Yeah. We can probably stop filming. Or do you want it in one take?
If it's in one file, it's
Okay.
Leave the HDMI in, but you can disconnect it as well. So you don't know. Everything else you can run on.
Hey.
This is missing 3 inches on the top, so we're gonna end up. But we'll probably put some clamps on there to hold it up.
Sure.
Or I can put some screws through there real quick.
No, we can just grab some clamps and clamp around the outside probably. We're gonna grab some clamps. Oh, yeah, we kind of do need to do that.
Yeah, but then we're across the hole there. So that we can do. That'll probably
Put a couple screws in this. Oh, that's okay. This is gonna go away anyways here soon. Watch it not work. It does kind of bounce around up and down in there. Oh, sure, yeah. That's perfect.
No, let's still stay here. Because then I just got the long cord.
Okay.
So yeah. Okay. Did I? Yeah. I'm done. Okay. We'll just move in all the way.
Stay ahead. I don't have a knife on me, otherwise I'd offer.
It'll go much better. Soon as they're done, and I don't think we need to redo this.
I think I want to, so that there isn't the time when I'm leaning over and talking, because I know that that has bad audio. Does that make sense? Plus, I want to show this in the intro rather than like some 2x4s.
You know, that's fair.
No. Gotta be agile.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Hey, this is Corey with Cranberry Alarm Ri3D. And in this video, we're gonna be taking a look at the algae, interacting with the algae with things like compliance stars or compliance wheels from AndyMark, as well as some offerings from ThriftyBot. And then after that, we'll go into a little bit of our ideas for how to control the algae and score it into the processor. So one of the first things we thought about was some easy compliance wheels on both sides of the algae. How does that interact with the algae? Is it easy to pick up? And you can see that without a ton of force, wheels on either side are going to grip onto the algae. These are higher durometer AndyMark compliance wheels. We found that the compliance doesn't actually matter a ton because the ball itself squishes before the compliance comes into effect on the wheels. But this is what we had laying around. And so if you have a mechanism which is going to pick up the ball via rollers on both sides, you're going to want to make sure the compliance has, or the mechanism has some compliance, because these rollers are going to change in distance quite a bit across the ball. It's not easy to squish this ball in through like a thinner slot than it's meant to be. So yeah, making sure that your mechanism is probably going to have to spring out and maybe spring back in as you collect the algae. But one of the first things that we thought about in order to score the algae was just one roller on the front of your robot, and you sort of push the algae up against the processor face. Are you able to push the algae up and in using a single roller? And the answer is yeah. It's super simple. It can be higher up on the algae and it still gets grip and pushes the algae up and in. It can be lower on the algae, but as long as your rollers end up above this bottom surface of the processor, the algae is going to tend to tip into the processor rather than out and back onto your robot. We can show this with some driven compliance stars. So this was a few of the different things we immediately tested in order to see how the algae interacts with our common wheels that we have in FRC. That's a cut. And then I think we want to show this mechanism now. Yeah. Probably two. I think we want to have the camera facing the same way so it's less jarring of a cut, right? We can kind of point this way. Yeah, can one person be on the side, rolling the wheels in? I'll place the algae in, and then you can kind of show how it captures it. Yeah. Yeah, you are. Well, you can hold one of them and just roll the other one. I think for the purpose of the video, it won't really matter. But yeah, I'll just go. The next thing we tried, we had an idea for a mechanism to control the game piece without internalizing it, because the game piece is pretty large. And then I'll go, we have two rollers here. These are the ThriftyBot. Yeah. I need to look up a product name really fast so you can.
What are you
solid urethane wheels. 4-inch solid urethane wheels.
They would definitely just probably. I can't. Are they both solid 4-inch urethane?
These are the 4-inch stealth wheels from Anymark.
Oh, easy. I didn't know if you.
I do. Well, I do now. So what was I saying before the cut?
We were talking about some ways to interact with it down there.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll probably start this section over.
Okay. So the next thing that we wanted to test, sorry, I'm going to start over. So the next thing that you should be thinking about is how to control the game piece on your way over to the processor. And so one of the first things we thought about was a mechanism to sort of pinch onto the front side of an algae without fully internalizing it into your robot. Since the algae is pretty large, it's going to be probably advantageous to grab onto the algae without extending too far out of your frame perimeter and risking getting components damaged by the cages, or having to fully bring the algae piece into your robot, taking up a lot of space in your superstructure. So the first thing we thought about was some 4-inch wheels. These are the Thrifty Bot solid urethane wheels. And I don't know the exact distance that these are apart, but if you have 2 rollers and you spin them in on the ball, it holds the ball pretty well. And we found that if you have structure on both sides and you're able to pull the ball in enough for it to touch that structure, it's super stable, and we don't think that a robot driving around would be able to shake it out. So maybe we can show that. If you really crank the wheels in. Do you want me to crank down on the wheels? Or can you try and spin the wheels a lot?
Oh, okay.
So if you really crank down on the wheels and you're able to collect the game piece a good amount, compressing it against the sides, it has a pretty good hold on the algae, and it's not going to come out just driving around the field. That was a demonstration with the Thrifty Bot solid urethane wheels. We didn't find a huge difference using some Anymark stealth wheels on the bottom. We'll go ahead and flip this over really fast and show the demonstration with those ones. So if the ball is placed into the rollers, it's going to be pretty high torque to hold on to the algae like this, but you don't really need a lot of speed from these wheels, so having a lower gear ratio is fine. And then Meg can go ahead and hit the algae and show that it's not going to come out of there. Shaking the mechanism doesn't really do much. So yeah, ejecting is pretty easy. You just spin these rollers out. And one thing that we haven't shown yet is if you have a mechanism like this on the ground in front of the processor, rolling the bottom wheels sort of pushes the bottom wheels and top wheels up, sort of acts like a conveyor belt and pushes the algae in. And then we'll go wide shot for an outro. I can hold the algae. So that was a few different ways of interacting with the algae and a couple ideas for mechanisms. So that was a few different ways to interact with the algae, as well as a couple ideas for mechanisms to control the algae and score it into the processor. Stay tuned for more videos coming from Cranberry Alarm Ri3D on Fun Robotics Network. And now I go die, knowing that's going to be on the internet somewhere.
Yeah. Did we want to do the chassis pushing in this video?
Do we want that to be like a separate video, maybe?
Just want it like driving in, or like seeing how well you can actually push that. I don't think it's too short.
Do you want a short of that? Of us like short attention grabber?
So I wouldn't include any of like the informational thing.
I think a thing we want to show.
Yeah, I think it's fine either way. Just seeing what you want to see. Alright, cool. I will do this back.
Yep.
And I'll keep going. The other one. Okay. Okay. Back.
Man, I really want to remove the algae from the thing.
Okay.
You want to do what?
Remove the algae from the thing.
Are we not doing that?
Reset the power.
In where?
This strategy.
Oh. I thought we were doing it.
It's more of
I think he wants the algae mechanism to just be hard mounted on the frame and it flips out. Does whatever it is to do.
strategy can change.
I know, but
Yeah.
that's what Reese is saying. So we need to talk to him.
It's a big difference. It's like on the back of the robot, it just like stays stationary and does the ground only versus moving it.
Yeah.
Because right, if we don't do that, and we can't remove the algae, that limits scoring locations.
Reese said we can score 12 on L4 if we're not scoring.
True. In my opinion, for as high as possible, and places that have already been scored. For completing sets of 5, you should score on the highest open thing that doesn't already have 5.
And you can't score on L3 at all.
So you would put 5 on 4, 5 on 2, and 5 on 1. If you're, in my opinion, if you're scoring 50 game pieces. But you also do have to consider ease of placement too. Like, there are just ones that are easier to get to, especially for a tank drive.
Yeah, because the ones on the front, you can see.
And it's like kind of like if the reef is here, it's kind of conducive. If the loading zones are here, it's kind of conducive to score these ones first, right? Like the ones on this far side are going to. Yeah, that's one of these corners, right? Am I out of track?
Okay.
Yeah, loading zone in every corner. There's a coral station in every corner.
It's nice to have all three players.
Not always the case,
as it turns out. Yeah, so like that, the close side is inherently just going to get scored on more. At the far side, I mean, you know, a good driver is going to be scoring in that spot. Low experience, low skill teams, and it's going to be harder for the driver to score on the backside. Yeah, because we were really hesitant to do it because we haven't done it yet. Don't do it until you do it. Yeah. Like, I was going to shoot for the Cranberry Alarm for like 2 weeks after everything is published and stable so that teams can legitimately see the code. We will need to, in the next 72 hours, identify the red scores there?
Yes.
Right, because then it goes in that. Yep, that makes sense.
Okay, camera's on that one at the top of the wall, but this is our microphone.
Okay.
Just so
Yeah, that makes sense.
They had questions about whether it crossed over to score into your processor and your score.
So I wanna
can do that.
know how much of a meme we want to go into. I found out there's no rules on launching algae. So you can be a defense bot that just goes over here and takes algae and just sends it over. You can just be a defensive L1 swerve bot who just like sits in front of one of these two zones, and then when you get bored or there's a ball on the ground, just take it and yeet it over.
I mean,
I actually think that would be a very
that would
reasonable
be
strategy.
a reasonable third robot.
Especially because these are not protected at all. That's wild. The fact that these are not protected zones is crazy to me.
Those are only coral snakes.
No,
There's
there's
the reef is, right?
Oh, the reef is
And the barge.
It mentioned two zones.
Well, the bar, yeah.
The barge is like hyper. It's the
Yeah, the
barge.
barge.
You're only
It's
you
the barge
just can't
zone.
touch.
and
Wait, you can go in there. You
the
just can't
barge.
touch their cages.
Barge and
Well, if they're all three high and you have a short robot, you might consider it as a strategy.
What I'm hearing, Jordan, is hey, look, more defense.
No, not Kevin's infamous. Hey, look, more defense. Pushes the dead opponent into the feeder zone so they can't feed there anymore.
It worked.
Man, you made people so sad. Like 4 people came up to me after the match and was like, "Hey, that was kind of mean." Like I respect it. It was a good play, but like that was kind of mean.
Was it really?
It was. Yeah.
No, that's a strategy.
Not pushing the disabled robot into their own feeder zone so they can't feed.
Yeah. Strategy. The drive team that I pushed in there, they respected it. They were like, that was not cool, but I respect the play.
Yeah. It's like one of those when you get bested in a video game, you're like, yeah, that sucks. But yeah, fair. Wow, there's a lot of word reading.
It's like when you get
reefs.
It's when someone abuses iframes in a fighting game, and it's like something absolutely. What are those two kind of? Recent.
Reese sounded like he was on the phone talking to someone.
Yeah,
A
okay.
while ago that you
Partially inside, they cannot contact an opposing robot who's partially inside their barge zone or reef zone.
Okay, awesome.
So you can't touch their cage.
What is it? Is it a major or a
Major foul.
Great.
Oh, I didn't realize they changed the terminology.
Yeah, it's the same as FTC.
Why didn't they change the FTC terminology?
Because it's what's technical?
What's major mean?
Big.
That's
Major General.
How much are files?
I do like it. Plus they change like every.
Are they worth drawing?
I did work.
It's only 6 points. That's not bad.
Is there like anything about free climbs to interfere with the climbing?
Yep.
Yeah.
You touch the cage, they get the RP. It's not even if you touch them.
Not
while
even
they're
if they're
disabled. You
disabled.
push. It's like even if you just touch the
we
cage,
had it from
not
last
if
year,
you're
right?
touching it and you touch them. It's if you touch the cage.
Yeah.
It is the climb RP.
Wait, even if they're not there?
Yeah, that's brutal. And the RP, not just a climb.
And
Yeah. So.
That's definitely not going to get abused by California teams at all.
Yeah, if you push another robot and
Yeah. No, definitely not. We didn't have any heated debates multiple times last year about pushing people into protected zones. California did it a couple times.
Yeah, but
Yes.
they weren't the guys that got
This.
Yeah, that's true.
Train your drivers well.
Play to the line. That's what I try.
Opponent's cages are off limits in Teleop. In Teleop, a robot may not contact an opponent's cage, major foul, and a barge RP if a qualification match.
Straight up.
So they don't get points. They get major foul and the RP.
But that's only in Teleop. Auto defense.
No. I think there was also something else.
You can't. No, you can go over. You just can't touch their robots.
Bumpers are completely across the barge zone, opposite side of the barge zone from the robot starting zone. May not contact an opponent's robot.
No opponent's cages in auto. In auto, a robot made that contact.
Why are those not in the same?
Major
foul.
Only the
Ooh.
Okay, I like that.
I think it could be just game specific.
Your auto can mess up and you don't give them an RP.
We have an auto stop. We have an A stop. Like,
Robot may not contact or translate through scoring element an opponent robot in contact with an opponent cage during the last 20 seconds, regardless of who initiates contact. Major
That's
foul.
a Q&A question.
Alliance is awarded the RP.
That's the same thing as
It's the same thing, but this is just now. This one's directly saying you can't touch a robot that's in contact now.
you
Even
can't
through
touch
a scoring
You can't
element.
touch the cage at all ever, and you can't touch a robot in the last 20 seconds.
yeah, and if you touch the robot, and then they go and touch another robot, both of those robots cancel.
Yep. It's transitive.
What does it matter? They just get the barge RP anyway. So.
Well, they get an extra
Yeah,
major foul.
they get
it.
So wait. Oh, hold up. I got this. We put the low-hanging cage, we grab onto it, and drive out of the door, bumping people.
We could go stand in front of their area.
How long can you pull the cage? And you back out of the zone slowly as you pull it into the We've got 18 inches plus the length of the cage to back out. Whack them.
You get somewhere between 2 and 3 feet probably.
Yeah. People right outside the zone might be surprised by sudden movement.
But there's a post
Yeah.
in the
Yeah. What? That's what I'm saying, dude. Then you have 18 inches out the other side. Like, 18 inches out that way. That's what I'm saying.
You're extending out of your
Not
You
like
can't extend on both sides.
Yeah, you can.
It says you can extend both sides. Right? I'm pretty sure though you can extend on the same side, but not on both sides.
Oh my gosh, this keyboard is...
The picture showed X.
There's something
George. Yes? Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, Kevin.
because you can do that. What's the difference? Oh, is it
Over
just
the foot.
Yeah, you get a foot and a half
On this
everywhere.
Around
Around the whole perimeter at all times. So you can go a foot and a half out, grab it, and then back up, and then be another foot and a half out that way.
Holding an element.
Oh, yeah, right.
A coral.
The coral. To give you an outflow. You just back up and start like. I'm serious. I'm doing it. We're gonna train our
There will be a rule change right away.
Yeah, here's the game.
It says to a game.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have not chat question about the video about scoring. Don't have that yet. We only have one brief component thingy, so haven't really done it yet. Once we get another homemade one out, we can.
No, I'm serious. That's legit. Exclusive method. I'm serious. If you use a swerve drive it and you just start shooting people, 6 points. 6 points. I don't think so. But it's protected. No, it's protected.
Regardless of contact.
Yeah, it's protected.
The rule change will occur
1 week after Runaway's first comp.
Team update 1.
So, do we have to your bumpers make that part of the
It doesn't matter if your bumpers.
No, but that's a rule they could add in the future.
Oh, that your bumpers can't?
Yeah, so like you can't be holding the page and then have your bumpers.
Team
be
update
whatever.
1. Jordan,
I think
no.
it's tape.
Jordan, stop. Stop cooking.
Yeah.
What was the rule?
I feel like that.
I don't know.
It's out of hand.
What did the rule say?
Oh no, they will.
Yeah.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
I need to run back to the house and let the dogs out.
to keep an eye on the chat for questions.
Yeah, I couldn't understand the chat.
It is now back to normal, so.
Is it English?
Huh?
Like,
So it was Turkish, so we had a bunch of Turkish teams watching
that's my.
earlier. Yeah, and then I'm like, it didn't seem like there were any questions.
They were answering. It looked like they were answering them themselves.
Yeah, they were discussing like
I felt bad, but I couldn't answer them.
I can't copy and paste text on mobile, but I still have my computer going.
You guys have a video testing getting the algae out of the reef. No.
You probably just can't drop it. But I mean, yeah, you could second one. You gave here, but
Okay.
What's the angle that like looks good?
I think it was more than this, like steeper than that.
Okay.
So I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, something grabbing on the other side that doesn't really reject it off the other.
Yeah, we were at double this angle. Okay.
Try directly down the side because that's more likely to be driving up on a line. Although, like, human player can go to the next stage, but.
My bad. Sorry. Flip. Sorry. You good? So it'll work if it hits an edge first.
Yeah.
If it goes directly center, it won't work.
Good thing this is something chosen.
Alright, do we want to just move forward with recording a video like this, showing some numbers, and then do we want to take it apart and do another material?
Is there?
Polycarb's working well.
Yeah, I mean, polycarb's and
What do you want to see? Do you want to see more?
Assume like demoing different angles.
We had another angle that was a bit steeper. That was but like if you can do this angle, you can do every other steeper angle.
yeah, and
So maybe we put up we can try wood.
Yeah.
And then with the vectoring still, I'll just slide that out. And then we can go steep and show it not working at certain angles. Like we can go shallower than this, show it not working.
Yeah, and then different ways of dropping it from the planer station. Yeah, I think that's a good.
Would we be able to record this angle right now and then just like whenever we put it together, record another segment and piece it together, or how would you want to do
Yeah,
that?
I assume it's going to take a little bit of time to switch this
Yeah,
over.
so this one's working now. So do we want to get this while it's in its state right now?
Yeah.
What else do you want to show?
And then we'll, yeah.
I'm making something to passively slide onto the reef.
Oh, I'm thinking two rollers.
Yeah, we can show just like.
And you're gonna need some deployment mechanism. It'll be way easier to just do wheels. And you can index it. You can have an infrared and you index it.
Luckily, I mean.
Yeah. I don't think we should show it. I'm saying we should show it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. You're just trying to make it consistent.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Well,
There should be another pole over there.
Yeah.
So they can go.
Hold on. You wanna do a video?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so we'll do the intro in this one, and then just later segments. We'll do the outro on the last one we plan on filming.
Okay. And then I want to re-verify this and put measurement right here.
Yeah. I'm going to. Yeah, I'm staying on the tripod.
I'm gonna do an intro. I'm gonna demonstrate. I'm gonna talk about we're demonstrating the human player system and how we're gonna be demonstrating a ramp mechanism. I don't know what should we call it.
Because this is the name that everyone is going to use for this.
Yeah.
We call it a ramped intake.
It is an intake. It is an intake.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like
yeah,
that.
It is an intake.
Ramped intake.
And just demonstrating, tell the angle, give a
Passive.
what? Passive ramp intake, passive vectoring ramp intake.
What else can we add?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Okay. I'm gonna go
point out what height this is at and what angle we're at. You know, 'cause a lot of teams are gonna want that. Let me go over here.
Mention,
I'm just.
that they can like basically build one of these themselves.
Yeah.
Really easy.
I'm told we followed the model that was provided by FRC for team built field elements.
Yeah. And then that's the perfect
You
angle to
have
show
my-
it from here. Yes, I got us.
Corey, Jordan, how you guys doing on water? We should drink some water.
4 Gatorades and like probably a liter of water.
You're good. You're good. Gatorade's over
You
the
could
desk
get
we were sitting at.
too
The
much
table
of
we were
that,
sitting at
though.
originally. Yeah, seriously. Oh, dude. She ain't pretty, but she works. What's our width? What's our width on this guy? People are gonna ask about that also. 22 inches. Ideally, we want to be wider than that, but 22 is still solid.
And this is like several times.
Yeah, so that you can move to whichever one.
Okay.
And we'll try a few things, also being this close, but also if you don't drive up all the way, how that looks.
You guys need this out here?
Oh,
Couldn't hurt.
yeah, that's pretty neat. Yeah, that's great. How's this? Good? Good? What's that?
You got everything you need to start?
Sure.
Okay. Whenever.
Hey everyone, Reese here with Cranberry Alarm, Ri3D. I'm here today, I'm going to be demonstrating our ramp intake prototype. We have here a human player station built from the field specs provided by FRC for the team built human feeder station. So for this intake, we basically have this currently set right now at a 10-degree slope. And this top point right here is set at 33 inches from carpet. On the human player station, this point right here, I believe was set at around 35 inches, 37 inches. And so from there, we want to give it a little bit of area to fly into our robot. And our goal is to vector it into a single place so that we can then index it and score it. So we're using also our surface right here is polycarbonate. So we'll be demonstrating multiple different surfaces and showing what angles work and what angles don't work. But we'll start with this right now. So this is pretty standard. You drive up all the way, you're all the way centered, you're perfectly centered, and this is kind of how it's looking. Then we'll kind of throw in some more. Let's say you're angled a little bit. That does it okay. Let's say we're off to the side. And you can see it slowed down there a little bit. So if you had your mechanism to pull it through the rest of the way. Now let's go ahead and see with the human player giving it some oomph. There it is. See that one more time. There it is. And let's go ahead and back up the robot just a little bit. The robot. Go ahead. Let's see a soft one. There you go. And then we're gonna go ahead and angle it some more and see how that kind of looks. And then go ahead and drop it in horizontally. So in this case, it didn't make it its way through. In most cases, it probably won't make it through. There it goes. Good there. And then we'll cut to the next one.
Yep.
Do you want to see more?
We push it like all the way.
All.
Or just
Yep. Like that?
Yeah.
And so this is also a 22-inch width intake. Ideally, you would like this to be the entire width of your robot. So let's go ahead and see. We're a little far off right now. We'll go and give it just a little bit more. Give it a little bit of room. Let's go and try that. So even it made its way through. Go ahead and give it some oomph. There you go. That's good there. Good? Awesome. All right. Grant, let's go ahead and move this up.
All right. Good call, Corey.
Yeah. I agree.
I see where you're going with that.
You good?
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
Right now?
Yeah.
Start working on a prototype for a cone, a coral. Ejecting the coral, flywheel on both sides. Top and bottom. What was that? Oh, you might have to pull it out just a little bit. So.
Yeah, we got coral intake. Passive. Coral intake.
We're just gonna put it at. It's not hold higher. It's just gonna be.
I don't think you coral from the ground at all. What was determined on that? There is a lot of coral.
It's gonna be annoying if it's in the way.
Go ahead and just send it in right there, wherever.
You're gonna have to sleep it away from the feeder station and get right up to the feed. So it's not a team war.
You can just drag sideways. Not as I can. Chlorine coral.
Someone is going to like clamp onto coral and manipulate it up to their
You know, this is set up perfectly for an FTC test transfer. Have a an elevator come down, pick it up, and sort of.
Alright, let's go and test it first, see how it is. This is expected. This is good that we're seeing failures.
Yeah. Push it to the point of failure for sure.
Give us some oomph.
2017.
Everyone had this.
Yeah.
Ready for a video?
Yep. Okay.
Make sure we drop everything first.
What? Huh? So here we have another iteration of the prototype. We've instead changed the angle from 10 degrees now to 5 degrees. All the parameters are still the same on this one, polycarb base, 22-inch wide, vectoring. Just gonna give it a shot. So just dropping it seems to have it doesn't have enough velocity to get through the vectoring. It gets slightly through it, so maybe you would be able to grab it from there. This is also a very janky prototype, but I think gets the point across. Let's go and try it with some. All right, let's go and try vectoring now. So it's definitely not coming through with enough the same velocity that it was coming through before with the 10 degrees. The thing is, it was getting snagged a few times there. I feel a little bit more comfortable with 10 degrees. That's good there. All right, so let's go ahead and let's move the wood now. You want to take that tape? Hit the other side? All right, and let's move it down a little bit. Before you take that out, let me get my measure app out. Okay. Oh, good there. Go ahead. Yep. 10 degrees. We're back to 10 degrees now. 5 degrees. All right, go ahead. Okay. I just want to see a few before we start it. Go ahead and throw it. All right, I think we're ready for this one. All right. For this prototype, we now have the wood base, still with the same parameters of 22 inches wide and vectoring. And we still have the 33-inch height, but this time we're at 10 degrees now. Just gonna see it. With a soft touch. See some velocity. One more time. So it seems to be coming through just as well as polycarbonate. So good I can't even catch it. All right, and let's go see some vectoring. It seems to slide pretty well up against the wood. Polycarbonate and wood seem to be pretty comparable from these tests, at least in this configuration. And let's try backing up just a little bit. Go and throw it. So it looks like if you just get too far away, it won't be quite as reliable. So ultimately, it may be best to drop this ultimate height right here down a little bit just to give you more wiggle room for accepting the game pieces. Awesome. Good there? So I think that's good with, I think plywood performed well. Do you want to see plywood at 5 degrees?
I think it looks about the same.
Yeah. Pretty comparable. Best thing maybe to do is show different heights. So we just showed 33. Maybe we show a lower height where we're farther away.
We could just put this on blocks or something.
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine.
So that's an extra.
1.5 inches. So now we're at 31.5. So for this test, we have now moved the human player station up 1.5 inches. So this moves the total height of this edge right here down to 31.5. So let's go and give this a shot. And the reason for moving it down is we want to go ahead and give ourselves a little bit more wiggle room by moving the robot back. So let's say you can't get your robot all the way up against the wall due to defense or whatever else. Very nice. And this is also on a 10-degree slope with a plywood surface. Go and give us some. Very nice. Let's keep backing it up till it fails. So for this one, based on your robot constraints, ultimately it comes down to the farther you can bring this down, the farther you can accept the game piece from. If you're, depending on your robot constraints, that may fit some people. Some people may need it really high up. For us, this is where we may end up at. Okay. Was there one more we can do or what? Or should I end and put an outro on that one?
I think we've showed a good amount. And like we've showed a testing process that they can follow too, which is important.
Good there?
I think so.
You have enough video?
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to do that, sure.
Okay, awesome. That should about wrap up our testing of the passive ramped intake while vectoring the coral game piece. Thank you guys for watching, and be sure to check out more videos on Fun Robotics Network for Ri3D. One more time. That should about wrap up our testing for the passive ramped intake with vectoring for the coral game piece coming from the human player station. Thank you guys for watching, and be sure to check out more videos on Fun Robotics Network for Cranberry Alarm Ri3D. Nice. All right. I can make it lower to get that.
I'm gonna move the camera through here.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that.
I'm thinking Arby's.
Sorry. It's 135.
The ramp is a lot of space. We have to carry the whole ramp. We don't have to carry the whole ramp.
No, God no. You only carry, you're going to be carrying 2 polycarbonate sheets.
You're only carrying the part on the end effector area.
Yes, Oh, yes, bro. Oh my God.
75% of the ramp is just to get it to the spot.
And then we can move the camera back to mine. It's right there.
Yep.
What? Wait, how does that work? How do you pack? I guess you just have to have the elevator all the way down?
A hole, yeah, you have the elevator all the way down and it goes through the elevator. And you have a hole in the elevator, or a hole in your ramp, right? And then you constrain it top and bottom with wheels, and then you constrain it left and right with a 3D printed piece, or whatever you put there to constrain left and right.
You don't really even see that. Literally just like 2 plates. That's fine.
Yeah, 2 plates is fine. But I'm imagining right now the simplest way to build this is with that carriage, you're gonna notch 2 pieces of polycarbonate on the inside of the carriage, and they're gonna build up material so that you can then put a wheel here and a wheel here. Okay, and then now you have a space that you need to fill in between the piece and the 2 polycarbonate plates. And that's where that 3D printed piece goes in. Yeah, and just to give it that little bit of and you probably want to be on it pretty snug because you don't want this to move left and right.
You don't have to be snug, you just need to be long.
No, you need to be. I guess.
Right?
Yeah.
If you're snug here, that's the same as being like kind of loose all the way down.
I agree. But so also with the way the geometry is right now, we're holding it on the back half and the front half is outside of the frame zone, but with inside the bumper zone.
Yes. Intentionally? Wait,
Yes.
why?
So that you can, because this has to clear the back half of the elevator. So by pushing it as far forward as possible, you clear the back half of the elevator so you can move out.
How are we going to index where that is?
You're going to have an infrared sensor that will.
Oh, bro, you're killing me.
You know, I guess.
Yeah. I personally am way more for like a hard stop, and it slides and hits the hard stop, and then when we score, we pull the hard stop out.
I agree. That's an added level of complexity.
No, that's way simpler. No wheels.
You could make a hard stop.
Are you saying just
Sure? Yeah.
You say just like
just
a
put
gate
the wheels here.
that just gets out of the way.
Yeah.
And then it rolls by
you're right.
gravity.
Just put the wheels here.
No, but that's the problem is that with the then when you have to push the elevator back.
I'm really concerned about indexing correctly the coral linearly with wheels. I think we can do it, but
So if
I'm worried about
we
consistency.
hold it on the front half, right? Our wheels are here. I'm okay with this. The elevator is going to be all the way back here.
Nah, that's brutal. We want the elevator to fall forward as possible.
Does it matter?
Well, it's reach then, right? We
Come
want
look
to
at the map. Come look at the model. Come look at the model.
We want to be reaching away from the elevator as little as possible, right? We want to keep the center of gravity in the elevator. Yes.
I feel sacrilegious.
Use a MacBook. It's fine.
Palm shape is designed for mouse pads.
Not for trackpads.
You'll be
though.
fine. Trackpads.
So,
Crying.
this is our stowed position, right?
Mhm.
We have a whole bunch of elevator components here that we have to get past.
Yeah.
Okay? So, if we then.
What I'm saying is you want to minimize.
I see what you're saying.
I know what you're trying to say, but we're held by design constraints right now.
Are we? What are we?
How can you can't move this back.
No, I want to move the elevator forward.
You can't. Because
Why do you say that?
unless you move the crossbars that are at the top of the elevator all the way back. Because you're going to have a top on the elevator. Look, where's our elevator at? Look at this elevator. You're going to have, imagine this piece right here is instead right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Back tight.
And right now, we're having a two-stage elevator, okay? One stage is all the way down here, and there's polycarbonate that brings it up to here. Okay? So then this is held here. If we hold it like this, you see that? We hit this and this. So we have to.
Wait, you're hitting what? This back member?
Yes. But inside of the coral, well, if the coral's up here, you are free to move all the way up. Because the carriage the carriage
we'll
moves
hit
past
this first, and you're saying the carriage plus the uplift of the carriage
Yes.
is going to hit
It
this.
does, yes.
Right. Because we're lifting it up from
Because
the
if
carriage.
you the carriage point is. And even if it was inside the carriage, you hit this point.
The back one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so then you say back this off, but then now you do a twist. And I think, in my opinion, I think it's better to back it off, keep this polycarbonate, put a bunch of shore on it, make it really robust.
Can I borrow the? No.
Which one? The branch thing?
Yeah.
They have a trough.
Oh, nice.
Oh, let's go.
Nice.
Wow. Efficiency.
Go to the third one. 40
So there's one thing that
Chuck testing.
I gotta. This guy's a little loose, and I gotta make sure I put it in before I.
We need it.
Very nice.
more from the side.
Yeah, it's hard to.
Here we go.
This is at least
stable.
Alright, let's.
You just put on that. There you go.
Well, make sure it scores an L2, because it will be the same height.
Oh, yeah.
No, our robot will start lower. We're starting lower. That far forward. We'll be back. There.
Come at it from the side. Then.
Yeah, that's a.
No, this is not reliable.
Even shallower angle? It's like this. Right?
Wow.
Like that. What if I... Wait, here, let me aim it
Is this
back
surface
more.
HDTV then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're getting hot.
Here, wait on this. Get lower, straight on.
This way?
Yep.
Like, you want a shallower angle or just lower?
Do shallower angle a little bit. Yep, and then lower. Okay, and then.
Dang.
Yeah. This is fast pace, anyways.
You gotta get like a lucky bounce.
My thinking right now is that we'll do a like I want it to.
Okay. This is a hexagon, so it comes out right here. If you bring the robot up against this corner,
Yeah.
facing like that, are you gonna be able to score?
That's what I was saying with something like this, right? If you do this, I feel like this is gonna be better.
Yeah.
You're gonna be
Possible.
more consistent.
Possible.
Especially if you do it again from here, shoot for the back.
But getting your angle there is going to be difficult. Yeah, but if you're aligned with the hexagon parts, I feel like it'll be fine.
Yeah, if you index your bumpers here. Oh, it's pretty good. Oh. So drop it out real slow, like.
Real slow, like.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we have wheels, we control how fast it goes out, right? That is an advantage of wheels.
But that means that you'll also be controlling it until the very end. Like you'll be controlling it like this. So then, as you let go, it does that. Instead of doing like this.
Yeah.
Kitbot probably has it right.
On the horizontal. I agree completely.
Yeah.
You're putting huge divots.
Yeah. That's okay.
If you had these stacked, could you store the coral in this still?
Yeah. Put the third one on.
But I mean,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, there's
what point do you start to get L2?
That's what I was asking. But I think you get that other one.
Yeah, I think it's plenty.
Alright, there is, if you guys start using this, there's a bolt hole, I think, where you can try to screw a bolt in down here.
You made a bolt hole, or the pole has
The
a bolt?
plan has a,
Does this pole have a?
I don't know.
That's my question.
Yeah, it
There's
does.
a bolt hole down there.
Yeah, it does.
No.
Yeah.
On the
the
front?
other side.
Well, see.
Yikes.
We'll just turn it facing this way. No problem. Bolt holes line up now.
Doesn't make a lot of sense. Why they tell you to put the bolt hole
The outside.
Is this hollow on the bottom? Oh no, it's got this plate, yeah.
We can just tape it up for now.
Do we have like high clamps?
on?
Are good enough? It's like the strap kind.
Or you just jam some
That's
sure that
really
later
good.
versions will have the bolt hole.
This is nice to see.
Yeah, this is my worry with L1 from the start. That we didn't fully know the interaction.
Yeah, it's way harder.
Way harder than we
And
expected.
I thought this was I thought this looked deeper
So
to me.
if you are high enough and you shoot it slightly though, you hit the second rim, do you ever fall in reverse, do you tumble out?
You tumble out. You tumble out. People need to be prepared for game pieces in their way.
On the ground?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So.
But can I go a little faster?
You gotta block.
Not a block there?
You're good now. You passed it.
I mean, the only way that this is staying there.
I think that you gotta come this way.
So if you go slow here, now you're just.
Yeah,
You gotta come in this way. I'm telling you. It has to be this way.
There's no way that
You can't, yeah, you just have to be high enough with the right angle for it to go fall.
Yeah, it's the right angle.
That's
it's,
gonna be.
It's sitting here.
That's really annoying to do.
That's gonna be inconsistent too, because if there's another thing there, it bounce out.
Well, okay, so what if we had the thing though?
But I guess
where-
that's how you score if you have another alliance partner like at the one you want.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I've got a coral. Like
Turn it L2,
you know,
yeah.
play
And we
it.
have a piece of polycard below. Can you grab something actually to act as a faceplate? We gotta put it 3 inches away because of bumper.
Bumper.
Yeah, sure.
What do you think?
A good like 3 inches away. It has to be.
Good like.
So I think if you moved up.
That will help.
Yeah,
this is the note blocker from last year.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were aiming for something like here and you let it go, it might make that. Rather than like being low here, if you just vertically shift. Because then you're going to move this way a bit more. So if you hit higher up here, you're going to bounce it there.
Too much energy.
Yeah.
Bouncy little game pieces.
That stinks. I thought L1 was gonna catch everybody's misses.
Yeah, me too.
And then it
Not
would be
catching
easy.
strays, yeah.
We should document this.
You're probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Teams need to know about this.
Immediately.
Yeah, we probably should do a video now about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, and then I would
little dumper is enough.
do combine with scoring this and what angles you can score this from and stuff with it.
Oh yeah, we can show the fact that you can score this like head on, right? Basically. Same with this one. You can score it nearly head on. Well,
Yeah, show different angles, different speeds, push
I
it
would
to
rather
failure.
like.
you're too far away.
Sorry.
Don't kill me at the.
Gotta get the
We're
shin
gonna
guards
be kind
out.
of far away.
I get the.
Not
gotta
that,
be
not
this
that
far.
No shot. You see Reese's render?
Bumper?
Reese's render had the game piece like here, dude. I'm serious. Go look at his render.
What kind of game piece manipulation we got?
I don't know. You're coming up with it.
Yeah.
That's over the bumper, dude.
That's what I told
The
you.
game pieces, not the.
Oh. Okay, so
It's more advantageous. Yeah.
we're indexing it
In front of
sneaky tight.
ourselves. We're holding it like
Yeah.
holding it back here, like this, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. So yes, this is back more, but this is not back.
Okay.
Which is better, I think. I actually do think that's better for scoring too. You kind of want it to be close.
What's the lowest we can go? L2?
No, L1.
No, like the height.
What do you mean?
It's of that when it's all the way down.
L1.
that, oh, like right there?
Yeah.
Okay. That's
Reese's cooking.
How many stages is that? 2 stages. Very
Yeah,
bad.
that's what I'm
saying. What's that?
Dude, while you were over there, we dropped it like 30 times, and like 2 of them stayed in accidentally. It's just bad. Do we need something to like deflect these if we're gonna try to score L1? Or do we just say like L1 is no longer helpful?
No,
The
we
ki-
need L1. We need L1.
Yeah, we need
Because
L1.
we decided that if we can do L4, we have L1, L2, L4 for the RP.
I'm saying which is easier, algae remover or L1?
You can park at the side and still put it in.
Like the kit pod.
Yeah, we need another. We need to get another one of these.
Yeah.
But I'm not about to ask them to do another one of these.
No, but can we like tape another piece of wood on at the right angle?
Yes.
Yeah.
For what? Oh, to have for algae?
Yeah. No, for going in from the side.
Yeah.
Oh, for this.
To understand what the angle is looking like.
Yeah.
That is it.
That's.
Can I put it on 4 real quick? Yeah, that's it. Or is that a 45?
No, this piece, that's too. You have like a rock or wide deflector.
Well, this is 2 5 3 by 4, so I think this is it.
So why do we need that?
We're trying to understand if this is 45 degrees, because we need to understand what the angle that's coming in at here.
It's not 45 degrees.
You're going to be coming in
it's
like
a
this.
hexagon.
It's 60. 60, right?
Oh, you're saying another wall
It's
right
60
here
degrees, right here. Yeah.
to be able to see how your bumpers
Yeah.
are. I understand. I was like, why do we need this piece over here?
We don't. We just need a piece over there.
We need a wood wall.
60 degrees from this.
Got it. That's more doable.
Is that?
I don't know what 60 degrees look like.
I don't know. What 60 degrees looks like.
Gotta work that square again.
About that much?
You got a square.
Your drive team dance.
Make a 30, 60, 90. A, 2A, A root 3.
Nerd.
You pulled up the right angle.
No, oh yeah, well it's a 30, 60, 90. This
Okay.
one's this one's the 60.
Okay.
But each square.
Check out Shane Auto is working. What?
Who's got their auto working already?
Probably.
They probably have an
Citrus?
auto working and no
Right?
robot.
Probably caramel.
They just have a drivetrain.
Dirty bench grinder?
Are they on a
33. Rust Towns, yeah.
Are you sure they're not on just? Are they possibly just on the second house?
Yeah, it is.
What is it? They have a minute counter.
Do we want to?
That's how it's.
I don't
Yeah.
see any autos.
Yeah.
Wait, hold that.
Here it should be parallel. These two should be
That's
parallel.
mine. Let's take mine on.
Nice auto, bro.
Is that 60?
I'm tempted to go for
That doesn't look like 60.
It's 30. Should be. Wait.
You should load up like the
Is
auto
that-
from last year. Have a robot yell and start and be like, yeah, we got that.
We do. Corey and I already set up all the auto stuff. We can drive around wherever we want in the field with that drivetrain. We're ready to cook. We just need the rest of the robot.
I don't think they actually have like audio, by the way.
I won't tell them that.
So your robot's coming in, and it gets to here.
That's no good.
Now if you offset,
What if you're
You can take here rookie mentors.
which is
Even if you're over the bumpers, that's not enough. Tommy, you throw that.
What screw?
I mean, you can.
Well, what if your bumpers are
My
drivetrain!
Wait.
In line with it and just be offset whatever you need to be?
Where did that piece of wood
So you'll be going in at like
Where'd you get that wood from?
this angle.
That's what I was saying. Like,
That guy, Grant? Ah, my fingers.
Cheap questions. We got the whole thing. No cheap questions.
like this. Right? So that's okay.
You should have seen last year.
Are you going the right way?
I had like I opened up cheap after like the first video came out. There was like 12 questions to answer in 5 minutes, and I was like,
YouTube video questions.
yeah, YouTube comments.
Oh yeah. Do we have any Twitch questions?
That's so sexy.
Kevin's here.
We're on YouTube. I am the public relations guy.
Bring a screw. Bring a screw.
That was the funny thing about last year. We had so many people helping out that I just stayed next to the computer and
You're
just
part of
watched.
Wait.
Huh?
You're part of
I don't work on Chief Delphi, but I go on Chief Delphi.
What tape?
No, screw.
Yeah, I'm not on that.
Processing squad is on your side of the field right here. Squad is not sure that you want to.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Seriously, we probably will be here at like 8 a.m. So anytime
Won't
after
penalize
that,
it, and then the score would be infinite.
whenever you're up and moving it, yeah.
I feel like I have lost context.
Also, the snowstorm, we'll see.
Oh, we would know. Our team in particular would know about what happens when you get enough penalties.
It's one of those like, I don't want to be, but
We
I'm
weren't,
really prepared to
the
not.
ones that caused the penalties, but we were in the match.
Yeah.
We were on the losing side of that.
I was driving.
He was really sad. They were both in the box. So that the blue lights
Probably
are
know a little bit in advance.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not gonna dump
right
it
up
like
again.
an hour or something.
What are we talking? I don't like. I don't know what conversation is going on in the YouTube chat.
So it's kind of like, yeah, somewhere with you. Yep. Yeah, thanks for.
No, this is like questions that are popping up right now, and I'm like, I don't know what penalties we're talking about.
Yes, we've developed a chokehold strategy that allows you infinite points. They're not infinite.
I'm gonna point the infinite without penalty. Not following the strategy at all. Yes, I don't know what conversation is happening in the YouTube chat. I just got back.
Who's Marcus? Hey guys, what's your favorite color?
Only limit for $4.
It's rough. Okay, so my question is, assuming the manipulator that does these three well does not score L1 well at all, yeah, say even at all. Do we think it is important to have
Green is a
device that
nice
scores
color. Green is a nice
L1, or like some way to score L1, or remove algae, or neither of those?
You know what you could do?
I don't know
Well,
what penalties
what I was
I got
thinking
that.
was
I don't know what penalties we're talking about.
factoring that we have the elevator that is because there's different sections of the elevator, right?
Green is key.
You like we were planning on putting the algae removal below that area that we have right there.
Yeah, I'm not
That area
talking very.
could have a different section that's meant for the wide section of the game piece.
Lapel mic right here. Answer that question.
So you move the elevator up the ramp or the straight, and then you move the elevator up, and you get the long way.
What is that tree
But
point?
you still have to rotate it somehow.
No, you don't. You don't.
Steel?
Because now when you go to get it,
It is
you
really hefty.
let
It's
them,
powder
you let the
coated
human player drop it in like this, and then you. But
That's
Wait,
powder coated
wait.
steel.
What if you do like a V?
Get a little closer.
What if you were a ramp funnel?
I could also type. It would make things easier, so they can hear them try and talk.
Like answer the internet.
And the game piece goes down this
No,
way?
Yeah.
that tree was.
Yeah.
We were borrowing
the
it from
manipulator
Animark.
needs to accept both ways.
Or move out of the way. Yeah.
Yeah,
It is official
Roller
field.
bar on
Yes.
top and bottom.
we are already sold out.
Oh,
so we
but
don't
it
need to-
changes where.
We have
vertically
an
it is.
official reef
that's easy
tree,
to deal with if
and
you
we
have it up
have
and
an
down.
official
Well,
field
if
for the
well,
cage.
what if the elevator?
Well, official cage. We don't have the actual.
We're kind of cooking too
I
hard.
will be climbing onto the tree as soon as I
That
can.
was my initial question of like, do we care about L1 at all?
I really like that idea for
shown you know who that is?
I don't know who this
One mechanism on top with these three, and then you lift it up a little bit, and it indexes into a horizontal bottom one, but that might be okay.
Well, that's the same exact thing you were saying for the algae.
Would it be possible to buy one from anywhere?
But
Is it
that's
sold out?
That's
We are sold out right now.
I'm saying
The trees are sold out.
We'll have them back in stock later.
what I'm saying is both of those are going to add complexity.
Could a curling
If we're talking about
iron
one,
claw be fired?
to do the other one as far as adding complexity.
Curling
should
iron
also be
claw
in
for
consideration at least. Versus just
Oh,
doing
like
it.
a.
We just say we can't
pinching on.
Wow, that's a
On what?
Don't remove algae. Don't help.
Probably the coral.
Pinch on the coral.
If you stick it in the
I don't
coral,
think we
sure.
can do that.
For the algae, no.
So we don't reach our goals.
I mean, it has to be giant.
Scoring goals. I mean, we could.
I'm just gonna snap my apple.
But we better like.
You just don't hit the RP solo, right? Yeah. But you gotta. Do we think it's enough for a team to be contributing, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like we didn't amp last year, but amping was necessary for RP, basically, right? And we didn't trap last year, but trapping was necessary for RP.
Yeah, this grabs his way. He's gonna grab it on HTTP.
Yeah, it's not quite as bad as HTTP, but it's still going
We
to.
posted a video.
It's gonna be a pot shot.
I think we only got one.
Yes.
My question more is a like strategy design question, like
Yeah, one video, 50 minutes.
of like does a viable competitive robot need to do all of those things? Or is it reasonable enough to say that I will be with a kit bot that can do L1 or a decent other team that can remove algae? Like the fact, if you have one of those two robots on your team, you have enough to score the RP with you.
We're talking about re-entering algae onto the field.
Yeah. Well, if the other player doesn't
They don't score it, or they fail to score it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I want to fill the algae. I think the net.
I think algae is very, very important.
I think you can, if you do algae right and you hog them all at the beginning and score them, you can get in a 20-10 cycle of people have to re-enter the ball into the field.
At what point do they have to re-enter?
I think there's only 3 spots they can set the ball outside of the field, right?
But that says that they can put it there to create room in the just to keep the flow of
Right.
scoring.
I'm saying when you put the 4th one in, do they have to put it in the field? Seriously?
Move my way.
Of your butt? Kevin, you should figure that out. Don't you have the rules up?
Yeah, I got the chat up right now.
So
I've been looking for it. I don't know if there is a time where they actually force you to return it.
Okay, that might not be
I can't find anything that says that you're forced to return it after a certain
Is
amount
that
of
the
time.
correct height?
Oh, hello, Bacon Jam. I remember you from last year.
Bacon Jam.
Shout out to Bacon Jam, I guess.
Yeah, Bacon Jam was in the chat a lot last year.
Is that jam made out of bacon?
Wanted to cycle the
Bacon
same
Jam was
algae
like
over and over
Bacon.
again if the opponent were to
Jam
score
made out of-
into the processor, but I can't find
It's
the
bacon made out of grapes.
Bacon made out of grapes.
Hey.
I don't know if I like that statement.
that's the hard one.
The more I've been thinking about grabbing.
You can just go straight out with that. You don't have to lift up with that.
So you think if you grab it in the front, like you just rip it right out?
I think it's so easy
You can fit
controls
9
wise.
in large, right?
With that design, to
Grant,
push up against
you can
there,
fit
the
9
driver
in the
presses
net,
button,
no problem,
The
right?
elevator slowly
But,
goes
like,
up.
You can fit all 9. Yeah.
Constant velocity up, constant velocity
You can
back.
fit 9 in the net. Got it.
Yeah,
That's
we
what
did
they're
it. That's what I was thinking. I'm saying, and I'm
9
saying
in
that
each
not
side.
as like
Okay.
me,
That's what
a
questions
veteran
popped up, so.
programmer. I'm saying
I
that,
knew
like,
you did the math
that's
earlier.
relatively straightforward to program for even a rookie.
Yeah, so
like that's something most teams should be able to
if you
do.
score it into the processor, you're scoring into your processor that has an opponent human player behind it. and that will be out of the field until they attempt to score it into the net. And if they miss, then you can try to rescore it again.
How many they can hold?
That's the question we keep having today, but I can't.
Okay, this is like a basic.
We are using OnShape for our CAD.
Oh, yeah.
Did you guys have a cabin yet?
Yeah.
It's on the sheet.
Yeah. So if the other team fills up their net, you can store it into the processor as much as you want. It's pretty cool.
He's on a struggle.
Fill up their net, you can store into the processor as much as you want. Well, you can keep if they balance on top of the other bolts in the net. But I guess that'd be so yeah, theoretically, if they filled their net, you can just keep scoring into the processor.
Not that we're doing it,
But would you want to?
What are you saying you're not worried about? Being able to remove algae?
Risk the what,
I'm saying, like, are we
36
set
points?
on we are removing algae?
And then
or
just
we
keep
not
going?
removing?
We are on a priority basis.
Tree estimated back in stock January 15th. That sounds right?
So right now, our first
Yep.
thing needs to be
Sounds right.
scoring L1, L2, L3.
Team scoring on
I'm
you.
not
Your
worried
process
about.
will be no
We
reason.
build a robot that does that, and while we're designing and working on it, we figure out what needs to change, and try and go for that.
I think you sacrifice algae taking out, though, if you do L1.
Yeah, I think that's my concern. I think you do one or the other.
Yeah. Because the bottom area where you would put the horizontal algae
Well,
store
so
is where
the full
where the
net,
horizontal-
you only get half the net to score in.
Yeah.
That's only half the net is your side. So if you fill your side and
How
they
many
keep
can fit in
scoring
there?
in your processor, what?
How many can fit in there?
9. Your 9 that are on your side of the field.
There's 6, 8 on one side, so you can fully fill with one side.
Yeah.
So
There's
8?
no, there's 18,
There's
18 algae.
Right.
6 and
There's 6
3.
in the reef,
And then 3 on the ground. So there's 9 per
enough
side.
algae to fill each net exactly.
Yeah. So,
So
if you're a
fill
human
that
player,
and then you put
don't.
more in there.
I was like, so if you're a human player, don't try and score in the other one. Unless your strategy is to max out theirs and then
Unless your strategy is
just
to
go full on into the processor because now they can't score.
But do they have to re-enter the game piece?
That is the.
don't.
We're still looking. We're still looking.
I think
Quick,
no.
call the
I
game's
think
not
it's a
finished.
no.
Just call Liz.
There'll be a team update
Somebody just
clarifying
call
that,
Liz.
or a Q&A about it.
I could just
Good or the algae. Yeah.
Okay.
Put the algae back in
We're
the
gonna
field
have, like,
since
a
they don't
discussion
have
first, like,
to.
just sit
Yeah,
down
we're trying to
and they're
find
gonna
out
go
if they
conflict
have
lines.
to
'Cause I think we know
put
what
it back
we can
in.
reasonably do or not.
I think
we
they
need to
should
figure
do
out
that.
which mix of things we want to do.
Right
in my
now,
opinion.
I feel confident in our ability to score L2, L3, L4. With the, I'm removing the algae.
If anybody else in chat, there's if you type in exclamation CA CAD,
I have full
exclamation
confidence
CA
in
code,
the
it will
design we
display
have
the
for
link to
it
you
to
to
be able
the
to
code
do
and
that
CAD
effectively.
links.
I think so too.
CA CAD.
So exclamation CA CAD or exclamation CA code, and that
Okay.
will show you the code or the CAD link.
Nice.
Thank you.
We don't have a solution for algae into the processor.
What is stopping me from just
Oh, is that
scoring
the
in the
size of the
processor and then missing
something
and
ants?
scoring again?
Let's go in there. I want to go sit down and
So-
play around with
That
CAD.
looks like the ant.
If you score in the processor, the human player that is at that processor is the opponent human player.
He has a video of them.
So if you put it into the processor, they have the chance to score, and if they make it, then you only have +2 on that entire interaction.
There. We'll be in a second, Reese.
Because one thing I said in the video that I never actually was, if you push like this sort of mechanism up against it with the algae in it, and you run these wheels up while you're driving in,
The bottom ones too, or just this one?
both of them, then you can.
Oh, you push, you run them, and you just drive forward slowly, right? Yeah. Like you push the thing.
It's kind of hard because I'm going against.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's easy to do. But you gotta think, bumper height. Going lower than the bumpers is hard. So can we? grab the ball again.
Oh, this would be like painted out.
Grab the ball again real quick.
But if you had, I mean, if you had this wheel
Stick
up higher,
here.
wouldn't it be even easier? You don't need the one set.
Stick of what?
I was just gonna try to simulate bumper height.
I mean,
but yeah, you're gonna need to be below bumper height.
No, I mean, not necessarily here.
You got the.
Yeah, there's no rules on it.
yeah, I don't think there is.
No.
I don't think you're forced to return it.
Yet. And I think that'll definitely be a Q&A.
Well, like, where do you put them? Because they're going to roll away.
Yeah, so...
No,
What I'm
so there's
thinking-
three.
I know, but
only
you set them on the floor.
We don't even need this to go down.
Behind you, they're
Wait,
just
wait.
gonna roll away.
Grant,
Yeah,
can you
so
grab me a
there's
ball
three
again?
up top, and then it can hold three in the
Here's my
tier
thought.
Oh. And that's 6.
Okay.
How many
Yeah.
are there?
One, there's a. Do we need to pick up from the ground?
There's not, yeah, much more than that.
Would an
There's
elevator
9.
system work for
It's
elevation?
a lot.
Yeah,
This
an
is not
elevator or
bumper.
scissor
That's
lift
3.5.
or something.
Yeah. What's bumper?
One of those, just some
7.
sort of
Oh, okay,
mechanism
like
to
over the
get
frame.
you up. The asphalt.
Can we not say scissor lift?
Over the frame. Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't go below the frame. This makes
They-
design
Do
easier.
not.
If you just
not
push
build
like.
this.
Those are very.
Like, okay, so it starts here, right?
Those are.
You got it from the reef.
Cranberry Alarm,
Spin it out here.
we'll be using an
As you
elevator
push.
for
Would you
some
need to spit it out there?
flavor
Could you spit it
in
out
order to
straight?
split
Oh, yeah,
L4.
sure. Yeah.
If you're rolling like that,
Yeah.
you just straight into it.
The only downside is that you couldn't pick it up from the ground.
At the unless something's changed in the 45 minutes I was gone, I think we're still looking L4.
L4? Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible to
Definitely.
do with our just 2-stage.
Yep.
Okay.
You
That's
can
the
tell
curve.
them the harder one to do is L1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously.
They found out that
It's more
if
different.
you
I mean, I think the kit butt has it easy.
The problem is it's a different
right.
problem, but very solvable.
yeah,
Right? The kitbot makes it super easy, but it
In a
just
way.
does that.
when you use
Yeah,
a
if you can
pneumatic-
integrate that with an elevator or whatever other mechanism.
like
I still, in my head,
Alright,
it's
where
like
are they
setting
gonna
an
do?
FTC
Okay.
style mechanism.
Cookie Dev, are you asking us if we're going to use a pneumatic pump, or are you asking can you use a pneumatic pump, just in general?
You can use a pneumatic pump.
You
We
can-
will not be doing that.
Use. Or if you overstress it, you are dev cook.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we're going to use a pneumatic.
Another third wheel side.
No, we're not going to use pneumatic pumps. Sorry, but you can just use pneumatic pumps. Where's our whiteboard? So we just put it on that for while they're in there doing that.
Good question.
I mean, I can just put it in here. And then I go
You
in
could save a
then I gotta
pneumatic.
Jordan, I have an easy way to
Alright,
index.
camera is in here now. It's in there.
Hi,
Just gonna keep it
camera.
there, but yeah.
Hello, camera.
So with Maybach, do you want to climb to the limit of
Time for tab.
HDMI. Hit the mud. Hit the mud.
How do I do the local thing? Click on local.
Tap it and hit all local.
I'm going to sit here.
Or you just take all the Oreos?
Put them away.
No Oreos. No Oreos
No
for you,
Oreos
Jordan.
for you.
What if I told you that I ate all?
I wouldn't be surprised. Oops, it's all Oreos.
Alright. Mini bot just for hanging wouldn't be ideal unless you plan on incorporating it. Why is there talking?
Yeah, sorry. It's the easiest way to open these.
Did someone take this spot?
Nope.
Me.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know, I can train this.
I can bring
And I'll
some
be
chairs
behind
around.
the camera.
To the tube.
Nah, I'll just go behind the camera. Reminder, this would be a great time to grab a bottle of water or something.
Yeah, drink water, y'all.
I've drank so much water already.
Including chat.
Water.
2017.
There's water inside, right?
Coca-Cola?
It was just
I mean,
the walk
technically,
between
yeah.
the competition to the cafeteria.
Ooh, that's a great idea.
Actually, Red Bull.
No.
Red Bull, if you're watching.
Distance between.
We would love to work with you. I would love to be a Red Bull athlete.
That had to be a longer walk.
We used to have the Red Bull truck go to our work every like 3 days.
That was a great walk.
What do you do? So you had the Red Bull truck go to your work every 2 days because you're
Bring Red Bull. They just brought Red Bull to our office.
To sophomore engineers?
What?
To sophomore engineers?
Yeah. I didn't drink any, but
Okay.
lots of people did.
Oh my god. I've lost how I constrain this. That one's good. That one's good. Also, I drew in the processor. See the 2 lines I highlighted? That's the top and bottom of the processor.
Okay. The gold and the the 2 gold lines.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's right there.
But that means that we don't have enough room under, like, we've drawn a 16-inch.
Oh, we got plenty of room.
Because we're not holding it onto it that much.
You're way out.
Right there. It's tight.
So we're actually gonna.
Yeah, but that means we can't have both at the same time.
Oh, I don't want both.
We can't have both.
So lift your elevator higher and let it like fall.
So that's you can have both at the same time, but I don't know how I constrain this. I don't know where.
That's not valuable to us.
I don't think so either.
Personally.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're scoring a coral, then you're going to get an algae, and then you're pulling away with the algae without the coral.
While it would be advantageous to have both, I do not think it's worth the trade-off for R3D. I think most teams are not going to have both most of the time.
There it is. It's hidden.
I think you want to be able to possess both when you're at the reef, but I think that's it.
What's the goal?
So like
take an algae out and put
pulling,
a...
yeah, pulling that out.
Just to limit cycle times?
Yeah.
Like go from the feeder station, grab a coral, go to the reef, take out an algae, put a coral in it, and then
Go put
score
your
the algae in
on,
the
do
processor.
the same thing. Yeah.
That kind of makes
I
sense.
think that's what a cycle looks like.
But you're gonna do way more. I mean, there's only 6 algae on the reef, so you're
Yeah,
gonna
so
do
you wanna get
way
rid of,
more
You
coral.
want to get rid of those as soon as possible, though.
How do you feel about this 10 degrees right here?
I think it's fine.
Sure.
As long as it's
we can
active.
We can try it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to build that prototype.
But also if it was powered.
Reese, you can put in 18 inches top to bottom for roller to roller of that thing out there.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
that's good.
couldn't you do it side to side also?
That's why I was saying earlier.
You can. It's the same concept.
That's what I think I probably didn't get to you correctly in a discussion. While you were doing top and bottom versus I was saying side to side, is that it takes up way
It's all
less
about
space for
All about packaging.
that.
Yeah.
So right now in our current
It
state,
doesn't really change.
this
Top
is
to bottom's easier for scoring.
Oh, no, that is. He's right. No, he's got a good point. Top and bottom is way better for scoring because you get to push it from the ground in. You don't care about the verticality, you're just going to push the wheels in. Versus if you have side rollers, they don't lift the ball up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's
for picking out the ground.
for scoring the processor.
For scoring the processor.
I mean, if you're just going to
if you have the processor, if you're at the right height for the processor, it makes no difference.
Yeah, that's true.
I do agree with picking off the ground. That was where it makes a big difference.
But for picking off the ground, you want it side to side. Because you want the wheels to touch at the same time, really. You don't want it top and bottom as much, unless you're going to tip the whole thing.
Even if you go top and bottom, you would want them cancered then, so you top and bottom.
The way, we added a ground intake on this, it would be something that would be deployed right here that would then go into two sideways.
I totally agree.
I'm really worried about that complexity.
Yeah, so that's also where we need to be able to do L1, and if we are able to do L1, then we can just put a ground one right here for the processor.
Like flips out,
hits
grabs
the ball, brings back in, something very simple.
Just a 4-bar.
Holds it up against the bumper and holds it right here. Then we actuate back and then just eject. Or we don't even need to eject. Roll it right around with it.
Like that. Jaws style?
Yeah, yeah.
Jaws style would be really easy with the roller bar.
Yeah. Get it up onto the bumper, hold it right here, and then eject into the processor.
Just you need some sort of backing so you don't pull it into your whole robot.
Yep.
Other than that,
I mean, you can pull it in like this. This is about packaging and getting the geometry right of where the roller is. You want the roller to be single position.
On a boat? What do you mean? You want to put a ground intake on the elevator?
Okay, you want a remover, and then a ground intake.
Yep.
So you would. So that's where.
That's what I said earlier.
Well, that's where things get hard because you're telling me you're gonna remove it.
It's gonna bounce around.
Chase it while it's bouncing on
the
the ground.
No. You just leave it. You remove it. You score. You leave it.
You go for it later.
You go for it later, or your teammate gets it. Or...
Well,
okay.
But if you already have possession of it.
Think about how much faster it would be if you just.
Yeah. That's one action versus two.
The match starts. You score your coral. You're there already. You go around and you just score. Take out all the out. Or you take out 3.
If we have a mechanism which is good at grabbing from the read and controlling it, that can score into the processor. We don't need to care about if we drop it because we spin around and then we use our grounding. I'm saying that grounding takes sounds dead easy to make in.
Yeah, and there's no downside to it, right?
The what? What sounds so easy to make?
Like a Jaws style roller bar, like tap it out.
Tons of room.
The downside is complexity,
Get it
so
off.
it's a
Reef
lower
this route. You get it over, and you're.
It's a variable height though.
So no, it cannot get it off the reef because the roller will be somewhere. We're gonna use a 4-inch roller for that. That'll sit right about there. It'll need the contact. It'll need to be a certain distance. Yeah, so 16-inch ball, so we probably want to go down to like 12 inches. No, it's tight. Probably like 14, 15.5 on a 16-inch ball.
Yeah.
Really?
It's 15 and a half to 16 and a half inches.
I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
so 15.
I think
16
I got the bottom.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It's a lot.
That's a lot. Okay, and we're using 4-inch compliance, so there will be a significant amount of compression on both sides.
Yeah.
So if that would come in right about here, and I guess let's do this.
I think separating the get a ball from the ground and get a ball off the reef thing is important. I think good teams will have ones that can do both together. I just separating them is.
This outside frame perimeter. This will get really tight right about here, but honestly, I don't think it should happen.
I think you need to be more than 15 for that to be a good test. Oh, you went to 13? Dude, put it back.
You can't, because it's outside frame, outside of extension. It's a 4-inch wheel, and this goes 13-inch wheel from this inside edge to here is 13 inches. It's a 4-inch wheel, so we're at 17 inches.
So take it into it.
You have that 13.
Yeah, but
what? You have 13
line.
I know, but you guys just don't trust me. I changed your 2-inch wheel, so it'll probably be fine now. 16 inches with a 2-inch wheel. Let's go to a 4-inch wheel. Haha.
We were right all along.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't think it needs to be that far. It has to be that far out in order to.
Yeah, but the bumper will compress, the ball will compress. You don't need
wheels
to be
compress.
You don't need to be that far out.
Well, the further out you are, the more leeway you have, right? Why would you not go
The
for
further
that?
out you are, the quicker you get to the ball because you're that much closer to it. But you're also that much far out.
This is one of those mechanisms where we can design to be suspiciously close to the edge.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is also a mechanism that we
So there's so that's also the issue. Then how do you score that?
What do you mean?
So you probably would actuate back once you have it.
No. Oh, you actuate back in?
How are you going to get this into there?
The same way you got out. You back up 6 inches and you just roll it.
We showed that works.
You just put
Have
the
fun
thing.
doing that with defense.
No, I mean, have fun scoring coral with
There's
defense.
going to be defense. You got to be able to. There's going to be a defense spot in this game.
I'm saying coral is way harder to score with defense than this.
What the best?
No, but
Coral's
coral's protected.
The whole
That's
reef
the
is
coral
protected.
But the feeder's not.
No.
Would the best defense just sit in front
Oh,
of
yeah.
one of the feeders?
Yeah, a bad defense bot just cuts off half the
But
feeder
if you
stations.
stay in front of the feeder station, the algae is entirely open. There's also, I mean,
Yeah, but the algae also gets you points. At
It's
the
only
end.
2 net, yeah.
So
it doesn't get you points. It gets you. It's the other team points because they're netting more points than you are. So it's.
What?
That's so there's like a trade.
No,
But if you're one defense robot and you have 2 other alliance partners,
What?
it's
No, it doesn't.
For you.
No. Scoring.
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you
I mean,
put the algae in the processor and then they put it in the net, that's positive 2 for you.
Okay, I think we're all just getting confused about who we're saying you is.
Yeah.
We're
For
pointing
the,
in
for the
different
person who scores,
red and blue.
Red-
You're on red, you score, you're getting
We're
plus
all on
2.
the same alliance here.
So we're talking about defense
Start with
from
that.
blue. So from
Alright,
blue's
okay.
perspective, it's -2.
sure.
4-6.
Or 6 if they can't shoot right. Or
Yeah,
it's
and that's the
four.
thing is that it's a
minimum.
maximum of 6.
Yeah, minimum
of
two.
2. And as you put more in, I'm theorizing that the likelihood of getting more points goes up.
Yeah, because they either have to throw it further away, because that's the empty spot. I don't think they're going to roll
They
in
will
the
roll,
net
they'll roll
nicely.
around. They'll roll around, I think.
How many can you keep at the helium station?
We have not.
We have not determined if you can keep
There'll be,
any
a
or
Q-
not.
there'll be a Q&A about it.
Because, yeah, you can score up to 9 on yours.
I think this roller bar goes and scores in the processor really easily.
So,
I
all
think
of this discussion here is leading towards forget L1 for now.
See
and
deal with it later. See how it
As long as we have an
algae.
we're saying algae removal. I think algae ground to processor is a given either way. We do it at the end. It's easy enough.
Right, it's like a climber last year.
I think algae. So you're saying algae removal is the big question instead of that, and that's what I was saying earlier out there. Algae removal or L1. Which do we do? I think algae removal is more critical.
Is there a better way to play this game than what we have right here? Or we're not committed to this at all.
So,
but I don't want to do defense.
Yeah, defense with a
Could we get
14 robot.
a simple
then-
enough mechanism to just, like, rotate for L1? Instead of trying to design a different dropper or...
I think we need to find instead of adding another mechanism, I think we need to find either have a dedicated what's it called, algae remover, or a dedicated coral remover that does all of them. I don't want to add another mechanism just to do L1.
Yeah.
Well, what Grant was saying.
Some way to modify what we got when we actually see it run out.
Grant was saying, and I
agree.
agree with him. I think
We're relying on hopes and dreams.
I think the ejector for coral, if we have some sort of separate plate that goes in front of it or something, you could redirect the coral as you ejected for L1 reasonably enough.
Could you also do that by spinning your wheels in different directions? Try to get it to angle somewhere?
Maybe.
let's think about this
There's
differently.
things to try.
What if we forget intaking in the straight-on orientation and we always intake sideways?
No.
Is there a way to?
We're not swerved, so we can't drive. We can't score diagonally. That won't be effective.
No, I'm saying is there a way to
We could
transport the coral? We could turn it to
that
twist
seems-
it.
that seems like a
More
lot.
complicated?
Yeah. Especially because then we'd be making...
It's a
I just
reasonable
wanna make
question,
sure
yeah,
that
yeah.
We're not
Missing
some
something.
stupid easy mechanism.
That'd be making our default L1 more.
Right.
Is less stuff.
I mean,
That-
there's an argument that it's more valuable because
More
there's
valuable.
more scoring locations.
But then the 3
Wait, I got something.
He's cooking.
Oh.
It's not gonna work.
What's he cooking?
This
I have the clips from last year.
is a pivotable, pneumatic controlled ramp. And when you want to When you want to go this way, when you go straight on, goes into this way, and then we tested it, right? When you put it in sideways, it gets stuck, and then you drop the ramp down, and it slides down.
We need more than just it gets stuck.
Yeah,
But
because it doesn't always get stuck.
Or you get a good boot from somebody.
So
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you score L1 out your backside. And then our algae remover is still in the same spot.
My question is even that much worth the added
We would still need the piston
where you put the
actually,
So
and then
you
we
have
need
this,
rollers
and then you
to
have
spit it out.
a roller with a thing on it, and then either that becomes your gate for the thing that's going that way, or you can tilt it up like that, and it becomes part of the ramp that goes down that way.
So you use. I really.
Here,
Right here.
some sort of rubber motion
Let's say there's a 2-inch wheel here.
Yeah, sure, whatever. You can have a piece that comes down like that, have your ramp this way, then the coral will come down, go down here, and it'll stop here and show you the but you can also go like that and extend the ramp so that it would go down.
Here's a ramp that would look like this.
Yeah,
That would be here. It would be.
Yeah, so it rotates around this way.
I see what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then the ramp extends.
So it's a flap that holds. It holds the algae or.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And you can even flip it up to catch the algae.
To slow it down? Oh yeah, you could use it for a line, yeah, yeah.
So we're saying by default it's just going to roll right past this thing?
Yeah.
Right now, I think with the roller here and the dropping, this would do it right here.
Yeah.
This would do it right here. The dropping thing and the roller right there, that would be enough to do it. Because then you don't have to ever worry about it getting stuck and then going. You just drop it and it comes in and it automatically falls in the way it needs to.
What's the height look like
So
for
the wheel
that
stops
versus?
it going out until you roll the wheel?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'm understanding that right.
What's
yeah, and
the
then
what's
you
the
don't
height
get
look like for
on it?
That versus where the drop is, where the L1 is? He's cooking. What we saw, if you put the coral in long ways, you have lots of freedom for how you drop it and how you drop it from it, right?
Yeah,
Much smaller wheelers.
You can't compress the coral.
Yeah,
But you can compress your wheel.
That.
Yes.
2-inch wheel, that lowers the angle of the ramp.
Where's the L2 at? Is that gonna roll and smack into the L2 bar?
It would be.
No,
Why am I doing this?
That plate would be
so stupid.
and
You're
it
about
would
to
just go to
spin
the
over
other.
or what?
The mechanism would be the other side.
I was wondering why you just didn't do that.
So we're under it. I know there's a lot going on right
Well,
now.
we're not coming out of the robot anyway.
It's right here, and then
And it's going to be powered with the roller. So we are able to overcome the bumper gap, right? I mean, it should be fine anyway, but
Yeah, I think so.
we can control the speed.
I mean
with some
the kip, that's kip out. This is kip out right there.
Yeah.
That's kip out.
Yeah.
Kip has a gap, yeah.
So, my next question would be. That takes up the space of our theoretical ground.
Yeah, you're controlling that with a piston, which would be right where.
What? No, it doesn't. The ground intake's below it.
Oh no,
The ground
this
intake
thing going
flips
below?
up.
This
So
thing
then
going above.
here's
With the
all.
ground intake rotated in.
You're asking a lot of me right now. We're gonna pivot right
You're
around
the
this.
one that wanted to drive.
Yeah, it looks a little goofy. You just gotta let
Put it right below the ramp. So that the wheel.
Yeah, so then if we do that, we need to so
You put the ramp up, does it interfere?
Yeah, we'd only do one at a time.
imagine our mechanism that came out was angled down. That came out to D algae was angled down, so when we were down at the ground, we was angled down enough that we were able to extend out and grab from the ground. But then when we come back in, we have enough height to then extend down. And then we're also pulling in the direction of.
So you want to put the ground intake on the other.
Yeah.
So you're saying don't have separate ground intake. All algae manipulation is also on the other.
Yeah.
Remove from the ground.
Yeah.
I think that does.
How do you deploy that?
How are you deploying it originally?
On the back?
How are you deploying our original thought for a D-algae here?
It's way easier to slide a full mechanism out 4 inches linearly than it is for something to like go out
I
and
agree with that. So then, do we score from the ground then? Do we give up scoring from the ground with algae? I would love to score from the ground with algae, but like we're weighing our.
I think scoring from the ground for algae is more important than L1.
I think. Disagree. I mean, if you can't de-algae, then I think L1's more important.
No, we're not talking about de-algae.
But if you can't de-algae, then L1 is more important.
Sure.
Because if we can't de-algae, we can't L3.
I agree. You have to.
From a gameplay section, it's more like other people can use L1 than
That's what I was saying. Or like,
how many other? I'm gonna say like, there's always gonna be that alliance. You end up when that all came to the same argument we're having now. Someone's gonna do it.
But if that's the case, one of them, you're saying that nobody can score L1 and nobody can de-algae. You can still get the RP.
I'm not saying that.
Oh,
I'm
wait,
saying
no, you
we
can't.
need to be able to like.
If you de-algae,
Yeah.
we're saying de-algae.
You'd have to have 3 robots that cannot take algae out, and none of them can score an L1. Honestly, if you get that, sorry, you just gotta hold the L.
I mean, I've gotten in matches with two kit bots.
You just need one of them, though.
Drive
Kit
chassis.
bot can Kitbot's
no,
fine.
2 chassis. No, 2 chassis. That's it.
Well, I mean,
that happens.
Yeah, but it's kind of a moot point because if you're with 2 chassis bots, it doesn't matter what you're doing. You're probably losing.
Do you want to
And
look good
chassis
to
bots-
scouters and be a good player?
And chassis bots are less common with the days of kit bot coming out.
I think L1 is going to be the most common scoring. I think L1 is going to be the lowest barrier to entry that everyone can score in.
Yeah,
And because of that, if you're taking a scoring thing out first, I think that is the first one to take it. Versus not being able to score the score out.
I agree.
Combo.
The roller that captures the coral when the trap is down, I'm calling it the trap door,
is also the roller for
ground intake.
There's just a lot going on right now in this robot.
Yeah.
I like having it tilted down and having that be our ground intake.
I'm worried about that much of a thing on the end of an elevator. Just like, then you have to deploy it out the end of an elevator kind of thing.
Yeah, but in 2018, people were putting 4 bars on the end of elevators.
1747 in 2019.
225 in 2018.
225.
Watch that.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, that's true.
225.
20.
Oh Oh, bro, I think they had the biggest 4-bar
Yeah.
elevator I've ever seen.
It was so easy.
And on a turret.
Oh, they dissolved?
They
I didn't
had
know they
they
dissolved.
one year they had a turreted elevator. I don't remember if it was 19 or 18.
I forgot that guy.
Big boy.
I mean, I want a swerve turret elevator for a real team. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a chunky 4-bar. Okay.
Priority of scoring spots.
That is also on the back of their robot. Like,
Yeah.
that is all their weight.
True.
So we're putting this on.
On the front, and we're putting it out the front.
Yeah, that's probably bad.
I agree.
Okay.
I just think that putting
well, but was that their 20? That was their 2018 robot. Having it on the back was possible in 2018 because they just put the base under. We can't do that.
which would be, to me, the L1 scoring with the little flappy ramp and a wheel is pretty easy to do. So is a roller bar to do algae from the ground. Then L1? I'm saying I don't think it's hard to do both.
Nope.
And just
This is also the first idea we have for a algae ground intake. This isn't the only one.
My question is, if we think ground algae is important, does that immediately put removing algae from the reef also very important? Because otherwise you just have 3. Like, would we ever want to have a design that can do ground algae without an algae remover?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Because if you have an algae remover, you can fulfill that role still.
We have a number one priority as L2.
3 also gets you the co-op. 2 gets you the co-op. Right?
Sure.
Which is
So
like
you're saying good enough?
fundamentally important for being able to.
Okay, so you're saying that independent of removing algae from the reef, it is still important to ground algae.
Not past 2 or whatever gets you put up.
I mean, it's the
But
point.
those 2 are.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I would just.
I think it's bad, really bad, if this is like some meta strategies. Teams are going to rush to the other side of the field at the beginning of teleop to try and steal your algae.
Yeah.
Because that is the freest points.
I think they're gonna yeet them over. I was serious when I said I think they're gonna be bots that just go over there, pick them up, and launch them to the other side. They're gonna go to the next one if it's not picked up already, and they're just gonna launch it to their side. Especially if they say ahead of the match, we're not co-oping. Then you say, okay, goodbye all your algae.
And also this.
Yeah, I guess it's time to like question all our mechanisms and ideas at this point.
This is the time.
The algae also helps with our number one priority, which is L2, L3, L4.
Yeah,
It opens up.
Can we
Very
do a
nice.
priority record there?
Yeah, I don't know where that went. I think that was in the. I think that was in there.
It might be the other side of this.
No. The priority board was on the.
And then I think we moved it to the field.
No, it wasn't movable. It was on the wall.
Oh,
Yeah, we drew it
Okay.
on that whiteboard.
Let's start anew. I forget what our priority is.
I don't know where Jeremy's marker
Let's
is.
make sure we're really looking at point values.
Yep, I'm gonna go take a picture of our other priority just so at least.
We have the points here, so that'll help.
Yeah.
And then we had yes
Do
and
and
no.
no. Yeah, do and no. Yes and no. I'll switch. Okay. No do and yes.
Yeah. Also, 640, so it's 9 o'clock for show?
8. Or I thought
No,
it was 8
there's
to
another
8:45.
show.
Roundup?
Oh, you mean
9.
ours? Ours was at 9.
9
Ours
is
is-
prompt. Prompt at 9 for our
Yeah,
show.
ours is
Okay,
at
yeah,
9.
yours is at 9, so keep in mind we have
Roundup at
just over 2 hours. Just so everyone's keeping in mind the timetable before we present our first thing.
When's Roundup? So we're off air.
8.
Okay.
So
We can talk about our chokehold strategies at 8.
Okay.
Yeah, then that's when we'll go over my defensive climbing strategy.
That's L4 in the priority too.
Oh, it is?
Was L4 in the priority list or was it in the
It was a yes do-ish.
And
We've
that was
got
before we,
priority
before we
L2.
figured out how doable L2, L4 was.
Yeah.
We have priority
Now it's
L2,
closer to
L3,
priority.
do L4, L1, don't net shoot. I personally think L4 should be moved to priority.
You could put climb and no do right now.
Yeah, I think we said we're not going to do that right now.
I think we can do a demo of that. We have Scorpion's Tail. I mean, that's a really easy demo.
We just attach Scorpion's tail to.
I'm not sure it'll be that easy, but we can show it as a proof of concept. The thing with Scorpion, the difference is that it was a rigid thing you could push against, versus what we're trying to climb against is push it and it moves out of the way kind of thing.
It didn't. Scorpion couldn't latch. Couldn't latch.
It couldn't latch.
I tried it. It kind of just pushed out of the way.
Even going fast.
You could make a mechanism potentially like that to do it, but
So, this is our.
Where you need to
That's
add
an old
to
mechanism.
bottom.
You can give it assistance. and that's
top to
fair.
bottom column, left to right.
Left to right.
And we're
This is
set.
our priority.
And we're deciding where we put the algae stuff. Because we have DLG and processor and.
Between L4 and L1 is the algae.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
I think so.
Yeah.
Especially
you
'cause
can't.
L4 is priority.
You can't do L3 if you don't DLG.
Or does DLG go higher?
I think DLG goes on
Well,
the top.
it's got to. It has to be above L3 then, right? Because you can't score L3 if you don't DLG. Or are we saying somebody else does?
This is a package deal. You can do both of them.
You can.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Sure,
I agree,
for free.
I agree with that.
Well,
You have the
you
ability.
can't
to do
score. You have the ability to do them, but you can't score L3 unless you DLG.
Yes, yes, yes.
An L4 priority.
But we're saying the robot's ability to function to do L2
Yeah,
means
it's the
to be
same
able to
thing.
do L3.
Yeah.
So are we moving L4 to priority?
Yeah.
Okay. What's more important, DLG or ground algae? I think it's ground algae.
Are you considering ground algae be both scoring and picking up?
Being able to take an algae that's on the ground and put it in the processor somehow controlled. Or if your partner's de-algaed already, you just pick them
So
up.
is that just ground pickup? Because then algae scoring could be both with your ground algae or with your
Yeah, you don't need.
Or it could be
So,
with your DLG.
not having ground algae means that you're limited to 6 algae.
Yeah,
assuming
most, especially, and your buddies.
Is that bad?
Yeah, because I mean, there's 6 total
Is that bad?
already out there
Points
start guaranteed, and only 3 are easy to for you. The 6
Yeah.
are guaranteed for your team.
I'm having a hard time justifying ground algae when you have 6 D-algae
It's
available
there's
to you.
2 discussions happening. There's game strategy and ease of implementation on a robot.
You also lose.
Game strategy, sure, 100%. De-alging is better. I agree. If you can only pick up from the ground or get it off the reef, I would say reef.
If you don't.
As far as
DLG,
practicality,
you lose.
a roller bar is dead easy to do ground algae, right?
But also moving to D-algae only, not ground, means that we get L1 back.
Don't you lose?
Wait, say it again?
Because we don't have the ground picking up that space, we get L1 back.
I think we can do L1 and ground algae. With that,
I was thinking about this a little bit more. There are ways to. I know we won't like it as much. If we don't have the space for that, make a corral block with like a little vertical conveyor in the middle of your robot that pushes the algae up into the top. So if you had 2 things on the sides that flipped out a little bit, you could just corral it over to the processor, and then you have a little
Like
wheel in the center.
148 2014 intake, the Vader.
yeah.
It would be 18.
But yes, I'm just talking about being able to corral it a little bit as you drive.
4 for the 3 on the bottom and 2 for the 18 inches is a good amount of corralling.
6 on the bottom.
I mean, I think a roller bar is dead easy to do, and we're not gonna have space problems.
If you don't,
This is like if you want vertical space back.
if you don't DLG, you lose 18 scoring locations. You lose all of row 3, and you lose 6 in row 2.
How can we make
Wait, it's more than that, right?
It's 4 for the 3 on the bottom and 2 for
If
the
we
3 on
have
the
the
top.
ground intake,
Because the 3 on the top have
What if
the
we
L
just
form
knocked
button,
it
which you
off?
don't
sure.
All of the faces get affected on row 3, but only
half of
3 of the
L2,
faces.
all of L3.
You lose 18 locations. You're gonna what's the scoring on row 3?
We know we need. It's right here. It's right here.
Alright, so it goes 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, you have to extend.
So you lose.
Well, not like not extending, but like we have the
We
elevator.
don't know until we see that interaction.
There's a lot of
more points.
friction, but I think
That
you
math
could maybe stick out one wheel and kind of flywheel it back out behind over your bot.
Level 2.
But that's where you have to test that with all the friction on it.
Priority. There's a difference between DLG and DLG and controlling in systems.
I don't think that. I don't think if you're gonna lift a DLG thing, you need to extend it out and you need wheels. It is not worth the difference in the small difference in effort to be able to control.
I totally agree. I think that.
So how do we make DLG?
See, I would flip DLG in ground personally. Yeah. But
RA3
I don't.
priority.
I don't. What?
RA3D priority.
Yeah.
You lose 66 points if you don't DLG.
Well, the possibility of 66 points.
The possibility of 66
But
points.
there's still a
and that's
lot of other
including
ways
the
to
scoring
If
of
you
the
don't,
DLG.
but scoring at the bottom, you're not going to get 66 points out of the processor.
Because if you're not DLGing, that's only what.
Even if they never shoot the balls you give them,
you're
only going to get 6 times like
You're only getting
6 or 9 balls.
But you're losing
12
8.
Yeah, you can't
opportunities
get
for
this.
5 points on L4. And then
36 max.
2 or 6 points.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But you, how many cycles do you think a decent mid team is going to do in a match? 5?
5 coral cycles.
Think about it. You're not driving across the field all the way, so that's.
We're gonna start off the year, and I think the average bot is gonna do 4 or 5.
So it's kind of hard to line up. So people are like driver skill and or auto align isn't totally a thing. So like that's kind of hard. I guess what I'm saying is yes, you lose tons of scoring locations if you're not DLGing. But if nobody did that, even week 2, the best 3 bots are not going to fill the rest of the spots.
And it also strengthens this because you kind of need this to get your co-op.
Not true. Not true. Because you can grab from the
That's
DLG.
like this line,
Yes.
which we have lower points.
But that has a higher, doesn't technically have a higher potential, but that alone has the potential of 6, period. That has a minimum of 3. Ground algae has a minimum of potential of 3, while D algae has a maximum of 6.
Yeah, you're not DLGing more than 6.
You're not. If you only score through D algae, you only score 6, which I don't think is an issue.
Keep in mind the order sort criteria for rankings. The co-op is the second.
Yeah, we know we want to co-op. We want to be able to score algae. That is a must right now, in my opinion. We need to be able to score algae.
Which is why I was saying, like, I think the easiest way to that is ground. If we're saying we want to also skip ahead to the DLG plus control thing as a requirement, that's fine. It's
So-
not the most straightforward way to score algae.
I don't think not everyone was there for when we did that video with the wheels and putting it into.
Is that up on YouTube?
I think it just got up.
Oh god,
It-
I have to hear myself.
Some star wheels, we just pushed it and it plopped right into the processor.
Cranberry Alarm.
Yes.
Yeah, it's up.
It's been up for like a half hour, so.
Hey, YouTube's blocked. How did you mock
Is
up
it
the
blocked on the store?
But Chief is. Chief is blocked on the Mentor network because it comes out on a VPN and Cloudflare is angry about that. On the Mentor one?
You're not on it. You're not on it.
Yeah, it gets blocked because Cloudflare is angry. It's coming out on a VPN.
My E key's not working. That's why.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, there's something. Yeah.
On their stream.
Infinity mirror.
Oh, you're doing it.
Why not?
Make the stream watch the stream.
Look at this riveting content.
Yeah, boy.
A simulated streamer.
This one you're talking about, the angle
Maybe
wheel.
it's not gonna actually load.
If our DLG plus control is already on the elevator, can it not ground pickup?
Not inherently, no. Maybe.
I don't think it should. I don't think it
If
should.
we design it to be, sure.
Wheel didn't take testing. Yeah, so
Pass me
you
that.
probably have wheels stationary on your robot. The thing is the side to side and just drive up against the ball and just
The main thing is to score it, you have to go way lower than the dealgae spot.
But if that's the bottom position on your elevator, can you still reach those upper two spots? If the absolute bottom is...
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think it's possible.
Look at that guy! Can we turn the volume all the way up, please?
No thanks.
You could almost have a passive mechanism to score in there.
You don't want to listen to yourself? No.
I think after this one, the star wheels. Or any wheels, maybe?
I'm sorry, they're compliant star.
I changed it the next time around, I
I
think.
am so proud of you.
So like that could almost be a passive mechanism. You might have to have it hinge out. But you could have a passive handy where it locks when it's down.
So how far up is that?
7 inches.
Because could that be the bottom of whatever DL gear you have?
That's what I'm saying. Could that be the
But
bottom
if
of
you're
the
if
elevator?
you're grabbing them,
You have to extend out.
If your bumper height is at
You already have to extend to grab
You
it.
have to extend out.
Well, I'm just saying, if your bumper height is the bottom of that, then your DLG is going to be right there. How big's the opening?
side to side or top and bottom?
Top and bottom.
Okay.
Plenty big.
Removing the whole, which is easier right now? DLG in control or ground?
DLG in
Wait,
control.
sit. What's the one?
Removing all of our predetermined notion of what we think is easier and what we think is harder.
They're probably about equal.
What are the
DLG in control
Okay.
versus only ground.
Ground for sure.
I would think DLG in
I can't
control.
get behind that.
Oh,
I think
DLG in
it's-
control versus DLG
I think it's
ground.
DLG in
That was-
control.
Is easier than a ground?
No, he's saying which
No,
one's better.
no, I'm not talking
Don't-
easier.
Don't worry
like,
about
for
easy at all.
strategy game.
He's saying
Like
purely-
strategy wise.
Oh, if you just had to pick one,
Purely
regardless of how
better.
hard it was to do.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I mean, probably theology. Yeah. I would have a hard time arguing it's a better choice to ground. There's twice as many. From a practicality perspective, there's twice as many on the reef.
You don't have to chase it down.
And it also
Yeah.
opens up spots for
scoring.
other scoring.
Because those things down, they're gonna. I mean, even with a properly done active intake, you're still gonna be chasing down.
That's true. Yeah. Are you gonna have to like pin it against the wall every single time you want to pick a ball from the ground?
Nope. That's why you have a roller bar.
Yeah, I mean, properly touch it, own it, but if it is already rolling, even getting to that is going to be a little more. Plus, you're not protected chasing it around the ground.
Plus, do you just your
I mean,
first
there's nothing
cycle?
to say we can't do all the things.
Your first cycle could just be.
Unless we think we're talking too much complexity.
Yeah.
Or like time, right?
Yep.
That's the
Yeah,
consideration.
DLG has an added bonus of opening more scoring spots.
You're a team player when you DLG.
Every
DLG is
every
going to be
DLG
needed
you
in
open
later
at least 2.
I'll bet money there are way more DLG bots than there are L4 bots.
Oh, this was pretty easy.
Really? No, I
Yeah.
agree with that. Yeah.
No, for sure, 100%.
I mean,
It's way easier.
L4
You
have
said
to
it
put
initially.
Another stage on your elevator.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why I think
Yeah.
that's the case.
There's going to be a lot
Is
more.
another stage of the elevator more complicated than a whole DLG mechanism?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. For a lot of teams. For a lot of teams, dude.
So algebra
Corey's just like, watch this.
Okay, let's be fully honest. The coral mechanism is far more complex than any algae.
It's a ramp with 2 wheels on the sides.
Yeah, it's not that complex. It's
You
not
the
that-
main thing why I don't think it's complex is you do not need to extend it out.
About the algae
Yeah.
mechanism.
See, the mechanism isn't complex.
It's 2 bars
but
with 2
using
wheels
it
on it.
effectively in gameplay is going to be complex because if you're not using control tags, it's going to be so difficult to line up.
Controls wise, you have to go to the right height elevator button. You have to
The driver lineup is gonna be
index
hard.
the coral such that it doesn't collide with your elevator, but you don't drop it.
It's not technically that hard either.
See our video. Reese made a video about that.
I agree.
For a team with limelight capability, yeah, not an issue.
I think the hardest part is going to be just lining it up, right? It's way easier to de-algae because the ball is big. Same with ground intake on algae. The ball is just big. Even if it's rolling away, it's big. Versus lining up.
But it's also compressible.
Yeah.
It'll spin.
Okay.
I think the coral thing is a solved problem.
Oh, this video hasn't come out yet.
Yeah.
I'm watching it.
How? What?
The video that Reese recorded about the coral going into the robot.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not Sorry, chat. You'll have to
synopsis.
wait.
Upload it.
I could see it being filmed live, so.
Synopsis, it doesn't seem that difficult to reliably use. Especially with the ridges they're giving you, and the fact that you can push them with as much force as you want. As long as you are low enough with a steep enough angle, which the angle could be pretty shallow and it's still steep enough. You're fine. And there's like, I don't remember how many, there's like 4 or 6 different spots at which you can get the coral on each spot, on each
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we need to decide also what our coral manipulator looks like. You're not a fan of the hey, I have game piece, move the game piece this far in the intake.
I think it's doable, like both technically and like reasonably for a team that's like looking at our designs. It's just,
I mean, this is what we're looking at. Oh, again.
Sequencing game pieces like in a precise way like that is harder than just like
stop, go.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree.
It slides down.
But
like
this is what we
already mentioned earlier. You could have the ramp and use basically the wheels as the stop of the ramp. Right, so like it's passive all the way to the spot where it hits
This
the
is
wheels.
what it looks like. And you can't put it here because if you want to span, I guess we don't need to span the whole width. we could be on the inside. But the gearboxes are right there, so we need to either bias to this side. So we need to bias this side just a little bit. So that's where we would be in the position of the elevator.
I think there's a dead easy indexer, which is like it's sliding down the ramp.
That's not where we want.
But you don't want it. You want it to go. But then, so you need this. That's going to be synced now. Now you need to go a little bit farther.
We actually. So here's actually what we need.
No, so like we put it in the full resting position, and this depresses in the end of the resting position.
Yeah, but that's outside the frame. That's outside the frame perimeter.
This is what you need right here. Trust this right here, and when it gets far enough out that it's unpressed, now you know it's in the right spot.
Yes.
This is at the very back of where you need it. It goes far enough in. You stop running the motors because it got unpressed.
Okay.
Or I think like we can just do it with an infrared beam brake, or the one that Thrifty bought, whatever it was called. Yeah, the laser can.
Or you do this, and you don't worry about it, and you do the stop go.
That's crazy. I'm really worried about that stretching out so far now. What if this is crazy idea? What if you turned the elevator 90 degrees? No?
You have to pass through.
No. Here's your ramp. Instead of elevator being like here, elevator here.
Yeah, I know. Sideways elevator game. I understand, but you also got to index it and.
Still have to index it no matter what.
You want to and you're gonna bias the elevator all the way to one side.
No, all the way to one side. We don't really care where it comes in on the robot. It could be all the way to one side. It could be in the middle. The elevator could be in the middle. The elevator could be on the side, so that the game piece is in the middle. We don't really care. The scoring locations don't really care if the game piece is in the middle or biased to one side, right? There's no obstructions.
Mm-hmm.
If you always need to drive on the right side because that's where the chute is, driver's skill problem.
Ooh, I don't like that for some reason, but I don't know why.
It's not a pretty robot.
Well, it is a pretty robot if it works.
The thought I had mainly for that is that removes restrictions on where you need the elevator in terms of passing through.
It also holds your center of gravity more towards the sun.
Horizontally?
Yeah.
Towards one side.
The other direction. Yeah, X, Y.
Yeah.
That's a lot harder to do than for like mechanically make that.
Why is that any harder? We need a beam that goes across the drivetrain, but we need that probably anyway. Like whatever the bottom of the elevator is mounting to probably needs something that goes all the way across, or it itself is going to go all the way across.
Yeah.
We don't have to do it. It's just a thought I had.
Yeah, I'm thinking
to reduce complexity of, or reduce design requirements for where we have to have the game pieces or manipulators and things, and how they pass through.
Does that make algae harder? Are algae ideas?
If anything, I honestly think it makes algae easier because if you just put the elevator dead center of your robot and you have coral, algae, like you could be on either side of the elevator, right? Bruh. Not that one.
Do not use.
Just scoot it over. Scoot that one over.
So there's elevator numbers. Stacked.
Okay.
He's having a 4-inch 2-stage.
There we go.
Yeah.
Elevator.
Now top down.
Top down.
Or what do you? Never mind. Continue. Sorry.
So you need like something to suspend this the ramp is like passing in front of this mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually way higher up. But so you have to. That makes the ramp harder.
Why do you say that?
You gotta build around this now. I mean, catching it seems a lot harder. Just in my mind's eye, this sounds a lot more complicated than what I envisioned here.
So,
I mean,
catching
that's
it isn't
possible.
harder. You can just put the funnels out in front of the elevator, and then it funnels down.
So you definitely need to bias the elevator to one side here.
Absolutely not.
That's what I'm
And I
saying.
think you should bias it enough that you can fit.
I don't
a
think you
T.
need a giant 18-inch ramp at the back. I think you need like an 8-inch ramp.
What do you mean?
You just need
Length?
enough
It
of
means
a ramp.
walkway.
Width.
No. Width, you want it as big as you can get it. Is it going to be playing defense on you at the feeder station? You want this thing to be as wide as you can get it.
Yeah, I agree.
You guys, real quick, just a couple of reminders. So that 8 o'clock we'll be breaking from this to do a fun show a little bit. So you guys will get some time on camera and stuff. And then at 9 o'clock we'll have the daily recap. So we'll start thinking about stuff you want to go over for 9 o'clock.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Also, Reese, I'm sorry on the video that's been recorded. Might have left the gap or two.
That's alright.
Your
That's
guys'
it,
dinner is leftover pizza and snacks.
Alright.
Pizza's in the fridge.
Thank you.
Out of my way.
So you hang the motors and everything out this side, and the structure at the top. Right.
Pizza's ready?
Yep.
So you're saying the ramp kind of funnels in still.
Yeah, I mean, you could even make the elevator more towards the center.
Why would you? And more towards the front.
Yeah, I would do more.
Why would you not put the elevator at the front of the frame? So now you have no pass-through problems.
Yeah.
My only concern is like center of gravity, but if you're putting other mechanisms in the other side and half of the robot,
Is someone throwing around the algae?
Tyler, probably.
So the reason why it's so offset is because if we're gonna have some like mechanism hanging out here to do
Oh, the algae removal?
algae removal.
Yeah.
I guess we don't need to be. That doesn't need to be in the middle of our robot.
That's what I was saying. You're
The
gonna
algae remover.
I mean, it should be though, right? For easy drivability.
It doesn't.
6 inches over, a foot over, it doesn't matter. You're still aiming something, right? I was saying put the elevator in the middle, so that on one side you do.
So you have a big bar across here.
On one side you have.
Oh, dead middle.
So my crazy crackpot idea was put it dead middle. One side is the algae, one side is coral, and instead of you can still keep a giant funnel in the back, but instead of it being centered, you just have the funnel biased to one side.
Is this a DLG and control?
Yes.
Do you have space to hold the ball with only half the robot?
Why wouldn't you?
Why
You
not?
don't have that much width.
So the elevator is like right here.
Yep, elevator.
Big bar going across.
Probably one here too. But yes, for support. Yeah, like this way would be better, I think, for a bar. So my idea was take this area for then you'd have your algae thing.
Is that enough space?
I don't know. Which direction are you questioning?
I'm
Yeah, do we have
in front of it. Sorry,
16
Chad.
inches there? How big's your chassis?
26, which means we only have 13 on each side.
Yeah, so you'd have to bias it a little bit towards the coral, but...
Wait, why? You don't need 13
Oh,
inches
yeah,
to
no,
hold the ball.
'cause
If you're holding
if
top
you're
and
holding top
bottom,
you're
you
fine.
only need half the ball.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if your bumper edge was here, and you're holding here, who cares? Like, if this is the side of your frame and you're holding here and the elevator is here.
Yeah, but you still have to hold the ball centered.
You have to hold center on the ball. It doesn't have to be centered in your robot.
I agree. But right there, you're saying you're not pulling in your robot, so it's not a big deal.
We're not pulling it in the robot anyway. We're pulling it in like 2 inches or something to hold enough to get a good positive hold on it. We're not bringing it in, right? And you keep your same ramp design, but instead of like before you guys had the ramp like this, now you have it like this.
We're not talking about this. Or this.
And you just bias it to over here somewhere instead, right? You can still keep most of the back area, basically the whole back, as the ramp if you want to, or however much space here, and then you just funnel it further right.
The benefit is that you have infinite vertical space on both sides for both mechanisms. You don't have to worry
You
about
don't
the
pass
intersecting.
Yep.
Is there any concern with an elevator that's like this direction and tippiness? Like whenever you pick up the algae and it's up high on your robot.
Well, it should
I
never
don't
be
know
that
the
high.
direction. The direction of the elevator should not change how bad tippy it is.
It's
If-
off center.
Yeah, it's off to the side versus fully supported by both beams.
But we would
It's
put,
about where the
we would
center
put
of
a
gravity-
beam all the way across, and so it's going to be on your front frame and on this cross member. I don't see how that would be any different than mounting it on the inside rail and the inside rail, right? It's similar design. To me, if anything, this is going to be more stable because being tank drive, our acceleration is this direction. And that puts the climber or the elevator perpendicular to the direction of motion. It kind of makes it a little sketchy if you like twist rapidly. You'd have to be careful about that.
But when you have one, you should just be backing up.
We're talking about mostly passing through anyway for coral. That is my one concern with an elevator turn sideways like this, would be you turn quickly and you tip over. But I don't think it's that much different than the other way. I think doing the elevator like this unlocks a lot of removes lots of design constraints as far as locations and having to worry about like a stacked method of the coral above and the algae below and all that. Right?
That will never work out. I don't think that'll ever work out like that because in reality that works on drawing here, but in reality we're going to put chain in there and we're going to put rope in there and we're going to put motors in there and everything. I think a lot of that's going to get in the way from making that packaging work.
We can check this out.
I mean, the elevator realistically covers about 5 inches width-wise.
Are we doing them or are they doing us?
I just don't want to get out. You follow them.
Oh, okay.
We didn't do an elevator.
Do we need an elevator?
So, what we're talking about, chat?
Hey, chat.
It's all this junk on the back of the elevator that you have to get it to work. I guess it wouldn't be there if we had like a different design of elevator, but the Thrifty elevator is the only elevator we have which comes powered.
We can power all the components that are on the Thrifty elevator. We are interchangeable to the SCS.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Every component that's on there that makes the elevator powered have nothing to do with the blocks.
I'm talking about the chain.
Yes.
But
it has
whatever
nothing
you do,
to do with
the
the
power,
blocks.
the power's going to be the same though.
Yes.
Yeah, we're talking about the power getting in the way, not the
Yeah.
blocks.
Yeah, the power and this back support, right?
We're using Thrifty to power the elevator.
Yes.
No matter what.
So we have this bar, we have the chain, and what we don't have on here right now is
Wait, this bar doesn't need to be inside the chain, right? Oh yeah,
It does.
Yeah.
Or I mean, it could be outside.
It could be, but that's not the problem.
But it can't be inside.
Correct.
Or it can't be interior.
Yeah, because this comes up right.
Don't know the word for that.
drop that down. I don't know what you're doing.
I'm trying to see what, like,
what would collide with what.
Yeah.
So that's
this is the
low.
bar. That's the problem, right?
The bar is much lower than what it needs to be on this elevator. It can be much higher to get more overlap.
So this bar
can be much
yeah.
higher. Yep.
Well, it's not unrealistic because we're gonna have to cut the short elevator, right?
Yeah, it'll be about that short.
So, does one of the mechanisms, coral or algae, thanks, are they fine with this junk being on the side?
Well, it doesn't matter if they're fine or not because the elevator has to go above it for the other one.
For both of them or one of them?
See what I'm saying? It doesn't matter if one side likes it because the other side needs to go up even more.
Yeah.
Right? So they both have to be fine with it.
That's why double-sided elevators only work if you use the outside parts as like mass on your like they need to be fully independently supported, which is not reasonable at all for our current build.
Okay. So, sideways elevator seemed good, not good, because we would have to have structure out the side that would collide.
Unless it wasn't on the third stage.
Even.
Oh! Right? Because the third stage could be separate. Yeah, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Okay, let me. Yeah. So you got this, right? Exactly like this. We've got a third. We've got a third carriage here. The third one. This side, just pretend this side is on the second stage. So it goes up and it's mounted here, and it's fine stopping here.
Yep.
Under this bar.
Yep.
And it works. Then this side has the third one, and it goes all the way up to here.
Yep.
And it would be the coral one.
But it won't ever be high enough to reach the top level coral or the top level algae.
So, this, if we have the grabber mechanism at this height,
that moving. Know what you're doing there.
If this is the algae mechanism at this height.
Yeah.
And it goes basically all the way down to the ground, and then on this side we have the.
Well, Corey, do that again. Because if you're going to do it at the angle,
we don't know what
We don't know.
this
Yeah.
is.
We don't know the exact height and things. But one side. Like I don't want to go into this too much if we don't want to do it. But is it easier? Then we don't have to worry about like, are we holding the coral out in front of us over our bumpers at the correct distance, or like how we stack them vertically?
I mean, is this elevator really that far away? Right here. Like this looks big because I have it drawn like a lot, but like that's just polycarbonate, and that can be changed to look, and it will be really light. And I don't know what the whatever we choose for. I mean, in this case, what are you using for the? You're gonna have some sort of mechanism that needs to deploy no matter what. So we're back to kind of like the same kind of constraints, which is like something heavy and deployable on the
main constraint it gets you is you don't have to have the coral specifically in a spot forward and backward, and you don't have to stack the ball right underneath your coral mechanism. Right?
You could have a coral and a algae at the same time.
Yeah.
The thing that got me thinking is, Reese, can you put the the algae back under the coral? I think that's just not, like, I think that's going to be really hard to get. Sorry, put the elevator down all the way.
It is down all the way.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, in this configuration, I moved it up.
Okay.
So that we can do this. And then we wouldn't be holding it, we'd hold it like this.
Right.
But we have to have a flip out mechanism.
Well,
we have enough space.
We have to have a flip out mechanism for what?
The coral, the D algae has to be deployed.
Yeah, I agree.
For an algae.
Of course, I'm wearing this board right now. On that.
We really need to understand how the algae works in the reef. We really need to understand that before we make assumptions.
Outside.
What is your issue? Like,
I don't know.
How positive a hole you need?
I want to know how easy it will be. I mean, you saw how little we understood about L1.
Is that 16?
The problem is, I don't think we'll be able to figure that out. Because we're not getting another one.
Yeah,
Even if we get a PVC one made perfectly, it's going to be a different material.
Yeah, but it'll be at least representative. Material was not that big of a deal.
That's not a deal.
How high?
Well, it will be if it's press fit with the ball.
We don't even know that.
Makes me all three. Where's this?
Yeah,
this?
very
I mean, look at these. I mean, this is not press fit at all. Look.
It's sitting.
How big is the ball?
Sitting in there.
How big is the ball?
16.
I can't measure it in this. It won't give me a real measurement. Oh, it did give me a real measurement. 16 inches.
Okay. Well, then it's not pressed against the top at all. Because that's not even half an inch away. That's more than half an inch away. Is it resting against the back plate, or is it like intersecting back there?
Yeah, back plate.
Okay, so there's probably tangent there, and that's where it's sitting.
Same thing on the upper level one.
See, I really think that if you have any kind of decent hold on it, you're going to be able to get it out. I don't think it's going to be that difficult.
But I want to know how easy it is. Like, what can we get away with?
Well, if we're saying it's sitting there passively on the bottom, then it takes no force other than the force to lift it.
Like, what if we had a sprung, just a wheel with on a spring, and you just went against it, and it would spinning like this, and as it hit the top,
you roll it up against the top.
As you hit like this, okay, turn to me. You hit the wheels like this, and it would kind of come out, and the wheels would come up, and then you're out.
It can't be all inside or what?
I know it can't be all
not in space to do it.
But maybe we have the bottom one is static, and then the top one is sprung. And the starter map is held up, and then it gets bounced down.
You're saying as like the deployment
And then
mechanic?
that's the one, that top wheel that's kind of just floppy is the one that grabs it, and the bottom wheel then holds it, that gives us that hold.
With a hard stop to keep it like vertical.
Yeah. But I don't know if that would work with, something like that.
So you're saying make the top wheel flop out?
Yeah. don't. I'm not saying I'm not saying I love this idea. I'm just saying
Yeah, it's,
I want to know what is capable, what we're capable of. And I don't want to keep drawing assumptions that we understand how de-algaing works.
I mean, we need a positive hold on it. Like, I don't know.
I agree with that.
What assumptions do you think we're incorrectly making?
Well, I think we don't even know, does that geometry fit in between two reefs?
Yes. All you need is the two pairs of black wheels.
And that does fit in between two reefs. Like, that doesn't collide with the reef at all.
What's the distance on the inside to inside there?
Less than 16?
I mean, those are
So it doesn't
8 inches, 9 inches apart.
doesn't matter whether it intersects with the reef because you don't go that far out. Like you don't touch the reef because you grab the ball.
How far out do you need to be able to grab the ball?
Like,
give ball
2 inches.
So if you were intersecting with the bumper plane, that would be fine.
But it's real questionable.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't know.
Like,
we really don't know.
The problem is we're not going to be able to know.
I agree.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a thing we have, or like can stay on.
There's no way we can get a second one? No, no way. One is
They literally don't know.
yeah. One is more than none. We're very grateful for
Yeah,
that.
but can they make one out of PVC?
They're trying to. They're trying to make it matte.
Oh.
So
They're trying on it.
they're trying.
For us? Or
Yes.
just in
Yes.
general? Oh, cool.
What you and
Yeah, well, I mean for us.
they're trying to do it quicker for you guys,
Oh.
but no guarantees.
Of course.
We sent them the field. We sent them the field drawings, and they trace it.
Yeah,
They sent basically UND sent a big roll of paper and said trace it, and we will try to recreate it as best as we can. And it's already back at UND. So surprise.
No, I don't know, but I know one exists. If we could, I mean, how close is that replica?
It's an assembly, so it's not exact. It's not with everything.
That's fine, but it's for replica. Is it up? What's up? We're talking about the field?
I guess they don't have it. It's okay. Okay. Can we make one out of PVC?
So this is what the field version looks like. I don't know if you guys saw this.
It's probably cooked.
Oh boy.
Ooh, boy.
Yes, sir.
And we only need
That's
to test.
terrible actually because it blocks the back.
Yeah.
Not that bad.
If you have something that goes behind to grab the ball, which you can totally do on the real field, you're gonna hit that 2x1 in the back.
I assume that
For our designs, it's probably
bottom
fine.
is where the front of that wood is.
Or
Worse.
you can't reach that
Oh, wait.
far because it's too far outside your robot.
It's easily modifiable. Just take the cross beams out.
No, it is within frame parameter. Oh no, it's right side. If you have standard bumper size.
Or the algae, sorry. Bring the algae over here.
You can take the algae over?
No.
Roll it. It's really fun to roll. We're not making that.
No.
I just messed with it.
Did Dave say how quickly we can probably
If he says he doesn't have it, he
Oh, he has it.
Bending steel pipes.
That's why Dave started trying to pick up the kilograms immediately. Just to see what they can do. He's providing
Where are we in making decisions?
Indiana.
We're trying to make an overarching design right now.
The problem is we need to figure out reliability of things and also how they constrain other systems. It's like a chicken and egg problem of like, which systems do we want to have and how do they block our usage or constrain other systems?
And questioning our current design we have right now.
Okay.
Which I still feel good about this over
If we
the sideways elevator.
we intake and pivot down so that we don't have to have pass through, and that all of our coral happens on one side, does that make it easier to open the other side up?
I don't think ground coral is as accessible as
No.
human player coral.
Coral, not algae.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
so
I mean-
only do ground algae.
No. Take algae from the players. Or sorry, I'm talking about
Coral.
I'm talking about coral. Coral comes in onto an arm, and you pivot it down to wherever you need to place it.
Oh, yeah. Are we talking about the not pass-through thing?
That's a hard. So the reason I like the ramp is very
Yes.
very easy.
And
Very
the human
accessible.
player station is
It just
so
takes up.
easy.
It just takes up the length of your robot.
Yeah.
So that's the downside of it.
So, okay. In this, like, pivot scenario, we would have to have some
Something that
sort
sticks
of
out. Yeah. Couple right there. So that you can release it when you choose to release it.
Well, or, like, realistically, we still want intake wheels in case we're not aligned in this direction. To receive the coral, we want a coral which is over here in the wrong direction to get bumped into. Because, like, the coral will always go down the ramp the same way, but we will not always be in the same spot.
Yeah.
That's hard. It's probably easier this year because it's close to you, but
You have the what?
I have all the designs in CAD for the gussets, the DXFs for cutting them.
Is it made out of box tube?
It's PVC pipes and gussets. I just want to show a picture further. And he has the CAD and the DXFs for cutting the gussets.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I don't know if we have the PVC, but we can.
Let's make a run.
Let's
make a run.
Depot.
Yeah.
we have PVC. Well, what's
It
the
needs to be schedule 41 1/4.
Alright, I'm gonna go look.
Just throwing this out there, you guys should plan any runs you want to make tonight.
Hey, Thrifty Bucks sells these in packs.
First thing
Tomorrow
tomorrow
morning.
morning.
Yeah.
The snow is supposed to start anywhere from like 10 to noon.
They
Just
did.
get heavier and heavier.
Oh.
Well, apparently they sold out immediately.
You guys have a plan?
Yeah, that's
That's not surprising.
something
I
that's
don't
happening
know.
tonight.
I heard you know a plow person.
We know several plow people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the plane is coming.
I know a lot of plow people, so
Who wants to come
that's
up
the good
Route
thing.
31 to Kokomo?
The other plan is if you guys get snowed in, I was gonna look at snacks and paying for running in for snacks tomorrow morning. And then I am bringing your dinner for Sunday night tomorrow morning.
I have
And
it.
it's just- And it's just gonna sit in the it's good. It's
Just
just it's
say-
crock pot. It's chilly, so it's just gonna sit for you guys.
Do you guys have an air mattress?
Yeah,
Okay.
we have several air mattresses.
Yeah, people. I mean,
So
you guys are
people
coming
can
over,
either
right?
come to our house or you can bring them here. Because it wouldn't be that treacherous from
Yeah, our house is fine.
our house
We're
to
like
here.
2 minutes away too.
Yeah,
I'm
So-
leaving earlier.
I think that is a fair plan. Yeah, I looked at the hourly. It's supposed to like start around 10, but it's not supposed to get heavy until later. Like 4-ish is when it's really supposed to start turning.
But then we gotta worry about how we get your phone number.
Yes. So that's why I'm bringing you dinner, or it can be lunch Sunday. Or if you guys just decide to stay and try to rent it out, you have to.
This is
It makes it more fun, doesn't it?
So if you want to grab the air mattresses from our
don't
house
think we
when you
need-
come and crash for a while, that's fine too.
Why are we planning all this now?
because I asked about it.
Okay.
Anyways,
40 what size?
1 1/4, which is the inside diameter.
The inside diameter. Yeah, I got one.
I'll run to Home Depot. Yeah, I'll go buy 30 feet of this real quick. But I want to get a direction first.
Yeah. So, right now,
one question would be, do we not decide to do too much and go incrementally and start with elevator in the front, do L2, L3, and
L4.
L4. Let's not do the ramp on the back yet to give us flexibility for L1/ground algae, and then design the algae and the other stuff later. Like, we know we're going to need to do an elevator that has certain geometry to put it right, the coral right there, right? Like, that's the given. I don't think we're changing that probably. I think while the sideways elevator I think could work, I don't know if it's like, I don't think we get enough from it.
It's something that you would do if you had a week to design.
Yeah. And you can make sure all the space works right.
We like proofed everything out, but the bit by bit.
Yeah, you don't YOLO
horizontal
that.
elevator, like the normal direction elevator, lets us do things bit by bit. I agree fully.
The reason I'm thinking that we just do it incrementally is that lets us keep moving forward with manufacturing things incrementally, and as we design things, like the whole process can flow in different stages for different parts of things.
Yep.
That way we're not wasting anyone's time. And we're making progress forward, and we run into issues earlier.
Faster.
If we do, like we know certain things. If we need to cut different plates for this front support because we need to move, like put the de-algae thing in there, fine, whatever. But like we at least know we need to do that and where the changes would need to be made, right?
So, we're moving forward with this elevator.
Yes.
I'm inclined to say yes.
Yeah.
With
Where are we placing it?
Okay, so I think it should be as forward as possible for ease of use. Like, one, it gives us more space in the back for ramps. Like, if we're calling the right-hand side of the front, it gives us more space in the back for ramps or ground algae.
We don't need that much space for the ramp. We found that out. The ramp vectors pretty easily.
We don't need that much space for ground algae.
Yeah, but
why would
we
you-
should keep as much
Why
as
would
possible.
you? Okay,
why would we hang?
Why would we not put it? Yeah.
That
Why would
much
we not
hanging.
put it as far forward as
To
we
do
can?
this. To do the stop-go. Control for the coral. That's the reason.
To get rid of the limit switch thing?
Get rid of the whole fiasco with it. You will, anytime the coral comes in, all you gotta do is go up, and you don't have to worry about getting it in the right place. You can just go up.
Well, you're not gonna go up until you're at least close to the thing.
When you're right here, you have to make sure that you index it and then go up.
Yeah. Is it the better Ri3D bot to not worry about indexing?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Because for
I also think your elevator further back
Well, you
gives
can
you
also
better
look at it as
synchronization.
what's gonna.
It does.
What our team's gonna struggle with the most.
But
What do you want to
Reese-
show them? That's another angle to go at it.
I'm concerned that putting it further back means we reach out the coral stuff further, and those custom plates to hold it well further out are going to be harder for teams to make. Versus like,
it's just. I mean, yeah, you do need a bit of bigger CNCs to be able to make those pieces of polycarbonate. It needs. I mean, that's not that big of a piece of polycarbonate though.
saying it's easier to replace something that's closer with not polycarb, just structure or something.
No, it was a plan to be polycarb the whole time because we were gonna put. I was gonna put holes in it for the rollers and whatnot. It's gonna be polycarbonate.
I'm saying like we saw teams last year build flip side without polycarb plates in the side.
Yeah.
I'm saying for that kind of team, right? The team that doesn't have a
And I think
CNC.
for those teams, they'll find their alternative too.
Yeah. Or you have
Can you
like
build this
set
robot to
cuts
just
up.
do coral?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're about talking. Like that's what we're
That's
about
what this robot. I mean,
to do.
Yeah.
And then
We're gonna
add the other
start
stuff.
out
The only consideration I think we should not do immediately is the ramp feeding mechanism, because I think that's going to be easy enough, and I'm afraid if we full send that right away, we forego other things.
Completely agree. Completely agree. I'm on board with that.
That geometry could be adjusted really easily.
If we don't think the elevator or the coral sticking out, I mean, it can go another 6 inches forward, probably, right?
What can?
The elevator right now.
6
Because
inches
the
forward.
back bar is 2 inches behind the center, or the.
No, but it's also the top bar, this bar that would be up here. This bar, because you have your carriage that's going to come all the way up and hit that top plate.
Okay, sure. So you have to be in front of the front plane.
Yes.
So you can move it up 3 inches. Right?
But that you can't, because then you run into the issues with where it actually is.
Okay,
There's
so
gearboxes right there that are going to inflect on that. That are right here.
What gearboxes?
The drivetrain gearboxes. These boys. See how your mounting options are limited.
You're going to put it right behind the.
The goal would be to put it in these holes right here.
Well, then you're still in the way of the gearbox. The Neos. Yeah.
What are you doing?
We're good. You clear. You just gotta watch. I mean, you can orient the wire.
Do you hit the wheel?
No.
No. I've done that before. You don't hit. It's close, but you don't hit.
Okay.
You wanted 5.8 diameter wheels, right?
Reese, is there any problem with lifting it up an inch? Oh, we lose an inch.
Yes.
which
Yeah,
is
we
big.
want
But I mean, is that big? I mean, new geometry means maybe it's not. Yeah, it's not. We still have more to move here.
What do you mean new geometry?
Reese,
But we move when you move where this starts, it changes how high you go up.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Can you look up the thrifty? Because this guy has to be in between the last stage and the middle stage. So you lose like an inch here, right?
So that's all calculated in my 7-inch overlap.
Okay.
I've done this elevator before. 7-inch is what I landed on.
Okay. Cool.
So we can raise it and put it wherever we want.
Reese, can you push the elevator to the other side of that wheel just to show how it looks?
And that's where we get into this whole fiasco.
I like that though, because you are lining up the coral and it is at the post which you need to score those.
Yeah, we're back to it.
That is why I like that.
What was the question?
You're not dropping it as far.
I think if you have a deflector and could orient it right.
What?
To go to L.
Like, if you intake it above where you're scoring it from and you deflect it so that it basically does a.
How do we score normally?
It's just mounted on top of the scorer. So whatever your scoring mechanism doesn't need to change. You just need to have something that will read.
I think we should. I think we should optimize this.
Not even actuate. It could be completely passive.
I think we should optimize the front for L2, 3, 4.
I agree.
And if we do L1, it's out the back.
I think
with
it's
the ramp
worth
thing.
playing with that. I don't think it's worth like optimizing and designing for that. Like
No,
if you can figure
yeah.
that out,
Well,
I think that's great.
if we do this, it opens up the backside beams for
Yeah.
but
Okay.
for if we're doing ground.
I see what you're saying.
Or if we're doing
Or for anything.
anything
Ground
on the
is
backside.
ground is opened up no matter what if we don't do the L1 ramp. But you're trying to do the L1 ramp on the front side, right? Or you trying
this
to do
is
it?
just to not do faster.
I see what you're
think we
saying.
could
I see what you're saying.
do all of it on the same.
So if we do
to the last
pass through is one. The two reasons I want to do pass through. One, it allows you to have a really wide with intaking width at the human player station. And two, you don't have to turn around every time you want to score.
I honestly think
That is by far the biggest
I
reason you
think
want
that's
to
the
pass
biggest
through.
reason to do pass through.
I mean, every time you score, you're just going back and forth to the reef. I mean, you can do that
Especially
6
considering-
times and go straight up the reef, and that's real fast.
You're not driving that far, and we're tank drive. We don't have the
Swerve, if we were
flexibility.
swerve, that'd be a different discussion.
Question on this: how far forward does the coral have to be in order to stop at the intake.
See this line right here?
Well,
Wait, stop at the intake?
Oh, stop.
so
at-
like, could you have that like?
So that's what this
put
wheel
the
is?
Elevator back. Put the elevator back. Yeah.
Okay.
So elevator's right there.
Yep.
Your coral comes in, stops at the intake. Right there. Can you hold it like that? when
No,
you're going up?
because top
No,
top
'cause
bar.
the
Oh,
coral
top
goes
bar.
through the bar.
Unless you take both bars,
Yeah.
unless you take both of them, this one can be spaced back also.
It's
You
not
don't
worth-
want to do
not
that
worth
though.
it. We'll just move the elevator back 4 inches, put it on the back side of the drive gearboxes. I think that's worth the ease of use for the other stuff. That way, I mean, we can do a sensor there. It would be nice to know anyway, but we don't need to.
Yeah, because you do
then
want to
we
get
don't-
some amount of hold on it, because you don't want to be flying around with that thing loosey goosey.
Like we can just pulse the wheel a little bit, right?
I think we need 2 sets of rollers to make sure it goes out straight. I saw the Red Alert students testing, and if like one wheel grabs it first and it starts going, then it tips the coral.
You do need
wide of it.
Wait,
we
wait.
have-
Why is the ramp not a V? Whoa. Are you talking about 2 rollers top and bottom?
We don't. This could work with only top roller, and you would have the bottom would be a ramp.
If we do top and bottom roller, could our bottom roller be the
Does it,
side to side?
does it not
roller
allow
too?
it to pitch downwards really badly, and then you just don't score?
Well, if this is a ramp right here, you can use it as a bearing surface.
And
Well,
then
no.
what about the top though?
The
You
top
need
is
the
a
top
wheel.
roller.
A wheel.
No. Alright, Corey is saying, if you turn the wheel on right now and start sucking in the coral, it's going to go down. The back left is going to lift up off of your ramp, and you're going to start pushing it down. That's what you're saying, right, Corey? Yep, I agree. I don't know why the last 6 inches couldn't just be like a plexiglass plate on the top of the thing anyway.
Okay.
Like plexiglass what?
fully contained.
That's what I'm saying.
the
Like this
coral.
ramp goes all the way to this edge.
Does it?
I'm talking about
That's
the
not the
top.
frame. Where's the frame?
This
perimeter?
line.
Oh, I mean, if that dotted line ramp is ramp 2, I don't think there's any issue.
It has it as a bearing. It has it as a bearing.
As long
surface.
as you have ramp in front of your wheel,
Yeah.
then you're fine.
Okay.
And also, we can make a cylindrical 3D print that goes around it that can also constrain up and down.
Dude, I think we just need a box. It's so much easier just to make a box.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
But yes,
if you're 3D
something well constrained.
If you're 3D printing it, it's really easy to do.
We lost this. Do you see that?
What happened? Oh, the spring and the... Dude, that elevator took so much beating.
Okay, so this rough geometry,
Okay.
we're going to ramp in, index, go, figure out the rest from there. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ja? Let's do it.
Los geht's.
So it's more... I mean, we're in the CAD design, work out all the geometries.
Is there any other network that's not your VPN that I can connect to or anything? Because the network I'm on right now is blocking my calls service in order to make a show.
We can try the... Let's go figure that out.
Alright.
They got 10 minutes until Roundup starts, so I think we could eat and do some work, then come back. How long is Roundup take?
We'll wait till round.
We set up at 45 minutes, and then we set up to start at 9. So we need to figure out what you're going to go over in the show tonight.
Yeah, we don't really have any mechanisms built.
No, but we'll re-show kind of what we did in the videos.
Yep.
Definitely
We got an
explaining a
elevator,
lot
yeah.
of stuff.
Then that'll be that.
We probably won't be going that long. But yeah, and then eat. There's a pizza right there if you're lazy. You just scoot over.
Might get some quesadillas for my mom.
Quesadillas for
Drive
your
home really
mom.
quick.
Benefits of running 7 minutes over.
I would. Yeah. Eventually I'll need
One
a...
of my team's shop is a 5-minute walk from my house.
Okay.
Glorious. My team chef is 0 minutes from my workplace.
That's cheating.
Yes, it is.
I wish that was true.
It's great. I just spend all of my
All
moments
day?
all day at work.
And then all night also at work,
Yeah.
but not doing work.
Yeah.
But sometimes
but
doing
you
work.
miss work because it's the same thing. Here you go. Yeah, speaking of which, now that we kind of know our design, if we want anything from AndyMark,
That's a good.
I'm
good
going
point.
tonight, so.
Okay, cool, yeah.
Algae focused robot? No.
Upper.
I don't even know what they said about now.
No, we're not algae focused.
Yeah.
But we're doing it, but secondary.
Secondary. Cool. Now we're all eating, y'all. We only got 7 minutes, cut short. Caleb. Roundup? Is it Roundup or a strategy breakdown show?
It's our strategy breakdown. It was Roundup last year.
Yeah, I can't
It's
remember the show.
Roundup
There's
this
also,
year.
I think, sausage and pepperoni ranch.
Oh, I'm not doing that this year. I got fried.
We have to drive too, but it's like 5 minutes. Okay, so it looks like I need to buy more batteries.
This video on fun is brought to you by viewers like you and also in partnership with the following. This video on fun is brought to you by viewers like you.
I've been drinking Kool-Aid cameras like I did when I was 9, 'cause I like to pretend that I haven't lost the time. In the end, the nostalgia, though it tastes fine, I can only drink a couple 'cause it feels like a lie. We'd play Halo and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, 'cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. I still got my friends, they've been with me for some time, and it's nice to know that they still by my side. Friends are like stars, 'cause no matter how far, when it's dark outside, they will be your light. We'd play Halo and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, 'cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime.
just no good Wi-Fi, so we have to rip Onshape off a hotspot, which is not fun.
That's fun.
But we're switching to SolidWorks this year, so.
Hi, chat. We'll be starting with the Roundup Strategy Breakdown Show in just a couple minutes.
Hey.
Hey.
Yo. Hello, everyone.
That's an interesting shift. You don't see a lot of people going that direction.
Yeah, we had a few mentors that joined that are more SolidWorks native, so it just helps to help out the kids. And plus, we have 2 students have gotten pretty proficient in it, so it's just better for the overall workflow. But
nice. Are you cash catting?
Yeah, I was gonna
we
say,
are
how are you
cash
doing with
catting,
Battle
of
Square?
course. We love Mike.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And if you dive deep enough into the season-specific kit of parts box, you can see all branded zip ties.
Oh, really?
Branded zip ties?
Yeah.
What are they branded?
It's just black zip ties.
What time did you guys start today?
We got there about, I think we started like 10:30 and then wrapped up at about 5. So,
nice.
Not too
They
bad.
started around 10:30, at least with my CAD and mech students. We did a retrospective on our projects that we did for this off season, and then the rest of the team showed up and kind of just dove right into it.
Very cool.
We ended around 6:15, did our annual dodgeball game for about a half hour or so. So playing with power cells and notes.
Note dodgeball. That's pretty sweet.
It hurts.
Yeah, I can see that.
What
You
about
don't
you
even
guys?
break. And we started around the same time, 10:30 or so. We had 27 teams picking up kits this year.
Wow.
Yeah, there's not too many kickoffs in Massachusetts and New England. There's just the Manchester one in Marlborough, and one in Connecticut, and one in Revere.
Gotcha.
All right, hey guys, checking back in. I'm going to make a couple announcements and stuff. Looks like my connection is starting to stabilize a little bit, and then we'll get started with the show. All right.
All right. Very good deal.
All right, thanks.
What weeks are you guys competing this year, Brando?
We're doing 2 and 4.
Nice.
This year. We'd love to get a third one in there, but it just it's tough. New England schedule is pretty tough this year.
I got you. What about you, Connor?
We're gunning for 135, Southern Maine Pine Tree UVM.
Nice.
So there's a chance we end up dropping UVM, but that for money issues. So
that'll be fun. 135.
Yeah, and then right into district champs.
Yeah, that was I mean, we had no issue going to Vermont. I think we'd love to go, but that turnaround is just brutal.
We're so used to doing that, like that last qualifying event straight into district champs.
Yeah.
So
That's
like
terrible.
If anything, the robot gets a couple repairs here and there, but like no changes. It just stays, mostly just kind of stays in the trailer or back into the shop for some warmth. You get home, you just take your suitcase, dump it right into the washing machine, and then pack it.
Fill it back up again.
Yeah, exactly.
That sounds brutal. Yeah, we got forced into 1-4 last year, and actually liked having the extra week. We've been a 1-3 team for a while, but we went back to 1-4 this year, so
yeah,
pretty happy about it. Both of our events are Saturday, Sunday too, which is kind of nice. So
we typically try and avoid week 1.
Usually we're not entirely ready for that, but just the way that some things had to work with the 166 schedule this year is like it kind of forced our hand into it. So there's
Makes
always
sense.
one. We always have a lot of band kids on 166, so there's always 1 week that kind of takes them out of it for a band competition. But
Yep, same here. Yeah, that's week 2 for us.
Interesting.
It's like band festival,
Yeah.
all that good stuff. So,
Which week 1 are you doing, Connor?
Southern Maine. Yeah, we messed up on that one. That one's that's the party this year.
Yep.
is it? I haven't actually seen it. I'm curious.
Yeah.
Southern Maine.
It's pretty impact heavy as well.
Ooh, 95, 166, 172. Oh, yeah, this is pretty good. Bucks Wrath.
Yeah, especially for a week 1.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Yeah,
know
our
we
week
need
one
to be
is-
absolutely on our game for this event.
Our week 1 is brutal.
And Mechanical Mustangs are making the trip up from Jersey to Southern Maine.
Oh, nice.
They keep going up more north every single year.
Well, they keep doing well every time. So
Yeah. We'll see them at the North Pole Regional in 2037.
yeah.
Sorry, guys, just about ready.
No problem.
Have you guys been opting out of everything except the game kit?
Yeah, we opted out everything.
Yeah, it's funny the numbers now. I think we only had 8 or 9 teams pick up, not just the field kit out of the 27.
Wow.
I'll take my vouchers and spend them as I please.
Right.
Yep. And then 2 of the people that picked up their kit said they forgot to opt out. That's the only reason they were picking up the kits.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
Not that I don't like it, but I think I have enough of that 3M double-sided tape.
Hey, there's always first choice.
Yeah. That is true.
Actually, first choice to that probably came out. I'm curious if there's anything good.
Okay, your hopes up.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the heads up.
I haven't looked. I just know.
2023 cubes, my favorite. Oh, we love a good fluke multimeter. And this is the guess spherical rod ends.
Of course.
Yep.
Where would we be without those?
Right. Let's get some Neos, 550s, RPM. Some Max Planetary cartridges. That's not. Oh, there's Vortexes on here too.
All right, that's solid.
Yeah.
All right, hey guys, I think I'm in good enough shape to give it a shot. So if something goes catastrophically wrong, I'll just let you know. But it looks like the connection's pretty stable right now. So I'll go off. I'll hit record, Nick, and then you can start. All right.
Perfect.
Oh, actually, I need to break one last thing. Hold on. Thanks for your patience, chat.
There's also Krakens on there too.
Very nice.
5x. 5x. Done.
Some tube plugs.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna hit record, and then I'm good to go.
Okay, very good. Well, would you look at that? The 2025 robotics competition game has been released, and we are back. Coming up on tonight's episode of FRC Roundup, we'll be breaking down first REEFSCAPE, released this morning. We'll take a look at some early strategies, some possible choke points, and things about the game that might not be worth it. All of this and more coming up on Season 4 premiere of FRC Roundup.
This video on fun is brought to you by viewers like you and also in partnership with the following. AndyMark is your one-stop shop for all your robotics competition needs. Celebrating 20 years of quality robotics parts and superior service, AndyMark employees have over 200 years of first-team experience. From mechanical and electrical products to tools and hardware, head on over to AndyMark.com for high-quality and affordable solutions. Build your alliance with so many other FIRST alumni who go to Kettering University. Every student at Kettering experiences their cutting-edge co-op programs that seamlessly blend the professional and academic worlds. Kettering co-ops are a fully immersive working experience at the leading edge of industry. Head on over to kettering.edu/first to learn more about their incredible programs and to get more information.
Welcome to the show. If you've not caught our show previously, FRC Roundup is where we take important topics currently happening in FRC, highlight some discussion points about events that may have happened, strategy, or really anything that correlates with FRC. If you, the fun community, think there's a topic that we should cover on FRC Roundup, please feel free to ping me in the fun Discord, and I'll be more than happy to take a look into it. If you're not familiar with me, my name is Nick Mathis, the Superior Nick on 33 for Nick in chat, and I'm currently in the 1st of Michigan region and mentor on Team 33.
And I'm Connor McBride, mentor for Team 166 Chop Shop, and MC and game announcer in the New England District. Our guest tonight is the one and only Brandon Holly. Brando is the lead mentor for Team 125, the Neutrons, longtime fun supporter, and numerous time guest here on Roundup. Brando, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, guys. You guys are going to do like that 5-time club, like SNL does? So I'll expect my jacket in the mail sometime soon.
There you go. All right. Well, yeah. Thanks again, Brenda, for coming on. Super excited to have you. Jumping into our first topic of the night, going to be talking about early strategy thoughts. If you guys caught the breakdown show that we had for the 2024 season that had to do with Crescendo, we're going to take a similar approach. We've got some topics we want to go into, mainly looking at big aspects of what we got out of the game. Obviously, it's only been released here for about 8 hours, but I'm sure everybody had plenty of time to dive deep into the manual. There's definitely some great game rules that we're going to take a look at, but also I think there's a lot of robot rules that I kind of want to bring into and talk about as well that have changed from last season. So we'll start off with early strategy thoughts. My take first, and then I'll go to Connor, and then we'll wrap up with Brando. I think there's an interesting dynamic this year, bringing back the 2 game piece. I know we saw it in 2023, 2021, 2022, I guess, different colors, and then 2023, and then 2019 with the 2 game piece. And I think there's an interesting dynamic specifically with the algae, because while the coral is used strictly for those RP thresholds, the algae doesn't help you in terms of that RP. So there's an interesting dynamic handoff that you have to decide on with that. I think also that plays into that, though, only going up to 6 RPs possible, 3 for the win, and then the 3 overall RPs that you can gain throughout that brings up a good point as well. Connor, I know you're super involved with Chop Shop and have a pretty large impact on that team. What was Chop Shop's overall thoughts about the game today? And some early strategy thoughts that you guys are looking into right now.
Yeah, so we love the game. We had a really good feeling that it was going to be a pick and plays. There's a said on the show in the past few episodes, we were designing an elevator in the off season. So all of our off season, at least for right now, is really started to pay off. But we saw the game and we immediately thought of deep space in the aspect of the I wanted to say cargo, but it's algae. That kind of pick and place. Also like kind of like with the defense rules where you can only have one of your robots on the other side of the field at a time. So not a whole lot of protected zones once you get across to your field. It's just around the reef and at the bridge. So the loading zones aren't even protected, which is wild to me. So I'm really curious to see how that kind of gets played out.
Yeah, I think there's some big shifts, especially from the last few years. The big one being, I think, like going back after 2020, which we didn't get to play a ton of, but the game was still situated, being a full field game where all robots were moving all over, and the same carrying through to 22, 23, and 24. We're going to a shift back to 2019 where a lot of stuff is really on one half of the field. similar to what Connor said. You go to deep space, and how defense plays out, I think, is going to be interesting. There's definitely some very obvious openings in the rules here for defense to be a part of the game. Now, I think how it plays out, this is always the big question. But there's definitely some big elements, some shifts, back. And then the big one for us that we talked a lot about was the 6 RP change. And I think for all the veterans out there, you kind of have to shift your mindset a little bit around what an RP is, because there's now 50% more of them. And so when you think of it that way, every single RP is now worth, admittedly, a bit less than it was, if you're comparing to previous seasons.
Yeah, that brings up a good point. I don't know. I'm trying to think, at least recently, I don't think we've had more than 4. We've always usually had the 2 specific game ones, and then the 2 for the win, 1 for the tie.
Yeah, it's always been that way. And I think Rebound Rumble with the co-op, that was 1. So Rebound Rumble was, I think, was just 3.
Okay.
So
yep.
Yeah, that brings up. It's just it's to your point, Brando. You kind of have to really rethink, because the big thing is, obviously, if you want to win, you got to rank high. To rank high, you got to get rank points. And you've always been so accustomed to, okay, well, what does my robot have to do to make getting the rank points easy as possible? And when you get into 3 specific game ones, I saw breaking down the 3 rank points. They brought back the auto one similar to 2018, where every robot's got to move. That's an interesting one always, because now if you have partners that might not be able to move, you're trying to help them and get them up and running, so that way that you can get them to move an auto in your match, but also through the rest of the tournament. It's good to help them as they continue throughout the tournament as well. And then going into the Coral with the co-op threshold, I like the fact that they brought the co-op threshold back, because it does allow you to bring the pieces down, similar to what we had in 22 and 23. And then you have the end game one with the cages, which I think is interesting. We'll get into the cages in a little bit, but the cages bring up. I don't know. Let's get into the cages now. Let's talk cages. Shallow and deep. The deep only being 3.5 inches off the ground. I think, in my opinion, that's the hardest aspect of the game. I think coral scoring is not going to be easy. I think algae scoring in certain spots is probably the easiest scoring task. But in certain scenarios, you still got to reach up 8 feet to score if you plan on doing it into the trough. But I think the cages are going to be very difficult. Obviously, if you take the shallow cage, you might be able to use your same mechanism that you're using to score and pick up a hook or something to grab it. But being able to prop your robot off on that 3-inch, only 3.5 inches off the ground, I'm curious to see where that goes. Brenda, what are your thoughts on the cages this year?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple of these over the last few years. So 2022 had a very dynamic climbing endgame challenge. 2024 had a very similar one with the trap. I think from our experience, it's probably similar for other teams too. They're tricky because it's not necessarily just an exercise in CAD, and it's not necessarily just kind of like draw it up in statics. You are getting into dynamic situations, and especially with the trap, and I know a lot for the climbing 22 as well. Building the mechanism was only half the battle. Getting that thing tuned and actually getting to the right heights and all that stuff. There's a lot of things that are just hard to account for in the actual conception process for your robot design, and that's going to be the really tricky part, I think, about the deep climb. Both climbs will have that to some degree, but the deep climb is going to be very tricky for people to conceptualize. And likely there's going to be a lot of folks that attempt it and end up realizing that it doesn't actually work. They're going to have to shift. But that's part of the game. It's part of the challenge.
Mm-hmm. And I think, real quick, Connor, I think one thing that plays into what you're talking about too, Brando, is usually, like even the trap last year, we've been so accustomed to doing everything we can to get those 2 game RPs. Like the trap last year, like you only had 2 game piece RPs on top of that to get it. And you're like, okay, if we want to rank high early, we got to have the trap. And I think this year, that's at least the first dynamic that I noticed specifically of, okay, if you want the easiest possible way to get that the barge rank point at the end, doing the deep cages, easiest because then you only need a park left. But is it worth it? Is it worth designing your robot around? So
yeah,
So one thing I want to grab from chat from Epiphany Lockman, they say thoughts on the Symbotic climb from 2010, where they had that mechanism kind of latch onto the pole and basically just do a one-arm rotate pull up. Yeah.
I think it's a really good starting thought. The thing that's different, right, is that the vertical pole isn't fixed vertical. So when you start pulling down on it in that way, you end up changing, the situation. And this is all about balancing centers of gravity. And then you also cannot touch that chain above the cage. So, you add all those things together, and I think it's a good starting point on the 1114 climb. But even that is going to probably have some challenges as soon as you get a few steps down the road.
Yeah.
Yep, totally agree. All right, well, before we go ahead and jump into our next topic, we'll go ahead and bring Tyler on to hear from our sponsors at Kettering University.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Nick. Yeah, Kettering University, by the way, applications are open, especially for their scholarships as well, too, where you can get up to $5,000 per year to go to Kettering University. And Kettering University has an incredible co-op program that's not just an internship. It's a co-op where you're placed with top companies all around the country, get that great experience to help pay off your tuition. So go ahead to kettering.edu/first to get more information, and make sure you apply for that awesome scholarship that they have as well, too. That's kettering.edu/first. Clear.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Tyler, and thanks again from our friends at Kettering University. All right, topic 2 of the night: possible choke points in the game. Brando, I'm going to give you a heads up. I'm going to come to you first, but I think this is an interesting one because we're used to safe zones, and in terms of scoring, there really isn't much. Your loading stations are now completely open. If a robot can get across the field, they're completely able to try and play defense on you while you're trying to acquire pieces, which I think is unique because now we have two loading zones, where the past couple of years we've only had one. And in 2023, I think we had two because we had the shelf and then the ramp. I can't remember what they're called, but so it brings back the two dynamic, but two of the same, symmetrical across the field this year, not mirrored. So Brando, what do you think are some possible choke points or certain scenarios that robots could get stuck in this game?
Yeah, I mean, the starting with the obvious stuff. I mean, only one robot on the opposite side of the field at any point in time. So there's an obvious one there. And then also just traversing to that side of the field, if for whatever reason you wanted to trade off that position, you can only go that way through your side. You're not allowed near the other cages. So so there's definitely something about the flow there to keep in mind. I do agree with you. 2019 had some uniqueness where the scoring area was totally unprotected, and that's where a big emphasis of defense was. This year, you basically take that and amplify it. Imagine a 2019 where now the hatch panel, the pickup area was unprotected as well. It's going to be super dynamic. But the center, the reef being in the center of the field, I think will be the thing that really makes it more dynamic. So I think it will be hard to choke off any one point of the field, especially because that one robot rule. But I do think defense is going to find a way to be pretty effective, and there's going to probably be some robots that make a name for themselves this year by shutting down some teams with some really effective defense.
Yeah, and one thing I want to highlight too, and then I'll come to you, Connor. Talking about choke points, defense in the game. First made a pretty big statement this year coming out with defense with pinning. For plenty of years, we've seen pinning always be a 5 count. And First comes out and says, hey, we're going to bring the pinning rule back to 3 seconds for this year, which I find very interesting. I'm not sure if 2024 champs had anything to do with that and the Einstein finals, but I'm interested to see how the 3-second pinning is, and I think we're all accustomed to it. So I think it takes some time to kind of rewire our brains to get used to that. So Connor, what do you think are some possible choke points in this year's game?
So first, just kind of piggybacking off of the pinning rule there, it makes sense to me. So a lot of times, at least this past year and the past couple seasons, where I've seen a pin start to happen, and then the ref might not be like, all right, yeah, now it's a pin. All right, now we're going to start counting. So I think that grace period of when the pin actually starts to when the count starts is going to kind of break even on that 5 seconds, in my opinion. But that's definitely where it's just like, hey, if you're playing defense, and as soon as you start to see one, it's like, all right, buddy, like start to back up a little bit. So I think that where I'm still going back to deep space, where it still kind of has that same kind of defense mentality, but it's a little bit more open of a field. So I think it's going to be a lot harder to try. I think if you're playing defense, you're going to have to stick to probably one robot. I don't think you can really play zone, since you have you have two loading stations, one on either side of your driver station wall. So you can just have one robot just kind of just cleaning cycle, and then you might have to kind of play pick and choose a little bit there.
Yeah, and I think to your point too, one of the interesting things that we could possibly see, if you are getting defended pretty heavily, you have two loading zones. So if you have one of your robot alliances playing defense, another that's focusing on algae or something, and you have another robot that's focusing on coral, you have some ability to flip between the two stations and use, the reef as a pick and whatnot as you're traveling. So I don't think defense is going to be easy by any means this year, because especially, if you're in the one station and, if you're in blue 3 and the other is in red 1 and you're opposite of each other, well, blue 3, blue 3, red 2, no.
Yeah.
Okay. Regardless, you know what I mean? If you're cross field and you're trying to get to that station, you're going to have some trouble looking through, possibly two reefs at that point. So be curious to see how, that moves and whatnot. One thing that we didn't talk about in early strategy that I actually kind of want to go back to real quick, processor, and the scoring of the algae brings a unique dynamic. It brings the human players back into it. I know for the past couple of years, at least for last year and the year before, it always seems there's kind of been, one human player left out or used as another coach. And this really brings back the dynamic of, all three human players are being used, one in each station and then the other in the processing zone. I don't know if that's what it's called, but it's where the processor's at. But, it brings a unique dynamic of getting all three human players back involved. And the interesting dynamic of, you score one of your algae in the processor, but then they can turn around and pop it back in. So it's still of a net, but, the net might change. And to only have, 18 total algae staged on the field ever, you're only going to have what's actually starting on the field. I think that brings an interesting dynamic to, explore and see where, the processor might really take that next step. So, Brandon, I know, 124, we talked about this a little bit pre-show, but where do you guys, or you see the processor kind of coming into play and really taking and moving the alliance to the next step?
Yeah, it's algae as a whole, I think, is an interesting topic. And, the processor piece of it is interesting because it's a way to kind of, I think, maybe change the pace of the game a little bit and put some pressure on the opposing alliance in a very different type of way. If you go to the, these types of pick and place games and cycling games, you're really trying to get into a rhythm as an alliance and as a team. And that rhythm means basically doing the same thing or very similar thing over and over again. And the processor may present a way where things start, having to be accounted for in a different way. And going back to the human player comment, one of our early discussions today is just around how important the human player is all over the field. Obviously, the processor human player is important, but then also with multiple feeding stations and the type of game pieces we're talking about feeding, I think it's going to become a really important role to watch all over the field. So to your point, I think every human player has a very important job this year.
Especially over in the loading zones. Correct me if I'm wrong. You can use your human players in the loading zones during auto to feed coral. Yep. So you could have some ridiculous autos of robots just cycling like crazy. The processor is going to be a really interesting one because like we've talked about it a little bit on 166, and it's like we kind of almost don't want the algae to go out of play. So it's like if we ever have our human player down at the processor, because while you're scoring into your processor on your side of the field, it's the other alliance's human player. But if you just take all that algae once it comes through and just huck it over to your side of the field so you can just start scoring, you just have technically you get an unlimited threshold of points in that aspect. So,
well, and one thing to your point, I'm curious to see if it ever develops to where like it's going to be an algae race. Like you're going to turn into, scoring the coral and whatnot, but then whoever's going to end up with the more, with the more algae at the end of the match and being able to score them into the processor. Because what I can see is, you get a defensive bot, so there's some play, but maybe you're hoarding all of your algae to the field. Last 15 seconds, hey, I'm going to throw all these into the processor, so that way the human player, only has a certain amount of time to possibly score them, to kind of remove what that.
And slots. There's only so many slots you can score
Right.
them before they're not going to stay in there anymore.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that might be a big differentiator because it is 6 points, and if they're not able to, the human player is not able to either get them into the trough or run out of time, that you're taking. You're moving your 2-point net gain to the overall 6. So, all right. Well, before we go ahead and jump into our final topic of the night, we'll go ahead and hear from bring Tyler on to hear from our friends at AnyMark.
Thanks a lot, Nick. We got a lot of great stuff. AnyMark's actually doing one of our giveaways tonight, so we'll get to that in just a moment as well, too. But if you didn't see tons of products that have come out from AnyMark recently, you got to check out at anymark.com. From the sport gearbox options, including Ratchet Sport as well, too. A lot of great stuff. Their churros, ELP fisheye lens, LED lights, wheels, driver station controls, climber box, and so much more. Go over to anymark.com, your one-stop shop for all things FRC. And as I mentioned, our giveaway tonight is going to be from our friends at AnyMark. It's for a $25 AnyMark gift card. Type in churro in chat right now. Absolutely delicious and comes in many different colors as well, too. So go ahead and type in churro, select your different colors, see which one you get. And if you do, please go to funroboxnetwork.com and click giveaway winner. We'll draw for that in just a little bit. Back to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Tyler. We're going to go ahead and hand it over to Connor to go over our final topic of the night.
Yeah, so topic number 3. So we're going to be talking about maybe there might be some items within the game that you might just not think is worth it. I know last year, this time when we were talking about what we might not think is worth it, the trap came up, or in prior years, maybe a traversal climb or any form of climb, or just that really, really obscure ranking point. For me, it's putting the algae up high. Or like trying to shoot it or place it way up high. I think that in my mind is going to drastically decrease your cycle time, and also putting those algae out of play is another big thing as well that can really just kind of hurt your score. Granted, scoring them up high can also take them away from the opposing alliance, but I think the big thing for me, and at least on 166, is just the cycle time and designing for something to place all the way that high. So, Brando, what do you think?
Yeah, that's a good one. I think there's a lot that people are going to talk about with algae. I think another big area of debate is a lot of teams are going to have is whether they're picking up the coral from the ground or not. And that'll be something that a lot of teams have to kick around. And coral is so vitally important to everything that, it's similar to, the hatch panel deal in 2019. It's so vitally important that it's not really a debate around should we be focusing on this? I think the question is more around, how fast can I build a manipulator to pick a coral up off the ground in a pretty challenging game piece when I have a feeder station, so close nearby, and I have 2 of them. So I think that's going to be a big debate for teams too.
Yeah, agreed. I think, Connor, I definitely agree. I don't know that scoring into the trough directly from the robot's worth it. I think that brings up a good one.
Yeah.
So there's 2 ways I want to go about this. One, the coral versus algae discussion is very intriguing to me. Just because I'm going to spin this in a way kind of opposite of the topic, but items in the game that I think might be worth it. I think for certain teams, it is 100% going to be worth it to specialize in one piece. I think for me, it gives big cone versus cube vibes that we had in 2023. Like, if you were the best cone robot in the world, you were great. Like, it's what it was. And I think in that sense, I think it's going to be very similar to coral in that case. Like, if you're one of the best coral robots at an event, you are going to do great. Are you going to get stuck by not being able to manipulate algae and not be able to push your points a little bit further because you eventually might max out the reef? I think that's also a definite possibility. So that dynamic is very interesting to me, trying to figure out, anytime you work with 2 pieces, sometimes you have to. 2019, if you wanted to fill the rocket for the RP, you had to manipulate both pieces, so you weren't relying on another robot. This year, you can entirely do the Coral RP by touching one piece. The algae RP is not needed for, the RP. So that's one thing for me. The other thing for me, and we kind of talked about this earlier, is the deep cage. It's because the way that the rank points work this year, it might be beneficial for teams to focus on maybe working with two pieces instead of spending that time in designing their entire robot around climbing the deep cage. Or maybe your team decides, hey, we're going to be a defensive specialist and we're going to climb on the deep cage, and that's going to be our robot. And that might be a great choice, because then at that point you only need one park to rank high, and that extra RP, there's 6 now, but still being able to pretty much guarantee that other RP and only needing another robot to park is going to be huge and allow your team to rank high. So I think that dynamic will be very interesting. I'll be curious to see how that plays out. I also think similar to every game that we have, it's going to start out one way and be completely different another way, or at the end of the year, right? We're going to see a lot of gameplay, maybe early, week 1 and 2, it's like, all right, everybody just do Coral. And then, as we get later into the year, week 5, district champs, I think that's where we see the strategy kind of, turn and rotate and really see it develop where, the algae comes into play. So that's my overall thoughts. I don't know if either of you had any points to add on that, but
I think one thing that's nice is where the field is a little bit more wide open, and it's very defined tasks where you have 2 separate loading stations for Coral, and then I think once we get to district champs or Houston level kind of play, whether if it's quals or playoffs, I think there's still granted this is so early on, good chance that you can still do triple offense or 2 offense 1D, and just having one robot exclusively doing algae and then 2 robots doing Coral, just kind of going back and forth, because you're only going to have 1 defender at maximum, so that's going to leave 2 robots to be able to kind of go play as they please.
Yeah, that's where I think algae gets pretty interesting, and we'll see how things work out. But playing algae as a way to put pressure on the other alliance and change how they're playing the game is a way to play a defensive type of game while not necessarily playing exclusively robot on robot defense. So yeah, I think it'll be interesting. It's going to evolve. I think we'll probably see some interesting strategies that teams try to employ using algae.
Yeah, totally agree. All right, well, before we go ahead and wrap up the show, we're going to go ahead and bring Tyler on to draw for that giveaway.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Once again, churro was your keyword for a $25 gift card from AndyMark. If you do win, please go to funroboticsnetwork.com and click the giveaway winner link on there to enter your information for that. As this is a gift card, it will be digital. We just pretty much need your email address for it. And the winner, since Nightbot is finally working on us, is going to be Samuel Tops. Congratulations, Samuel Tops. You are the winner for the giveaway. Make sure you go to funroboticsnetwork.com to enter your information for that. Thanks again to AndyMark for the giveaway. If you are watching Robot in 3 days, by the way, we have a lot more AndyMark and ThriftyBot giveaways to do later on. And by the way, after the show, if you are watching live, we will have a Robot in 3 days day 1 recap with live Q&A where you can ask the team questions coming up at the top of the hour or 9 p.m. Eastern.
Awesome. Thanks, Tyler. And thanks, everybody, for tuning into FRC Roundup. Special thanks to all those who clicked that follow button or stepped up to help fund with a YouTube subscription or donation. Your support really helps us continue to make great content. Don't forget, you can watch FRC Roundup archived at youtube.com/Fun Robotics Network and watch live Mondays after FRC Recap, but that is not happening. So we will figure out what our scheduled day happens and looks like into the coming year, and we'll announce that as soon as we are ready. Thank you to Brando, to our guests for coming on, and on behalf of our producer, Tyler Olds, and my co-host, Connor, and all Fun correspondents, I'm Nick Jr., and thanks for watching. Good luck to all teams with a great build season ahead, and we wish you the best. Be sure to check out all of our Ri3D videos coming out on Fun from Cranberry Alarm and Kettering University. And big thanks to all of our moderators in chat as well. See you next time, same day, same time, where we take a look at what is going on First Robotics with FRC Roundup. Thanks, everyone.
Streams on the Fun Robotics Network are supported by viewers like you and also in partnership with the following. True competitors know that every second counts. That's why Kettering University challenges you to dive in right away as a first-year student. Participating in robotics programs helps Kettering students secure a valuable co-op. Whatever your interests, Kettering gives you more space to work faster and win faster. Learn more at kettering.edu/first. AndyMark is your one-stop shop for all your robotics competition needs. Celebrating 20 years of quality robotics parts and superior service, AndyMark employees have over 200 years of first-team experience. From mechanical and electrical products to tools and hardware, head on over to andymark.com for high-quality and affordable solutions. Streams on the Fun Robotics Network are supported by viewers like you and also in partnership with the following. True competitors.
Whoa. Let me go. 1 second. This is some bullshit.
Technically, you get variation.
You guys are back live.
Oh, you mean I have to angle this?
You kind of need to
All right.
prepare, I guess.
Back on live mic.
Recipes. So what we were just talking about, Chad.
You guys can hear me, you are back live as
Yep, we heard that. Is we're having a debate on whether a algae in the top slot blocks you from scoring L4. Ladies and gentlemen, we're live.
We're live.
Yeah, so on the field video, they have a coral on the L4.
Okay, this is AndyMark's too. It's not ours, so it should be cut right.
And it is definitely not touching the algae, so it would score there. But our version, we're far less confident with
Do
that.
we verify that the length is indeed right?
Yeah, the length of this. What's the dimension
11
of this?
and 7/8. You got a measure tape right there.
That sounds right.
Yeah, it's right.
Okay.
But that just visually looks weird.
It looks an inch off.
It could be the inner diameter. It could be the bend has a.
This looks like a much greater bend. Well, it's at the same angle.
Dude, field tolerance.
No, because if that's a greater bend, it would go on less.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Wait, hold this for a second. I'm gonna turn the audio on.
It's so far away.
Are you volumed on your computer?
No.
I'm muted on my computer.
Are you muted on your system?
Nope. I am using the output. No spatial audio.
I don't know why we don't have audio then. There we go. We trying to see?
I mean, they had to frame that, so I wonder if they
It's gonna be like omega loud.
Brr.
To start the match, the Reef will have 6 algae placed on the branches, with 1 on every face. See the game manual for exact details on how the field is
Yeah, it's not like
matches.
it just got caught weird or something.
On the Reef will not be counted if they are touching a robot or an algae at the end of the match. So make sure to clear the algae off the Reef before scoring too close to them. Only the quantity and location
That looks right.
is scored on the Reef will determine whether
Checks out.
they achieve the
That one looks right.
Teams should familiarize themselves with the ranking point system in REEFSCAPE. Details on how to earn ranking points in the match can be found in our Alliance Station field tour video and in the manual. Good luck, and we'll see you at the competition. Mucha suerte y nos vemos en la competencia.
Nice.
Yeah, that goes so much farther down.
Is there a difference between the AndyMark pipe and the? Oh wait, no, they're all official game pieces.
The red alert.
Never mind. I was thinking like if pipe you buy has a different inner diameter, but like they should be using the same exact thing.
Just put them next to each other. The pipes.
I was thinking if different
Like are they the
pipes
same
from different
height
sources.
and OD, IG look the same? I mean they look the same.
Difference by not enough.
By an 1/8 of an inch or so,
Yeah.
16th even.
Yeah, a pipe from a different source with a different inner diameter. But those are official, so that's what should be used.
I'm dumbfounded.
And it's definitely a question.
This is a Q&A thing for sure.
It's like, do you intend for... Now, we don't have the other tree, right? And so the ball could just be fundamentally setting in a different way than
But that looks like it's sitting differently on the tree.
It is.
Well, the game manual looks so close.
Can I go back to the video without playing the rest of the ad? No.
No.
Go away, go away,
YouTube.
go away. Pan, zoom.
Enhance.
Enhance. Dude. Zoom.
Scroll wheel it, dude.
I can't.
Enhance. That's so far away. It's like not even close.
Can you go? Look at the top of the post. Look at the
Look
top
at
of
the
the
one at
post.
the back.
Yeah, they're like leaning over.
Yeah,
way higher.
so that's the big thing.
Maybe
Like-
their pipe is way longer. Maybe these aren't official pipes. Alright, it's time to do some pixel measuring.
Or you just pull up
It's
the
a
field
16-inch
drawing.
ball,
It's
so
a
that's
16-inch ball.
It's really easy.
It doesn't even look like it's far down.
You could.
There's no
just
way to, like,
look
you
up
could
the
be-
field
it
drawing.
could
What is
be
the field drawing supposed to be for
Friction
this?
holding
for
on.
this height of the pipe.
No, I'm saying the pipe isn't wrong. This is an AndyMark pipe. They got AndyMark pipes. AndyMark would not give us a wrong pipe.
That's
would
not
not-
even from AndyMark. It's from First.
This is from First?
Yeah. That's why we have one of them and not more than one.
Cool.
Because I asked Ari about it and they said that's from First. That's why you have one.
Okay. And then the only difference can be this.
The bend could be different. There could be a tolerance on the bend.
They look the same.
Yeah, but you can't really fully see that bend.
Look at this guy over here.
That's just balancing on there. That's like a human placed it.
Oh, it's like up more? Kevin, can you try to balance it up high?
Yeah, that's just like balanced.
Oh!
I mean, that is scored.
I'll go get the door.
Is there a way it could be? I mean, that's scored.
No,
Balance.
it is. It
no,
is.
there's no way it could have not.
Unless it's you know what?
Because if this were holding on, friction-wise.
No, so check this out.
And that's just an
There
unfortunate.
might be.
This one
There might be bolts
over here is
Why would there be a
fully
bolt?
seated.
I know there's bolts.
There's holes. Corey,
Is there bolts?
can you zoom in on the back where that one on the back? Can
This
you
one?
zoom in, see if it's resting against the nut?
No.
Tell me if
There's
it's
holes
resting.
here.
Because there's
We don't
holes
know what
here.
they're
Tell me if it's resting against something
for.
over there.
Unless it's something in the manufacturing process.
It's probably there to hold.
Yeah.
So you can hold this to bit.
Yeah, but what's... Yeah.
Oh, yes. Enhance.
We're real technical here.
Where's Reset?
We got rid of him. He was dead weight.
Oh yeah. Is he getting the entire cat of the robot done?
No, it's not. There
No.
doesn't even look like there's holes in that.
And there's one lower down.
Doesn't even
It
look like
doesn't
there's
look like a
hole in there.
way less.
But
I
like,
wonder if that's the prototype.
What's your worry?
but like, it
So-
doesn't. If you're
It
balancing,
doesn't go down enough.
you just like you can find the
The
balance
real
point.
worry
Difference.
But if
is
you
that
try to like go
L4
anything a little past the balance point, it just falls.
So
straight.
you guys can be doing it here or out there?
I think out
I
there.
don't care. I just need to know.
out there.
Out there. Okay, cool.
But like,
L4 scored touches the algae on our set.
And if it touches, it doesn't score. Which means that.
We need the de-algae.
Look at that in the video.
But
Half
that
the
doesn't look like it does.
Right.
but it's
Yeah.
like
They don't have the holes. These have holes. That does
Those-
not have holes. So
Those don't look
is that
nearly
a
as bad.
prototype field?
Those look more expanded.
That might be a prototype field.
Like that does not look like 35 degrees or whatever that is.
Did you get like a second set to like?
No.
Or how are you determining that
We
the
have
Did
algae
you have
touches?
did one of you have the field CAD up? I have it.
You
I
gotta
have it.
check
Can we
in
pull it
the
up?
CAD. The image in the
Can we
green
check it in
manual
CAD to see
looks
what that is?
like it'll test.
I would like to.
Yeah, but look how much the
solid,
post is
not
barely
solid. It is
sticking
steel.
up out of that, and it's sticking up this far.
We need to
We checked dimensions on this.
get Reese back.
That in
with
the
the
video
next-
doesn't have these holes here.
Or at least heads up.
So that could be slightly different dimensions from a prototype field. I don't know exactly how they do it. And if we had a second one, we could see for sure. Because that is a huge change on the strategy.
Can you put pipe on L3? Okay, I'm
12
comparing
minutes.
the amount of stick out here to the field.
It looks similar.
It looks similar, so they're probably using the correct length pipe.
I can't imagine they use
You
incorrect.
assume those purple pipes are made the same.
Yeah.
But there's a lack of holes.
What I was wondering is whether these PVC pipes were different, because if they were longer,
How,
they
how
were
did you determine that the algae is going to hit?
Because we went out there,
Held up the ball
we
next
held
to
up
it.
the algae so that it was.
But you don't know
intersecting.
how far the ball is going to be.
That's true.
With the other
Yeah,
pipe.
it's not.
It's 1
the
feet,
best.
1 inch is the other pipe away.
We'd have to make another thing to actually be sure, but that is a huge strategy and word effective.
How is the fake tree made? Is it all PVC pipe?
So it's PVC pipe.
It does not.
What?
Oh no, the top is not. You're not going to simulate that.
What's the issue? Oh, exactly how that rests on is going to be probably different.
Well, just
Isn't
like
the
how-
angles the same? Isn't it just basically
I
this?
think
but
we
with
have to wait for a team to
like
get
a-
2 of those, and for them to post online
Well, they won't get 2 of them.
for a long
Could you
time.
not buy 2?
Andy Mark does not have more of those, according to Ari.
Well, because
Yeah.
they were all sold out. But
They
$280
and according to Ari, they had 2. Like Andy Mark as a whole has 2.
Did Andy Mark not make those?
No, they said those were from first. So Ari said they had 2 of them at Andy Mark.
Isn't
One-
Andy Mark selling them though?
Yes, but not soon.
Yeah.
Like it might be 3 or 4 weeks.
But they have
So
sold a
wh-
bunch.
where's the other one?
I think.
From the top
The
of
other ones
cap
at Purdue.
to that where
For
that
those
first
Purdue teams.
bend is.
For the Purdue team at R3D team at Purdue.
I mean, ideally we
Could've
would
done that.
see
They didn't have that much
where
pull in it.
a pipe would rest, but that's very hard to constrain or show.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you measure from the top of the pipe to where it starts bending?
Yeah. We do have 10 minutes until we need to start the show.
There.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty
Um,
much like right where it starts getting thinner because of the bend.
So I saw you guys were playing around with the L4 touches the algae.
Yeah,
thing, it
maybe.
looks like-
We're not sure.
But there's differences between what's shown
Like
in the
there, or
field
you want me to go
tour
farther
video
down or
and what
farther
ours is
across?
behaving like.
No, that's right. That looks about right.
Right here is
Right.
8.5.
The question is, to some degree, what is the intention of that rule?
The CAD says
As Corey said before, if the intention of the rule is to make you de-score algae, or yeah, to de-algae first, then they're gonna have a rules update that says the 4 pegs adjacent to algae don't score.
Kevin, 10 is here.
All right, we should go out
on
there. Probably.
the field drawing. The bend isn't supposed to start until 10 1/4, and 10 is like the middle of that bend.
Okay, so the part above it is taller.
What was your number that you had?
That is shorter than it should be.
Yeah, which would mean it rests way.
Higher.
Ours rests way lower than the field, which is what we're seeing.
Because it's shorter.
Yeah, there should be more pipe above that.
We could ask the RE3D team at Purdue if they have the same measurement.
That is completely
They apparently
true.
have the same one.
I will.
Ari says they have the same exact one.
But if this is also from first, then
Well, it's from. Yeah, it's from Andy Mark, and they make it.
I don't think so, based on what Ari said.
Oh.
he thinks it's from first.
Ari
and
said they
gave
were from
Andy Mark
first,
2.
and Andy Mark had 2.
Oh. Okay.
That's what.
I assume that too.
Which first, for something like this, would also use a standard.
I mean, Andy Mark
mold,
doesn't
so
make
why
all the
would
field
anything
stuff.
ever be different on?
So the practical decision, the practical difference it would make is that we lose scoring spots up top. If we don't
6 spots.
If we don't de-algae,
We lose 6 spots.
6 highest value spots.
I fully believe that because L4 is so different and so challenging, I believe it's omitted from the rule that we're talking about right now, and that the rule that you can't score in ones that are being touched by algae only applies to L2 and L3.
So it's not that you can't score; it's that if a coral is touching an algae, it does not count as scored.
Right. That's what. So
He
you
thinks
can't score.
He's saying the intention of the
Yeah.
rule is to only block L2 and L3.
That's what my interpretation is.
We should get ready for our thing.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah.
We can also mention
that's
that
a
as
Q&A.
that we can mention that as an unknown too, right? And
Yeah.
say like, we found this thing, and it's unclear to us right now what the intention behind it is.
Field tolerances.
Yeah.
So annoying. Oh no, my strategy.
How's the battery, Samantha?
Uh-oh, this
Did we check through the internet?
mostly full still? I mean, it's gonna last for the show.
Yeah, that's
Well, just there's an algae.
Okay, we'll go that way, so we're gonna do that, so we can move this over there.
You want to tell 3 seconds?
Of course, we have this tape. I'd rather keep it all.
Samantha, are you using questions or camera?
Back up.
We're going over there.
Yeah, we're going to have to put it all out
Corner?
there. To the corner.
In the woods. In the woods. Man, why didn't we put a screw here?
Good enough.
Why did you take apart a field on one? So you can use probably the base fingers.
Do we want to move the timing stuff over there to show the height?
Yeah, we should definitely show it off.
I feel like that would be helpful. Or we could put it over here and pan to it or something. Is that okay? Or
It's easy to move that.
yeah.
Well, I mean, we got room for it there.
I think teams would be interested. Like to me, I was very surprised to see how low that is, both at the top and the bottom.
Yeah.
I feel like other teams.
And then just drive this around it too. 3 minutes.
Is it? Any more people?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me show.
No, adding a lot. Alright. Where are we going next? Clear path.
Is this intake wheels? Yeah. No. Yeah, I'm kicking this.
I think you were kicking this. Oh, that would help, yeah.
Ready? 3, 2. Oh, where we're going? Where we're going? We're going over there?
Just like right over here to the right.
Okay. Where those intake wheels are. Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. This is the right?
Yep.
Oh. That's hope I break.
We're good?
Good. Here.
Let's just walk over here.
This thing is gonna kill some shins.
Why are you twisting it?
Just move it out of the way a little bit.
Yeah. Should be fine. Field reset. That's gonna hurt some shins.
We gotta change
Time for
that.
team
The fact that they have to change it all the time.
Field reset needs that.
Every match, right?
Oh yeah, field reset.
You got
BC
the
guard.
roll.
Shin guards.
Oh yeah.
Can we make sure the robot
This is gonna be.
Yep.
This is 100% gonna be 2016 all over again.
1 minute. Okay.
You guys know who's saying what?
Let's see my laptop turns on.
Want to show the back
It's powering on now. It should be charged now.
Is there still a piece of dust on the lens?
Why was it off?
Probably.
Oh no, it's dead. 7. Emergency power. SOS.
Remind me before we start, I need to take a graphic down that says starting soon.
Are we on? Yeah.
It is, but
Or you want to grab Rattlesnake's elevator? Also, are we showing CAD?
I can't bring in the thing because the thing is blocking the thing for me to
Oh yeah,
grab
the
that.
report thing?
Yeah, unfortunately. So.
Okay.
Turn the exposure way down. You can zoom in on it. There is a lot of cat to show.
All these mics are going to be hot. You guys can grab it. Who's all talking? Is it all of you?
I don't know. It's probably just recently.
There's only 4 of you, right?
I don't think Kevin wanted to talk.
Kevin's here too somewhere.
I don't think he wanted to talk. Is what I got.
What color do you want?
Black? I don't know. I don't know if I'm talking.
It will be yours if you can talk. What color do you want?
Blue. Thank you.
Reese, what color do you want? Gray or orange?
Gray.
Enabling. Oh, bro. Enable.
This is going to be yours for now.
You good? Enabling.
We broke Ben Martin's house, so.
Yo.
We were impact testing and like slammed into like a low bearing beam in the basement. So. I mean, when I say we, it wasn't me, but.
Oh, I said we. It was like no one knows on camera it was me.
It was a non-load bearing
Um,
interior wall.
Yeah, a couple things on the mics. If you are holding it, you are all on mute right now. You're just going to click that. That will unmute it. You'll see if you click or unmute, there's a little thing that pops up on it. When you unmute, give it a second. Remember, kind of right by your chin, right? Make sure you keep it as a tripod the whole time. Don't talk with your hands, things like that. All right?
The X on the mic meaning it.
Yes.
Mine was on.
We just wanted to hear you.
Oh, my pretty voice. What?
So can somebody talk into the mic for me? Can somebody unmute a mic and talk into it?
Hello. 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 Hello.
Yo ho.
Testing.
Sup,
My beautiful
nerds?
voice.
Can you hear this?
Yeah, Kevin's just hitting people. Oh.
Yep. Okay, I can hear that. So. Actually, don't even worry about muting them. Just leave them on the whole time. It's fine. They're not going to pick up that much ambient noise. If it doesn't have that little X thing in the upper right, it's on. Okay. Somebody called it an X. So.
It's a speaker.
Please don't.
Like, not my electronics?
I actually don't think
No.
Jordan?
I know, I won't actually. That I'm gonna hit. Sure. And the ball's gonna go in the floor, for sure.
Feels like sideswipe it, you know?
Gently tap it. We can try a couple different. We'll try to gently tap it and we'll just blast over it, see what happens.
So you're gonna do an overview of our strategy.
Okay.
First, and then we'll go into like coral interactions and then algae interactions, and then like maybe what our superstructure is. We can describe it. What we're planning with this one is the Jordan's one, so we're gonna play this.
You guys ready to start in a couple minutes?
Yeah.
Who's opening us up?
Is that one of us?
Yeah, I'm not doing anything, so it's all.
Okay.
He's like, I'm good.
I mean, I will, but you guys know what to do, so.
Yeah.
I think in the beginning, all of you should be in front of camera in the beginning.
I don't know where I put
All right,
my
you guys
phone.
ready to start? All right. We have everybody in the camera in the beginning?
Are we doing like introductions?
If you want to.
Cool.
Give me a second. We're not starting yet, so.
I'm driving the robot. Somebody else can talk while I'm driving.
I mean, we can describe our chassis that we're gonna use too. You got that one, Reese? Yeah, this is once again Cranberry Alarm chassis.
I think it's 10.54 to 1. I can't remember, but I think that's
See the official documentation on 84.1.
It probably is 10.5. That sounds right.
So we're gonna go through and say our names, where we're from, our favorite ice cream flavor, and
Your last known IP address.
Travel-wise, what areas have we all been to?
I think just right here.
Here? Okay, cool.
So yeah, that area.
we'll go way around, I guess.
Okay. Give me a second. No, it's fine. I'll move it.
Yeah, let's move that table like over by the drill.
Oh, that one.
Joke's on you. I didn't try a skill, so.
Look at that.
You surprised? Yeah. What's your roll back from? Yeah. In high school,
Interacting with the team or something. Alright, how's everybody feeling? You ready?
we're doing good.
One last check. Make sure we're good.
I'll just pass my microphone.
Can somebody say something in one of their mics?
Hello. This is a test.
No, this is a test.
This is a test from Corey. I will be talking about algae interactions on the field.
Algae is my favorite game piece.
Cool.
Hey guys, this is Cranberry Alarm here with 2025 REEFSCAPE. I'm here for our day one recap. My name is Reese. I was an alumni of 1741 and I'm a current mentor for Team 108. Sydney Cats.
I'm Brent. I'm an alumni of Team 1741.
Hold on, that microphone's muted.
Oh.
It's gotta be.
Hello?
Yep.
Alright.
Make sure all your mics are not muted.
Okay.
Test 1 2.
Is okay. That works. That's perfect. Perfect.
Hey everyone, Cranberry Alarm here with our 2025 REEFSCAPE Day 1 recap. My name's Reese. I'm an alumni of Team 1741 and a current mentor for Team 108 Sigma Cats.
My name's Grant. I'm an alumni of Team 1741.
My name's Kevin. I am an alumni of Team 1741 and a mentor for Team 1741.
No surprise. I'm Jordan. I'm an alumni of 1741 and the current drive coach and mentor for 1741 as well.
And my name's Corey, and I'm the same. Alumni and mentor for 1741. And we're going to pass it back over to Reese to talk a little bit about our REEFSCAPE strategy and what we value in this game as far as what we're targeting for Ri3D.
Yeah, thank you, Corey. This game is definitely has a lot of ins and outs to it, a lot of different ways you can play this game. A lot of different point breakdowns and whatnot. And a new introduction this year is that we now have 6 RP total in a match, 3 RP from a win, and 3 bonus RP. So that kind of shakes things up a bit in terms of prioritizing what you want to. For us, we kind of, after breaking down everything, we kind of decided that Coral is going to be our main focus, and that we knew that we wanted to be able to score L2, L3 for sure. And after kind of evaluating a little bit of designs, kind of evaluating the difficulty of hitting L4, we kind of knew that that would be a really big opportunity for us. And so after looking forward to that, we also evaluated the game a little bit more and understood the importance of algae in this game. Not only is algae on the floor that can be scored in the processor or shot into the net, it is also on the reef, prohibiting you from scoring more game pieces on the L2 and L3 levels. And a little bit note on that, we are unsure on the ruling of whether the L4 rung is affected by this also. I think there will be some Q&As coming out about that to clarify that ruling a little bit. But as of right now, I think our interpretation of it is that the L4 rule is, the L4 level is omitted from being blocked by the algae from being scored. So moving forward with that, we kind of know that algae is going to be a really big play, because not only can you remove it to open up more scoring opportunities, you can also remove it and then go ahead and score it in the processor. And when you score it in the processor, it's then handed off to the opponent human player for them to then shoot into the net. And after all that exchange, in total, you'll be coming away with 2 points, and that's if they make it into the net. So algae is also a huge part of our strategy. The main thing that we want to be focusing on, though, our first priority in tackling is going to be coral, and once we tackle that, we'll then be moving on to tackling algae. And then after that, if we have time, we would love to be going on to tackle climbing, as that's also really huge for getting the barge RP, as you need 14 points from that, and if you climb on the deep, you get 12 points, and if you climb on the shallow, you get 6 points. So it's different combinations of that, but the deep is very, very strong, as it gives you 12 points, and all you need is someone to park for that. So all in all, though, with our design concept and what we've kind of seen in the difficulty to get to that, we would ultimately, if we have time, we would like to pursue the shallow cage and hopefully get it there. So that kind of covers most of our strategy. You guys have any further notes on that?
I don't think so, not right now.
Awesome.
So I can take it over. One of the things we wanted to show and kind of outline for you guys in this recap is how the algae interacts with the field, different compliant wheels and normal wheels, what it looks like to drive the robot around and push algae around, and whether you can push algae into the processor from the ground with just bumpers. We have already an AM1 4U chassis that we had built previously, now 3 years ago, our first Ri3D in this building, but it's just an AM1 4U 4 chassis, 10.54 to 1s. We have 4 Neos and completely stock. I believe it's 28 inches by 26 inches, so it's a bit of a reduced frame perimeter, but we think that this size, the 28 by 26, will still be able to fit everything that we want to do in it for this year. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and have Jordan drive around a little bit and show how the algae interacts with bumpers on the field.
And then the algae and coral are set up like this like stand format at the start of the match. And so this is what it would look like if you were to run into that that stack from like a low bumper perspective, nothing else on top. Maybe we're having some Robocom issues.
As we always do.
As we always do.
And currently these bumpers are set at the 1-inch height, and this is just what we had defaulted from last year. Ultimately, with this game, it's a pretty flat field, so you could ultimately set your bumpers pretty low to the ground. And that's probably something that we'll be reevaluating at another point, but right now our priorities are elsewhere. And it looks like we're ready to go.
We can enable and show a little bit. So go ahead and hit the coral algae stack. We can definitely go faster if you
so
want.
fun.
I guess the nice thing about these game pieces is you don't have to worry about popping them or breaking them like previous years, not in the same way. PVC pipe is not failing on you. And oh, that's interesting. You can bump the algae off and keep the coral upright. We are using bumpers 1 inch off the ground. Do you want to go ahead and try and like corral an algae over to the processor and just show that only bumpers, how difficult that maybe is? So we were able to previously bounce an algae up and in, but it's not really something that you should count on in a real match. And one last thing, Jordan, I'm just gonna have you run and try and push the algae up and in slowly. And you can see that it's not really able to push the algae up and in. But that's a little bit about the robot interacting with the algae. The next thing that we tried was a number of different wheel types, and I'm gonna get some people to help me with this maybe while I narrate. But a common setup I think we'll see this year is interactions between the bumper, the algae, and a single roller, or the algae and the processor edge. So let's actually just show like a single roller and the bumper and pulling it up into the robot. The algae is super grippy in texture, and so really any wheel we found with a high durometer, the greens and oranges on AndyMark, and then also like a lot of the black wheels that ThriftyBot has, 45 to 60 durometer, have no problem gripping onto the algae. We have on these axles some compliant wheels, the 3-inch compliant wheels from AndyMark, I believe, and we don't really think that the compliance actually helps out in any way. It's what we had laying around. You could likely use stealth wheels as well. Whenever you're compressing the wheels into the ball compresses faster than even the lowest durometer. I think I might have said highest durometer earlier. Lowest durometer wheels. One prototype that we had to sort of captivate the algae and hold on to it, it's using these ThriftyBot solid urethane wheels, and we just have them spaced out. I think it's 10 inches in between, but without even like going fully around the algae and sort of collecting it in a normal way, we're only pulling this algae into our robot 6 inches or so, and we're able to captivate it. And we think that driving around and normal vibrations of competition, we're going to be able to hold on to that algae without it falling out. Now, a robot hitting it directly, all bets are off. But this is maybe a good way of getting around the fact that the algae is a huge game piece and internalizing it this year, especially for robots going for smaller frame perimeter, is going to be difficult. Superstructure-wise, I know most people are thinking about elevators. Being able to pass the algae through an elevator is going to be rough. I think that's all that we really had to cover with algae.
Let's do it.
Sure.
Question from Vani. If the algae is already on the robot and it drives into the processor, will it go in?
Oh, that's a good question. Okay, so if we have the algae in the robot, so it's up a good like 6 inches, this is going to break our field probably. Let's see if this... Yes. I think the hesitant answer is yes. It's difficult to manage, I guess, because the ball bounces up and hits the top lip of the processor. So, and we did find that in testing too. If you have a mechanism which is sort of popping the ball up, I guess we can show that. I don't know if we still have the drill set up with the compliance stars. We might not. One of the videos that we've made features some of the AndyMark compliance stars on a drill, and we sort of bring the compliance stars in low on the algae to pop the ball up. And we noticed while we were doing that if you pop the ball up too much and it hits this front, the top, it often bounces out, isn't very consistent. Do we have more questions? So for us, a huge one is the reduction in the amount of coral that you have to score if you're able to manipulate the algae and score it in the processor for co-opetition.
Yeah, and along with that, when you score in the high rung L4, it's if I remember correctly, it's worth 5 points during teleop. Well, if you score an algae in the processor, it's worth 6 points. So it's actually more than an L4, and that's assuming that the human player that is getting the algae is not going to properly score it. And I imagine that when near the start of a match where there's no algae in the net, the human player is going to have a pretty high success rate. But as you start to get, 5 to 6 to 7 algae already in the net, I have a high suspicion that the human player will begin to miss as the algae bounces in and bounces out, and then that way you capture on that 6 points, and then can even pick up that algae once again and put it right back into the processor. So they're a really, really good scoring opportunity, and they also open up the field for more scoring opportunities.
For an intake-outtake system, and what will it be able to accomplish?
Yeah, so I guess that actually is a perfect segment into our next area. Let's go ahead and take a look over at our coral intake. I would say intake, but it's really more just a passive ramp. So one of the things that we noticed is that picking up from the ground is going to be significantly challenging compared to last year, with the varying orientation that the game piece may come in. This is a fairly different game piece, and then also reorient it into the way that you want. We thought that because the human player can introduce it in such a standardized way, it would be best to just grab it from the human player station, along with the surplus of game pieces that exist behind the human player station, and how close it is. We feel that it would be best to just grab from the human player station, as that may help us get the most competitive robot for the least amount of effort. So we made this little ramp right here, which we're using currently a polycarbonate sheet as the base right here. And then we're using polycarbonate shields right here to go and vector it so that it can be centered. What this would ideally be is this would be a static portion of the robot. And then this would be handed off into a portion of the robot that would be our end effector. Right now our current leading idea is this ramp right here, and then we put wheels on top of it. Similar, very, very similar to the Kitbot. The goal would be to keep it very simple and let the vectoring of the ramp do a lot of the work and centering it and getting it to the position we want. And then from there, we just got to raise our elevator and whatnot to get to the position that we want. So I'll hand it off to Grant, and he can kind of demonstrate the different methods of operation into the ramp. So as you can see, he's just letting that one go, and he's putting that in the vertical orientation. Let's do a few more. And this ramp right here is currently set at 10 degrees, and the top point right here is set at 31. It's actually set a little bit higher, but we went ahead and raised up the human player station a little bit to give us the representation of that being lower. And we really like this 31 degrees, and this is kind of with the robot simulated all the way up against the human player station. But if we assume for a second that maybe you weren't perfectly aligned, you're getting defense played on you, how that kind of looks. And you can see it catches it no problem, sort of vectors it. Let's see if we kind of move it around, see what that looks like, and stuff like that, and then still manage to go in. And a lot of these you'll probably have a lot of bounces, so it's going to be very important to be all the way up against the human player station. And there we still hit. Let's see if we can get a few more that get it off balance. Let's just square it up like that. Call it a day. There you go. You can kind of see it reorient it. And let's go and do one with the horizontal orientation. See what that looks like. So there, it successfully did it. One thing we noticed with this, when it's horizontal, if it hits one of the sides first, it does a pretty good job of reorienting it. There's another good one. Let's go and recenter. And sometimes it does get stuck like that, and that's just due to the slope here. But if you have a good slope, if you make it steeper, you may avoid some of that. But for us, we found the 10 degree is really good, especially when you're doing the vertical. It seems to vector it really nicely and then also give it enough oomph to get it through. So we're actually having more success now than we were earlier, but it's actually working quite well for us. There, we're getting it through. So yeah, we also tried doing it with a wood base, and which seemed pretty comparable results, but ultimately we thought the polycarb, it's accessible to teams, it was solid. We really liked it, and so we're going to be moving forward with this kind of our design as our intake solution to intaking the coral.
If we
All right. What previous year common designs are you drawing on most in your design?
Say it one more time, I'm sorry.
What previous year designs are you drawing on most in your designs?
Yeah, so this year is a very similar year to 2019 in the sense that it's pick and place, dual game piece. So I think a lot of robots we're taking kind of inspiration from. A lot of robots from 2017 with their gear intakes have a very similar intake to this for getting gears from the human player station to driving through. Yeah, Corey, you got one?
I think we're also taking some inspiration, at least climber ideas, from the soccer game. Was that
2009?
2009.
2010. Right, Jordan? You're part of that.
So it's kind of a similar climbing style. You're grabbing onto a steel tube. It is shaking around this year, which is quite different from 2000 and.
Yeah, so we were also very fortunate to have the mentors here go and help us set up a climbing station here, a barge. And so here we have the cage set up in the deep position. And we have this old climber right here that was used on our 2010 robot called Scorpion because of this. And this kind of just like latches onto it and helps grab it. But you can kind of see it would latch on like that. And then from there, when you'd start rotating up, the friction would basically lock it in place, camber it. And then that would basically allow you to pivot up. The biggest struggle with this is going to be, one, how much it moves. And you never know with your teammates coming through if they're going to hit it, whatever else is going to happen. And when this thing starts moving, it's going to stay moving. So I think a lot of teams are going to have a lot of struggle with getting to this. So I think if you're going for this game element, it's going to be important to have a wide range of driver error so you can pick up on it. Do you have any more questions on this?
There's another question about the climber. Have y'all considered pushing off of the bottom of the cage?
We need to. That was one question that I also had, but we ultimately turned our priorities away from it because we figured our focuses would be best spent towards coral and algae. But that was one rule that we need to look into to verify that you can climb from that point. I know for a fact though that you cannot climb from this top surface. You can climb from the bottom surface, as confirmed here by Jordan. Blame him if he's wrong.
Check the rules.
Check the rules. We are also not perfect.
What?
Hey, chat, before we get any more questions for the Ri3D team, which put as many as can in. If we don't get to them, we'll try to get to them after the show as well, too, in chat, so stick around for that. We are going to start a giveaway from our friends at the Thrifty Bot. We're giving away a $25 Thrifty Bot gift card. So if you're interested in winning that, type in very thrifty, 2 words right now in the chat. That's your keyword to win. If you are a YouTube subscriber, go ahead and click that subscribe button. You do get 3 times chance to win. It's absolutely free to do so. And if you don't mind throwing a few bucks funds away, you also can get some ad-free content as well, too, as a YouTube member. So once again, type in very thrifty in chat right now. That's your opportunity to win. Thanks again to the Thrifty Bot, and we'll draw for that in just a few minutes.
Awesome.
Yes, we do have some more questions about the coral. First one, how do you plan on getting the game piece from the human player station to transition to an elevator or other mechanism, or what other mechanism do you have in mind for getting the coral to L3 and L4?
Yeah, so kind of in this configuration, this was a really thrown together prototype right here. And ultimately right here, this would be the transition from ramp over into end effector. And like I mentioned earlier, there'd be some sort of end effector which we still need to prototype and verify. But from there, it'd be a simple one actuation design. You can do a gate that lets it go. Right now, our current leading design is just putting an intake wheel on it and just spitting it out at the desired position. And that would be driven up and down by an elevator.
One thing to note, we're not driving the full ramp up and down.
No, don't do that.
All right, do you see some of the cone mechanisms from 2023 being useful for picking up coral?
Ooh. You say the pickup mechanisms?
Yeah, like the cone mechanisms from 23?
Yeah. Definitely. I think there's a lot of inspiration to be taken from 2023 in this game, as it's also a pick and place with dual game piece. I know a lot of teams focus picking up from the ground. I know 4481 had a lot of really good resources on picking up cones from the ground. Just picking up a game piece in multiple orientations. 1690 also had one. I think the big challenge with this game is going to be able to pick up the game piece in any orientation and then be able to orient it in any orientation that you want it. And that's ultimately, those challenges is ultimately what led us to go to the human player station, where we can have the human player decide what we want the orientation to be.
Is it a viable option to put both algae and coral mechanisms on the same thing?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think the teams that can pull that off are going to be really successful. Yeah, you guys have any more input?
I mean, the first thing that we talked about whenever we saw this game was, what about a 2023 mechanism which was dummy easy. We missed it whenever we did that Ri3D. But are there any mechanisms like that to be able to control the coral and algae? I don't know. It's I think a lot harder to pick coral up off the ground than the cones. And then to be able to transfer that mechanism in some way to also pick up from the feeder station, it's not the same orientation. It's traveling with speed. It might be more difficult to sort of package something
100%.
compared to 2023, but yeah, a team that does it efficiently, uses very little space, saves weight, they're gonna thrive.
Yeah, certainly a big challenge.
If you were to do only coral or only algae, which would you do?
Ooh. This is a tough question. Ultimately, we kind of decided that we would go in the direction of only coral, as algae has no direct correlation to any of the RP. When you go in auto, you have to leave the auto zone and then also score on the reef. And then also the coral RP, you have to put 5 on each row. But if you do get the co-op, which is correlated to the algae, it reduces that. So that is one area where the algae is correlated, but ultimately you have enough scoring locations to get the most out of coral. Awesome.
All right, one question is, how have you guys took into account the height restrictions? It's in quotations. They might mean from the high barge.
Yeah, so the robot height maximum this year is 42 inches, which I believe is the same as last year, if I remember right. Fitting a 2-stage elevator in there, which reaches L4, if you position your coral in the right way, isn't too big of a stretch. I forget what the actual question was.
Yeah, I think just packaging. I think the big challenge this year is definitely going to be all the packaging for everything you want to need. You want to pick up from the ground, algae off the ground. You want to pick cones off the ground. You want to be able to go to L4. You want to be able to de-algify the reef. All packaging that all into one robot, especially with the added weight reduction this year, going from 125 pounds to 115 pounds. Packaging is definitely the biggest challenge that teams are going to face this year. And I guess that goes correlated to the height restriction. And our solution to that is push it as far as we can without breaking the rules.
Yeah, we plan on making a max height robot.
Yep.
All right, last question for now. How difficult is it to get past defense at the human player station?
Ooh. You know, it's going to be a challenge, especially for a tank-driven robot. A lot of tank robots are going to have a big challenge with that. But it's very similar to 2019, where the rockets were completely unprotected. And I know a lot of teams got completely locked out of that. And I think that'll be very interesting to see how this all plays out. I mean, the human feeder station is about 2 robots wide, if I remember correctly, maybe a little bit wider. So it'll be interesting getting around that. I'm going to say Swerve will probably have the best time getting around that.
Yeah, so there's also 2 feeder stations, which is an interesting note. So since you can only have one robot playing defense, even if they shut down one of your offense spots entirely because, you know, they're a Swerve defense spot, that leaves the other feeder station completely open for maybe your other 2 partners. So that's something you need to think about too, while, you know, driving where your driver station is relative to where you want to score might be a factor. You also have to think about splitting up sides so that defense is not as effective on you should that happen.
We should clarify, we're making a max height for starting configuration.
Yes, max height for starting configuration, 42 inches.
No max height robot in match from what we can see. So.
Oh, yeah. Okay. He's just talking about the fact that you can extend supposedly infinitely vertically once the match has started.
There were people questioning about that right after you said
they
were making max height robot, so clarification.
Thank you.
So R3D team, anything else that you guys want to cover in terms of anything from progress or maybe future plans, anything like that?
I think one thing that we wanted to show that we haven't showed is actually scoring the coral onto the reef tree thing with a passive sort of sliding mechanism.
What's that over here? Very huge, big, thankful thank you to Andy Mark for supplying us with this reef right here that's been helping us to prototype and all that. Yeah, thank you to Andy Mark for that.
One thing that we definitely didn't expect and have struggled with is scoring in L1. We thought it would be an absolute piece of cake to have a mechanism with the height of L2 just drop the game piece and just go straight on right now, Jordan, to show this is how most people would be approaching it. It's going to work like 8 times in a row now. But we literally sat here for probably 20 minutes just dropping the coral, having a terrible time trying to get it to land. And there might be like some perfect height that you can hold your passive mechanism or active mechanism to get it so that the coral don't roll out. This is something that we just clearly didn't have time to experiment with every orientation and height and variation. But it's not a gimme, I don't think. And you might need a separate mechanism to reliably, consistently score in L1 if you're trying to sort of eject the coral at an angle down at L2, 3, and 4. So Jordan just showed that. We would, in our robot, essentially be lifting this mechanism up and down. We're planning on having a wheeled intake to fully control this in and out of our robot so we could put force on it. But we have found that a passive one, even from further away, is able to score on all of the proper like rung tiers, L2, L3, and L4. It's going to be some experimentation for your exact robot, where you're dropping the coral from. But if you're able to reach up high enough for L4 and sort of get over this point where the coral angles onto the post, you don't need a different mechanism purely because the top, the L4, is vertical. Or at least we don't think so. I'm sure we'll have some questions about that.
Yeah, so while we do that, we're going to draw for the giveaway. We'll take maybe just a couple more questions. We know we all let you all get back to work, and then we'll off-air try to answer as many questions as possible as well, too. So once again, the giveaway was for a $25 Thrifty Bot gift card. Very thrifty was your keyword. Type in the chat. YouTube subs get some extra luck as well, too. If you do win, by the way, please go to funroboxnetwork.com, click the button in terms of winning a giveaway. Fill out your info. This is just a gift card, so we only need an email address for that. And the winner is going to be Mathis. Congratulations, Mathis. That's Mathis. You have won the $25 Thrifty Bot gift card. Thanks again to Thrifty Bot for the awesome giveaway. In future days, we will have both Thrifty Bot and Andy Mark giveaways to have as well, too. So make sure you tune in 9 p.m. Eastern, both on Sunday and Monday, and then at noon Eastern on Tuesday, if you're able to, for the real show. But we will have all this stuff re-uploaded back up at youtube.com/@FunRoboticsNetwork or FunRoboticsNetwork on YouTube. So make sure you check out all the videos we're uploading there, as well as many of the videos that explain more in depth of what you just saw here today.
Is there any way to simultaneously score a coral and take out an algae?
Yes.
So you are allowed to manipulate both a coral and an algae at the same time. I have a feeling that it would be difficult to package your robot in such a way that your mechanism to control the coral is not also in the way to grab the algae out. If we grab an algae and sort of just set it.
And another thing to note is that we are also one half of a reef right here. The other half will kind of help us kind of explore the interaction of the algae with the reef and kind of how that will all work out. So hopefully that'll be more to come another day.
Yeah, so you don't leave yourself much like packaging around the coral to have an active mechanism to place the coral on and be able to get the algae out. I'm sure there's a way.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a possibility. Maybe you go up to L4, and as you're going up to L4, you grab the algae out, something like that. I know a lot of people had a really neat design where in 2019 where they had one elevator that also scored the hatch and the cargo. So there's probably some really good solutions out there for that.
Oh, I see. They were potentially talking about removing this algae and scoring on L4.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I think there's probably a number of possibilities you could do for that. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. What mechanism would you recommend in order to reorientate game pieces to fit them into the reef?
Can't say I recommend a mechanism, but I would say I'd recommend looking at 1690 from 2023. They had a really neat manipulator for that.
What do y'all think about pushing the algae out rather than picking it up and pulling it out, or like flinging it out with a hook?
I think it's going to be pretty difficult. Even though the renders show there's a little bit of space between the algae and the top bars, The practicality of it is it's touching the back and the bottom. So I think it's not wedged in there, but it looks pretty tight. So that's something we're hoping to get, like Corey was mentioning. We're going to make in the second one and kind of see how the geometry works, hopefully more tomorrow. And we'll certainly keep y'all posted on that. Sounds like we have one more question. Maybe?
All right, so any questions we don't get to since we're running out of time, we will try to get them in chat afterwards as well, too. Big thank you to the Robot in 3 days Cranberry Alarm team. Have been awesome so far. Make sure you do check out those explainer videos. Before we wrap up with you guys, kind of for tonight, what are the next big steps you guys want to get done?
Yeah, right now, for my big thing is we kind of all had a really good discussion and kind of moved forward with our overall design architecture. So for me, I'm going to be working on finishing up a lot of the CAD. And then from there, we're also planning to hopefully finish up the elevator tonight once we finish up the CAD and kind of get all that verified, get that looking good. And then from there, get some CNC going, and then maybe we can do some testing validation.
It would be a miracle if we had an elevator mounted by the end of the night to and also manipulate the coral. Yeah. So.
If you want to stay up to date with everything that they're doing, make sure you check out their Chief Delphi thread. You can go on Fun's Discord or Fun's social media channels under Fun FRC as well, too, which will have all that stuff, including like their GitHub. And if you want to see some of their on-shape CAD progress as well, too, you can check it out right on there. But if you're in chat, by the way, right now, give a bunch of applause, emotes, spam whatever you want to thank the Ri3D team for taking the time out for that. We don't know what time we're ending, so whenever we end is when we end. So, but we will start back up at 9 a.m. Eastern each day, so make sure you check out that. And just a reminder for tomorrow, we will have a day 2 or Saturday recap, or Sunday recap show at 9 p.m. Eastern as well, too. So, guys, any last things before we head out?
This will be a really fun game. Very challenging.
Yeah, we're super excited to see how far we can get, and super excited to see what crack designs teams come up with.
All right, best of luck, teams, and make sure if you've got any more stuff you want for the teams, type that in chat. We'll try to get to it as soon as we can. We'll team get back to work. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Awesome. Good job, everybody.
You have to make sure that everything works out.
We can't smack that.
Yeah, we can.
We can go, we need to figure out how we're mounting it to the frame. And then figure that out, and then once we do that, we know the top. That's what we need to figure out.
It's
I'm
just,
with you. I want to do it as soon as possible. We can't just do uncut verticals.
Alright. Is it still possible to make Menards or Home Depot run?
It is quarter to 10.
So no.
So Menards.
Which one?
We'll make a run tomorrow morning.
What, can't you get after hours? Don't get the code?
I will know the people who are working there, but I don't think they'd allow that.
Just
What
borrow the
is
stuff.
that? What is that? We saw it at the same time. The gray or the gray or the white? What is it?
I do not know if you want to touch that.
I feel like that's into the core of the gotta be.
No, they brought that stuff. That's actually different. I don't think. I don't know if someone's right there.
They're not here to tell us.
Is that the $290?
He's asleep. It's 10 o'clock.
What?
Does it have to be 1 1/4?
Probably.
Nah, he'll actually go full.
Alright, do you have a copy of the
What if we just build a 1 inch one and just go?
What are you? What are you trying to do tonight?
I mean, I'd like to.
Some of them were
the other
very
half to read.
specific about what we're talking about.
What do you want to
Is this
find out?
mic's back on?
I want to know how the interaction with the
Is this mic back on?
We won't know
Okay.
that. It's not close enough to the real
Yeah.
field to matter.
Do you have an idea in mind to try for deep?
What'd you say?
No, I'm answering the rest of the questions. No, we're not going to try for deep. That just it seems too difficult for our short amount of time, and it would just take too much. Climbing as a whole is kind of on our
Bottom of the list.
bottom of the list. If we have time, we'll do it. But there are more important things for us to try and do, especially with the fact that there are 2 other ways to get RP, and climbing is not that big of a miss for an RP if we don't do it.
If you think about it, the barge RP, if you miss that RP, it's not as punishing as if you missed one of the 2 RP last year.
Has anyone seen Robot Soccer and seen how they dribble and control the ball? If so, is that possible here with this game piece?
Robot Soccer?
There's no way you're controlling this game, like the algae, reasonably, even if you're a good driver. Like,
Potentially to slam it to score it, but
what I don't know what Robot Soccer
Yeah, I haven't
is.
seen Robot
I think
Soccer.
it
looks like it's humanoid.
It's just humanoid-ish.
yeah, you're better off with like a
Or
U
Rocket
shape on
League.
the front.
Well,
Even if you
Okay,
had a
this is
bar
more
that
of a
came
Reese
down
question, I don't-
and just held the ball in
Oh,
place
wait.
in front of you, it would be better.
Wait, this is one of our team.
Who?
What about 292's 2023 Robot's Claw, but just expanded wider? They had a big arm and had a claw on the end, so they were grabbing cubes
I
and
think that one
cones.
was asked when you were talking about the combined intake from last year.
Oh, I mean,
That's when
They
that's
use it for
that's an
cubes and cones.
opportunity, but at least for us,
Yeah, it would be hard maybe to find an orientation of that claw that lets you score coral nicely. And then how are you going to get that claw outside your frame perimeter?
Yeah,
in a way,
the
good
biggest
way?
difference from 2023 to here is that 2023, the cubes and the cones were like kind of the same size. This year they're not really, right? The ball is 16 inches. I don't know how.
Although we have seen with the prototype mechanism, you don't have to go fully on it.
That's
You
true.
just pinch
Speaking
it.
of that,
I think someone's gonna do it.
what is the center-to-center distance on the algae gripper?
I can give you all those
On the out-
specs
you mean on
right
the-
now.
On the prototype.
Turn camera.
Section like 4 tape measures over there.
Yeah,
Alright, while they're getting that,
it is.
in terms of scoring to the spot where the algae is scored down low, would a rack and pinion that reaches out been an idea from y'all? Rack and pinion to score in processor. Like to just push it in is an option. Would we have done it? Probably not.
So I think even easier than that,
Assuming
maybe?
you have your ball in your robot to
Yeah.
push it out, maybe.
One thing that we had talked about was if the front of your bot is a flat wall, and you have your bumpers pushing the algae in, like it's not going to take a lot, I don't think, to be able to reach a point where like some rollers, any rollers on the front of your robot, if you have to flip them out an inch, maybe 2 inches, they're going to be able to contact the ball, and any sort of like rotational motion is going to lift the algae up. It's just not worth a ton of effort when a mechanism like that does the same thing, I think a little bit better. You have these. So if this is even an inch outside the robot, all I need is the faintest lift, and the robot pushing the algae in will take care of the rest.
Do you think there's going to be a lot of tipped robots this year?
There's always a lot of tipped robots.
I think just in the
There's
same
definitely
sense
games
of
with one is another.
people are going to turn too fast in that tiny distance.
Yeah, plus you don't really need to go into the barge, so there's no huge reason to be that short.
So, some dimensions for this guy. We are 14 between axle centers, so 18 total top and bottom, or 12, like a splat up foot
10.
in between the rollers.
Maybe 10. Am I doing
14
math wrong?
between
14.
minus, oh yeah,
sorry, 10 between, and we're 16 inches in total in width. I believe outside to outside. Yeah, 16, so the inside to inside is 14. And this was just thrown together. This was the first try. I have a feeling that like rollers even closer together maybe could still perform. You start to run into surface contact issues. Like you'll have less to grab onto, and also you could probably make this narrower. It's up to you. We'll probably experiment a little bit with it if we're going to end up going with it, but we haven't fully decided that that's what we want to do. So,
could you talk about the approach to scoring in the processor? We kind of went over that a little bit. Can't really corral it that easy and push it in and hope for it to bounce. We're gonna need some sort of a mechanism to get it off the ground and roll it in. We had it sitting on our drivetrain and broke our field trying to see if we could just run into the wall and have it roll in. Corey is, and then it did it. Corey is grabbing a little kick up mechanism we were testing out with earlier. It has compliance stars from AnyMark, and you just have that on the front of your robot and squeeze. It's just enough to kick it up, move forward, and put it in.
I guess I should do that a couple more times probably.
Yep. Oh, wait, hold on, because you're fully blocking the camera.
Oh, okay.
Alright, you good.
Sorry.
Oh, we can just put coral on the ground.
Hmm?
I did that video. Actually, we do need to do a video on this.
Oh,
I have a modest goal for tonight. If we make 2 more videos tonight, that's kind of just exactly where I'm at. So we don't need to make more than that at this point. So.
Okay, I think we have a good video and
You guys are welcome to make more, but that's just kind of going.
We definitely got one with the scoring the coral.
yeah, we haven't made that one yet. And then one is probably like robot design at the end of the night. Like some CAD.
Yeah. The other option is right in the morning after Reese's cat at light.
True.
I don't know. We'll brainstorm.
I mean, there really wasn't anything else. I mean, there was one that asked us to do an electromagnet on climbing.
They're cooking? They're cooking?
To be fair, we thought we joked about it for an actual robot. But
I really hope
don't
someone
know if that's
tests
fully
that
legal.
and post that on Chief Delphi.
Can you use a magnet that big and powerful on a robot?
I think we're allowed to.
I don't know.
There's not a lot of surface area under there because there's a hole.
Yeah.
You're allowed to use the feature of the hole, right?
Are you gonna get a 200-pound electromagnet and put it on? You can use the hole, yeah, because you can hook into it. They did it in the video.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how the physics of that works, so maybe someone's got to do it on Chief Delphi and do the math.
See,
right?
now I'm actually also curious. Like, are you allowed to use the underside of this?
I think
I
so.
don't think you can use the top plate.
Even an electromagnet on the
See,
bottom?
the manual seemed to only highlight the top, but I think I have to dig further and see.
The top of the top
Yeah,
plate.
which that's what it showed visually, but probably have to do some more digging.
That's fine though.
Yeah.
Alright, I think I'm gonna roll us probably back into the center room.
Having an elevator with an active intake that drops down parallel to the bumpers so that we store the side. So the elevator is parallel with the prongs and the pulley.
Elevator that drops down?
I think we're talking about. I think we're talking that the.
Like a pivot wrist on an elevator? Yeah.
we've talked about a pivoting up, like a pivot for the coral, but it's just, I think we came to the conclusion that the extra mechanism for that wasn't worth the headache. I think that's what that question's asking. Done testing on what it's like to remove algae from the reef. We can't really test it yet. We only have one tree of the reef for this space, so hopefully tomorrow.
Is it a bit of friction on this? Yeah. Not really.
Yeah, hopefully we can get in more into that tomorrow. Hopefully we get another tree tomorrow.
It will be a team-made one. So, or someone else, not official.
I know. We're
Hopefully. Hey.
possibly getting
Let's see.
UND.
Yeah. See.
I don't remember seeing any of them questions.
No. I'm gonna cover that. Yeah, so back to the
Just
what do we call
rolling it on the
table?
ground.
Strategy table.
Oh, in there? The collaboration room?
Yes, collaboration there. Head back in there.
This mouse is so nice. I'm sharing it too. What's your email? Same email as before? Or
We can honestly get like the air gun ready for rivets. Because that's
she look good?
I started working tonight. It's just about too big.
Oh, it's tight.
No, that's the minimum. And this is the maximum.
Oh, that's cool.
The maximum is right.
Nice.
It doesn't stick in the maximum, so that's yeah. I went to get the gauges and it got there.
It's fine. No one's talking.
You can put a camera on it, like what we're doing at 10 p.m.
Woo! Take this thing. There we go. Alright, we're gonna find people. Yeah, camera's gonna leave. Alright. Okay, we're here.
Who invited?
He wasn't on meeting.
Swifty bot.
I want to know.
He literally, I think he just met like one of my friends from Alabama online.
I saw G Fuel.
And it was just a huge push.
So do we think we want steel or aluminum?
Okay. I think something's happening over here. In a minute.
Oh,
Yeah.
the rivet
Well,
guns
they're
out.
getting
Never mind.
parts. They're getting some parts out.
The rivet guns out.
We getting parts out in the rivet gun. I don't know what's going up, but
Which ones do we have? Not steel. I'm thinking not steel. Runaway has no steel one. Do we need this?
Those bolts! Holy moly. To think.
oh, elevator assembly.
Thrifty box. Sells these guys out of shit.
You guys parts prepping?
Yep.
No, I
kind of want to make sure that the rivet works.
Hey Jordan.
Yeah.
Can you believe I've never told you all this?
Have you not? Wait, when did you graduate? We had one in 19. Was it?
Yeah.
You were just, did you join your sophomore year?
2021, 2022.
2023, yeah. You got the worst COVID years.
I did.
Prepping for building the elevator. Needed a higher PSI. That is
She reminds me of FDC. That's how you slice the work.
That's how you size the.
What are they feeding kids these days?
Festive colored cookies.
So. One thing that we can start doing is reassembling these roller blocks. You should get instructions.
Yeah.
It did not come with them. It's probably
Okay, I'll get my laptop.
Or you can grab a laptop, yeah.
Whenever you end up making emojis and stuff, you can just upload those.
Yeah. We're nearly there. Nearly there. I gotta put the faces on the Yeah. Put the faces on the roll.
Are we using Spring Assist?
Okay, what emotes do we got this year?
Okay, so I need water and I need to figure out this freaking Nova thing. Because I want to use it. I'm trying to do so much effort in it. And I feel like it would be helpful.
I think I have it for it.
Do you want water?
I have water.
You have one?
Talking about these, right?
Yeah. Data assembly is the same. Let's make sure. Is it on the grid for a punch 2? Or do we have to drill holes? I think they might have.
It looks like it's for came up with a recut stuff.
I think we're gonna have to drill those inside there. But the outer ones go. We'll still need to drill 2 of the 4 holes.
Oh, you need the bottom ones?
Yeah. So we need to leave one of them unassembled to let us.
As a guide.
As a guide. Because you don't really want to be drilling around the way.
Okay. How many of these do we make?
2 stages. There's 4 on each stage. 8 or 7. 7.
Is that all stuff in here?
Yeah, I think so.
is it, guys? Just get cracking with Jordan. It's not a good meal, but it is nutritious. Corey.
Yeah.
You want to do me a solid and save me lots of time because I don't know what I'm doing and terminate another one of these?
Sure.
I just want to rule out that that one is not having issues.
Yeah, I need to send a text.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then
No,
I'll-
no, like huge rush.
Terminate this cable. I just put those things away immediately. One of the things I'm happiest about this year is the fact that our electronics are all terminated from last year. Because you think that it doesn't take a lot of time to do that, but then
Yeah, I mean, I always notice when I was in high school, we're like, oh, the robot's done. And you're supposed to connect the motors and such, and then
it takes
it'd be 3
forever.
days, you know?
One thing that we haven't talked about, which is going to be so annoying.
I like
is-
room tap.
One thing that we haven't talked about that is so annoying is getting cables up and down this elevator. We're gonna have 2, maybe 3 motors on the elevator itself, along with limit switches. So that's gonna be fun. So I'm not looking forward to that part of it. Especially since, like, other years, other elevator years, you could maybe get away with having some messy cabling. Like, I know we did in 2018. If another robot
played defense on us and caught our bundle of cables, we would have been toast. They would have just ripped out everything.
What else are we doing? I mean, obviously, and also how much time it takes to
But this year, I think you have to count on defense being played on you.
Fair. Yeah. You try. Be very careful though.
People are out for your algae.
Yeah.
Big time.
I mean, realistically, yeah, they want the algae on the floor. After that, you just block off one feeder station. Is that your strategy?
Yeah, I think the bot on the other side of the field
You know if that was like earlier.
is a nuisance.
Like
One of the feeder stations? Well, I mean, they can realistically go back and forth, whichever one people are using. That'll probably be more useful than sticking to one.
Well, if you go back and forth, people can.
After 9?
They'll probably target a single
Right after the doorbell ring.
That's what
That's what we're trying to figure out. When
They would follow a bot around and just make it hard.
Were we filming yet?
Like 9:15.
Were we filming the?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Even I see had the microphone with them and it was hot.
I think it was like 9:15.
That's a big gap. So, alright.
I thought it was before we started filming, but maybe not.
What?
Did the doorbell ring before we started filming?
When I came in, you mean?
No, when I came in.
That was while we were filming.
That was while we were filming.
What were we talking about? Sorry about that.
I don't remember.
Okay.
Were we? I feel like we were.
We were over by the.
The ramp.
Yeah.
I feel like we were by the ramp.
Don't throw them away.
We are building these things right now for the elevator.
Yeah.
The roller blocks, if you want to join. I don't want to set up. A time lapse.
Well, that's cool. That's been filming so far.
What? I know, but
You could grab it and speed it up.
that moves around a lot.
I'm talking about literally fun.
You're an arrow? How's that going?
That's alright.
Thermal?
Yep.
How was that?
It was decent. I should have done better. I didn't need a very big curve for me. I needed a 1.5% curve. And I was like, yeah, I'll get it.
He was smart about that too. He ended up with a minus like a 1%.
Yeah.
Wait, so you had like a.
I have 1.5. They always have like 3-5% curves.
That's not so big. So,
I haven't timed it if you want to do that. Just time. I just put this like because on that roller bar, so it's
Yep.
8. Right? That sound right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Tomorrow, 8-ish a.m.
Oh. I think so.
That's possible.
Are you BME still?
I am.
You talked to Tool recently?
See ya.
Yeah.
He's planning to not do BME anymore.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
He told me he was thinking about switching to pharmaceutical sciences.
Yeah, I think that's what he's gonna do.
And but the last I heard, he was like, "But I'm gonna stick with BME anyways."
They're not shoulder bolts anymore. That's nice.
No, I think he's planning to switch. I think there was also a pretty hard class that they didn't curve.
214?
That they didn't curve at all.
Yeah.
The
The average was an F, and she curved to a C minus. What did he get?
Something like a C or something.
I got a B minus, and I'm mad about it. But
I think it was a C or
I'm
B or
helping
something.
them.
Oh.
And
He was very angry because he was in like.
he was what?
I think he was in like the top. He felt like he was in like the top of the class.
I did too. Well, my friend who literally got like an A when everyone else failed the exam still got a B plus, and she was really mad at it. Do you know the size of this?
I would guess it's the 5/32 3/8, but I couldn't tell you that for sure.
But there's some here too.
Why do these need a nylon?
Since they're threaded.
Not 3/8.
Yeah, but they're threaded into the block itself.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. Since they're threaded.
I'm looking for the white.
But basically, so were you in 203?
Yeah, air mechanics.
So our class was 204, so the class that you'll take this semester. But like, it was 204 and 203 combined. But like the hardest problems that they ever teach in that class. It was just awful. Like, why are we taking a harder class than Aero for
Did Jacob do better in 203?
You got C minus.
Me and Joe both got B's.
We'll have the furniture we're gonna get this over here too. So I'm just trying to move this out of the way. So I mean, I can just move it off the side.
Pour on the ground, Mike.
It's not 3/8.
That's under one of them.
Yikes.
So, so what I was gonna ask is, I didn't know if you guys wanted one of these presents. Like, you can put one of the tablecloths over it. Put that up over.
Maybe. I don't know. We're gonna drive around too.
Yeah, so it's up to you. I can totally throw these off to the side and we'll just deal.
We'll do that for now.
That's fine. What's this?
Uh-oh, spaghetti.
No,
Bearing no go.
7.
That's what I'm saying.
It's probably really good for the bearing.
Well, I was trying to pull the.
Have you seen the new AnyMark elevator?
Right, Mike. What do you want? What, you gonna take some? How tall are these?
It's interesting. It it's also powered. gives a full setup to power it. Unlike the SDS one, or the I don't know if West Coast Products has one.
Oh, you're talking about Swerve?
No, SDS has an elevator. The blocks are sweet. We have them. We just can't use them because we don't have. We could use the thrifty bow mechanism to power it. We don't have the tubes for it. But these are the blocks with the roller spots. They look sick. Yes, very plastic. But yeah, we don't have the tube for it, unfortunately. But Animark's new one, it doesn't nest all the way.
Yeah, but where do you want to put them?
There's like some gap, so you lose some height.
I'm not doing that.
But fully powered up and down.
If you want me.
Pulleys.
Anything that's bending is not for me.
It's probably that easy to build.
Right here.
So.
That's not going there.
Push these all the way.
So these and use this somewhere else. Is there any room in the
At least so it's flush, I think.
Wait. Was I supposed to tighten this side flush? Like, is it?
Yeah.
That's right.
It's difficult, or no, it's because they
You need
rotate
to-
at the same time, so. Because it's threaded.
Well, which one is supposed to be? This side is supposed to be flush?
Both, yeah. Why is one side super easy to get on? And the other side is not?
Is this the right one for it? Yeah, just snug those down first. Okay. Oh, that one was super easy.
Yeah, I think there might be a right side to do it. I think you might be just swapping both in from one side. And the other one out. Yeah, this one is really difficult.
Alerts thinking about using Krakens this year for drive-thru.
They're just
One. One. What?
Maybe those are
So they're expensive?
Because we can't get our shipment over.
Really?
Oh, my time lapse.
That's a factor of 12.
It's hanging on though.
You can step it.
Does that work?
What are you thinking?
Sure, that's needed.
Move them where?
Did it like just fall?
No.
I don't know.
Put them in the
I
shop.
think that's good.
Where are you going to put them in the shop?
Yeah.
No, don't do that.
I don't know, let's get them up on the
I think the best thing is
How's your other classes?
I can see him going right there too.
Yeah,
Eventually it would be
yeah.
Okay, I'm doing a close-up shot of the CAD. That'll work.
Wow, I gotta really offset it.
What's your opinion on this?
Oh, you're going even lower?
I flipped it on the bottom. So instead of it being on the top, it's on the bottom now.
How does that work with other stuff inside the drivetrain?
We're about to find out.
That would be my only concern. We can
If you
move
think
stuff
this looks,
around.
if you think this looks fine, I'm gonna version it and see if this works.
So the downside is that it takes up more vertical space, right? I mean, it's like, is the chain long enough to do that?
Yeah. Chain's long enough.
Oh, right, because we're doing a short.
We're doing a short elevator.
Yeah, I don't have any concern with that. Like off the rip.
Version it. See how this works. Plug and chug, baby, plug and chug. Answer your question. Things may get tight, Jordan.
That's okay.
So I think we'd be okay, Jordan. We think. I know. If you give 1 second, see how we're off. It's off center for some reason. Something with the CAD model.
What's off center?
It's like not making this long enough.
Oh yeah, left, right.
See, it's 26 inches, but it's what it's doing is it's. So I need to be 26.
Oh yeah.
think this is exactly what I ran into last year. Which, not last year,
2 years ago with
2023. I think this is exactly what I ran into, and it was really frustrating. And my solution was putting it all off pattern from AM14U to the elevator. So the elevator is on pattern to itself.
Yep. Yeah, I do remember running into this.
You want me to spin the dial?
Yep. I mean, we're gonna send the video to Ryan in just a second. Yep. Thanks. Yeah, for some reason this one's.
Or is it lower third?
There's going well.
Alright, 7th time's the charm.
I'll do it all.
Oh. They're right. The white and the red wires are. Huh, interesting. Business.
Dude, it's so close.
So close? That's boltable. Oh, you mean the wall? Oh, dude, the chain's not gonna fit well in there.
Chain will fit fine.
Think?
Oh. And if we do this, Jordan, that we don't get full engagement.
Wait, don't engagement work?
Look at that.
Eee, that's gross. We have long shafts?
We do, but you can't make them longer because you make a chassis. And I can't reduce the width of this because we're already pushing it with the rope.
Can we put the motors up top?
Way too top heavy.
There's no way that much comes down to each.
All the way up there, bro. We're already a top heavy robot.
See what Tarnate? Lamau. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It kind of needs to be in line with the chain, right? Can we take it, like, y-axis out way more? Let me go look at the other one and see what comes to mind.
You want to just drill some holes in the chassis?
We can. I mean, if that's the solution, sure. I worry a little bit about assembly.
Yeah, that's gonna be terrible.
It's gonna be not fun. Oh well, it's not. It's not the worst.
I mean,
oh no, yeah, we
can just.
We gotta think about how we're sinking that in there.
I'm a dummy. I'm a dummy.
You're a dummy?
Just flip the hub.
Oh, for the engagement?
No.
Sure. Yeah.
are in business. They'll be synchronized at the top.
You're smart.
I love when you listen to it.
Are we smart? Are we dumb?
No, we are not. We're fine. Red, black, white. Red, black, white. Red, black, white. White, black, red.
Oh!
41.905. We're
And it works? Yeah, it works really well.
So these are just.
Oh yeah, I guess you haven't seen it working yet.
No.
That's so cool, dude.
Chat. Chat, it works.
Hey.
Chat.
It's got a kick.
Yeah. So I'm here using a Thrifty bot. What is this even called?
It's the Thrifty Nova, which is this motor controller.
Thrifty Nova motor controller. And then
this is the motor runner.
The motor runner board which attaches to it. So we don't have a
control system.
A Robo Rio at all. But the Thrifty Nova has a cool feature where you plug in this guy and power, and you're able to run the motor at a constant voltage, probably?
I think it might be velocity. I'm not sure. I'd have to ask.
You're able to command the motor as well as switch direction. So reverse, forward. We wanted to get this up earlier for prototyping, but this will be nice for prototyping in the future.
Yeah. And what's nice is, and one of the things I was thinking why I wanted to get these running, we got them from ThriftyBot this morning. But one of the nice things is since they're a legal motor controller, like you can use them for testing like near your robot or like even on your robot, and then you not have to change things out for your actual robot. So you can mount it if you have an intake, for example. You can mount it on your whole robot with everything, and be able to control it and do tests or whatever, separate from having to have the full Robo Rio driver station controllers and all that, and code, right? Like one of the nice things about this is it's no code. So like we did some prep code for Ri3D based on our code from last year, but like having something like this that we don't have to write any code for, we can just run a motor, is super nice. I'm not sure what motors they support right now.
You would be able to run a Neo 550, the Neo 1.1s, and then the Neo Vortex with the dumb adapter board. So what you need is the three, the red, the white, and the black connector, and then the standard Hall effect sensor cable. It's this like white one here with 6 pins.
Made it angry.
Well, yeah, I ripped out its cable. So all of the motors with this, it won't do Falcons or Krakens.
They were mentioning something about maybe more motors. I don't wanna speak on it yes or no, but I would check online. I think they might have maybe future development things in mind.
It does have a spot for CAN.
Yeah.
Well,
that would be for the
CAN
robot, right?
For the robot.
Yeah. So I'm not sure.
This only has the 8 pin.
I think it can definitely. I think one of the features that I saw, you do brush motors as well.
Oh, okay.
Of course, because like you don't need the.
So the Nova supports brush motors too?
I think so.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that, but let me pull it up real quick.
It would make sense for it too. Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, let's hold the
dumb power. Yeah, I like that.
It says censored brushless control of Neos and Neo 550s, CAN 2.0 for FDC, and USB config and control for setup and firmware and downloading things. It's CAN-FD compatible, closed loop velocity and position control with internal external encoders, some current limit things, follower mode, yeah, you know, the standard things. Temperature throttling, I know that was something Ryan was mentioning, a good safety feature that they've got with that. Yeah, reverse polarity protection, regenerative braking. What in the world?
Oh, that just means they can make a motor stop by internally connecting it, so you get the.
You're getting battery power
There's just a
back.
question
No.
in chat about why it's wired red to white and white to red.
Oh. We wired it. We maybe had some wiring issues.
Human error.
Yeah, there was a human error somewhere along the way.
Yeah.
We can actually just switch it out for a different thrifty node here.
Okay.
And have the correct colors all go.
I wanted to visualize a bit more what the elevator would look like with everything. This is what the ramp is relative to the.
Let's do this here. Okay, we're good. There you go. Yeah, that's the correct wiring. We had some issues there. Whee! It'll be nice. It's so nice. We were actually, Corey and I were fiddling around, I guess last.
Yeah.
No, you're done. We were doing some development things last year with our team as a potential hey, wouldn't it be nice to be able to run motors in like a development test mode? So seeing this product from Turkey Bot's been really cool.
Yeah, Reese?
Back to CAD cam.
What about it?
What's the box?
Yeah, that's so.
What's in the box?
The top is the ramp.
That's so high.
We don't like it because there's not much room to funnel.
Yeah.
How much food do we need? Like this much?
Yeah, the side profile does that dirty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Not on every.
Yeah, so you're giving us some space out the back. For
Alright, chat, you're gonna lose signal for a bit. I'm changing batteries.
no chat.
Don't worry. Be like the last 20 minutes. Little thing.
Are the ones from Rattlesnake fine?
12 to 1 should be completely fine.
Okay, I'm just saying, like, if we don't have a reason to change them, we should just use those.
Can you take the 12 to 1 gearboxes off of the climbers from last year?
Is that the ones that
No, don't take them off the climber.
Yes.
Wait, why not take
Those are the
rattlesnakes? Wait, rattlesnakes are on the old thrifty climber that we don't care about.
I don't know. I think that might be a 16 to 1.
Okay.
And I know for a fact that both of the climbers were boxes last year were 12.
Yeah, that's where those at.
Those are, I think they're sitting on the table. Okay. It's a full 50 spot climber assembly.
There's 2. Okay.
Yep. So you can get those prepped, I guess.
Is it the ones right here with the Neos?
Yeah, I would take them apart honestly and make sure that the axle is secure in them. How does sports work? Is there an internal bolt to hold the? No. No, there's not. You don't need to take them apart.
Sorry?
Just take them off. Yeah.
Let's go. I have no clue how that compares to like 2 hours ago or 12 hours ago or last year.
In general, we're up 50% from last year. I haven't been watching the numbers throughout the night, so I actually don't know.
Nice. That's pretty cool.
But yeah.
You're just gonna play with it? Be careful because there's lots of kickback. Ooh. What did I just say?
You selling Calico?
Oh, I want to run it on. I want to run it via the tool.
Oh yeah, go for it.
I want to see what fun things you can do with the tool.
Reverse directions.
Honestly, I don't want to. We should use these.
What do you
Oh,
mean?
it kicked me out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's good. That's a good safety feature.
Yeah.
That's actually really good.
Well, and we heard that.
Anyone know how far the box is off the ground?
Oh, I believe it's 3 inches, 3.5.
No, deep is the.
Oh, the deep one. Sorry. No. Shallow is up high. Deep is down low.
Okay. Shallow is more points.
Correct.
No, wait, no. Deep
No,
is
no.
more points.
Deep is more points.
Because you're closer to the ground, you have to be more balanced.
Why?
You can.
It's enough
have
that
to.
bumpers hit it.
Yeah.
Why are we
I don't know
here?
that it says in the manual. You gotta open the CAD and measure from the CAD.
They were measuring 3.5 when we were.
Yeah. That sounds right.
I hold motor.
Motor. Unwind it. I hit graph. Oh, it's probably because I was playing around with it.
I was also. I was also messing around with it.
Okay. You should leave that at 0.
I can unplug it if you want me to.
No, that's fine. We'll see what it does. I would just.
Hey, this is what we're looking
Maybe
like.
it's a feature.
Oh, at least it's feeling about to start now.
Like this.
You ready, Corey?
Sure.
There's 10%.
So it's not voltage.
So that's 10%. You can do velocity. You can do position, velocity, absolute position. Oh, absolute position. We're getting counts. Maybe I didn't set this up right.
Wait, hit set.
Absolute position.
That's an expect.
Order stop. Finish. I'm just trying to. It is distance to target.
That's interesting.
Let's do velocity. 1. I don't know what the unit system is. Ready?
Yep.
1 tick a second. Okay, so this would be. Alright, wait, let's figure this out. Percent? If we do 10%, how many ticks a second are we doing?
So unit
Still looks awesome.
4 10. Alright, so I'm going to change it back to velocity.
I wouldn't maybe either
and
have
say
sugar
force.
or I know what color you're trying to get for accurate, but maybe that's the color.
That's straight up texture. Okay.
60 RPM.
Right, no.
I use the most overused marketing trend ever.
Sorry, I don't mean to,
right.
mean to keep like ignoring you.
Take a look at the cat if you guys want it. I'm gonna go test this out.
Okay.
I have not
I closed the config.
Corey. I'm gonna unplug this. Thank you.
Or that one. Good.
We'll probably be mounting from these 4 holes. So is this threaded?
Yeah. These were what they were mounted to a plate. I thought we'd put them back in.
Okay.
Hold them.
Hyperactive time of night, okay?
Did you say it's hyperactive time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want the other brackets off of it?
I don't think so. So how Reese is cooking himself right now. He's going to have a split axle in the sense that
Split axle.
yeah, so the motors are going to be opposite direction to normal. That way I've never used.
We have those two.
Something
we probably want shorter shafts than well, definitely.
Oh yeah.
We have shorter shafts.
Yeah, we need the inch shafts.
These are connected.
I think it's that top plate. The entire plate comes off, and then you can switch out the shaft. Let's see what thread over has.
We can take the camera out here with me. Ooh.
I need to send chat for
Sorry,
a ride.
chat.
Yeah. If it's something you're right back in for, then me.
No, I was getting numbers. I'm testing out there.
All right.
I would put these as higher.
Well, the
Y'all
problem
got a while
is,
back.
this is that.
Ryan, be careful.
There's a Sharpie around here? Yes, there is.
Should lock that down. Doesn't notice anything.
21 inches.
Alright. Should be good.
Okay, 11.4.
So, like. Is audio even picking up? Bars ain't moving.
Do you want to get your hand?
Hmm?
Do you want to get your hand? you want to hold this right there? My goal is to get that point right there. Thank you. Nice.
That's not centered.
To what?
The middle of the board. I don't know if it's supposed to be.
That's not centered because I can't do math right. It's 10 and a half, not 11 and a half. Everything is shifted off.
Oh.
Thank you. Does that look better?
Yeah.
Do this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, let me. Yep, yeah, you got it. Top of the table. At least one of us will do what we're doing. It's not me. Minutes.
Yeah.
This is where all the extra plates.
Yep. For sure. Yeah, wouldn't know much. Yeah, so this is.
People ask what this
This
is.
is the field. This is our prototype.
Yeah, so what I'm doing right here now is when we kind of worked out our geometry and kind of figured out how the rest of the robot may be looking, and to get this kind of vectored ramp idea to work out, with how everything else worked out, we kind of put the elevator, it's going to start right here, so the maximum that this could be was this depth into the robot, which is about 7 1/4. So I think it looks terrible, but I at least want to test it, see if it's viable before we kind of move forward. So you got a corral.
Yeah, FRC, definitely a different experience from V5, because we can use unlimited custom parts in pretty much any material unless it's dangerous or something. And they're big. Yeah, once they find a main piece.
shallow of a.
I wanted to test it.
Yeah. So it can't be.
I understand this distance here from this distance here can't be more than 4.5 or less than 4.5.
Is this?
So we have to move the elevator forward.
Hold on. Or. Do we?
We have to move the elevator forward. It don't work. Suspectingly.
Oh, come on, you cut off another half inch, it'll work.
Okay, but let's think about this. Even if this is the worst case scenario, we have to be able to handle this. So what mechanism are we using to handle this?
Yeah.
We have to have some centering mechanism over here.
So do we put rollers on it anyway? Like we don't lose anything by putting 2 rollers here that will basically.
Well, we need. The problem with that is if you have 2 rollers, it can still do this. Between those 2 rollers. If we had 2 rollers into some sort of
And the handoff's a pretty large gap. It's going to be like a 4-inch gap from here to the next part, which is like right here. So you're going to have about that big of a gap that you have to span before you get to the next
curved piece.
We can't go past this point because then we start to run into elevator components.
So, this is tricky because we can't have anything in this area.
No. I mean, we could realistically go about 1 and 3.
So the elevator's right here.
The elevator's going up and down right here.
Are we going through there, or is there a bottom surface?
What?
Is there like a bottom surface, or
There's a bottom. There's a bottom surface. We'd figure that out somehow.
So the elevator.
It don't work.
Don't work?
Could have told you that though.
What? FRC after dark?
No, this doesn't work.
What doesn't work?
We gotta move the elevator forward.
Hey, yo, watch this. I think this is way more than that is necessary, personally.
if you...
No, I don't think so at all.
No, so what I was saying
be
is
capable of handling that. If you were
even
making
if-
an intake, you'd make it that wide.
even if it goes.
Yeah, but your
in
human player
here,
is giving you the thing.
We have to be able to handle this case. How do we control this?
What I'm saying is if you
and index it.
move this edge like here, like I think this is unnecessary.
I disagree completely.
If you cut this to here, I think you're fine. You don't think a human player can? How many of those slots are there? Like
they're pretty close. They're pretty tight.
Jordan, that doesn't help the fact that
it does.
This can do this.
It does because this
You're getting
this angle is way shallower. It doesn't.
Okay, even if it's this, how do we handle this compared to this?
You handle it by having this.
No, but we can't have anything in this area.
Like this.
Yeah, we can't have anything. We have to have a 4-inch gap between this to the next thing that'll catch it.
Why is that?
Because that's how the elevator works.
Can you have something in the elevator and you have to have the elevator at a certain point?
Reese, we don't. It doesn't need to be that big of a gap.
No.
A guide section that is permanently on the elevator, but you just have to put the elevator like down or something
But
while it's
the carriage runs into it.
But the carriage isn't that wide. You're talking about the bar that sticks back here. That's 4 inches.
Okay, yeah.
But we can go
under it for a maximum of 1 3/8. Not even that. I'll say 1 inch.
Can you show me that?
Yes. ahead. Hide this for a second. We imagine I'm just moving the elevator into the position of where the ramp would be. So you can see how there can be nothing in this area, and you can see I can move this forward up
Can you show top view?
You can do this. So this component right here, this can go as far forward until it reaches these, which are moving up and down.
And those can't be on the other side.
No.
What's to say that you can't do the rope?
Because they need to be attached to.
Yep. But they don't care about the chain block stuff.
They need to be attached. They attach to this.
Is that Barbie on the other side?
Maybe it could be. Maybe it could be. I
No, it
think,
can't be.
I don't think you want it to be.
Why can't it be?
Because that's the side that we're lifting the tube up on.
So again?
We would have to go. You cannot.
Because all that force is going on here. I think you want it there.
Oh, your carriage goes through it.
Your carriage would have to go through it.
Yeah. Your carriage has to be. Your manipulator has to be on the other side of that.
Exactly correct.
Okay. So it can't. The ropes have to go on that side. I agree.
What do you have in the middle of that last carriage?
Right here.
Yeah, like in that open area.
There will be
The
nothing in
mounting
there.
stuff for.
But there will be something that builds out a whole polycarbonate sheet that'll then attach our end effector.
Because if you put guides in there on the side of the elevator at that certain height to line up with it, you could get rid of that gap. If it's clear.
240 hertz. How we're cooking. Cab.
Can you show me this thing all the way down?
So what we're saying is the coral needs to be straight, like aligned horizontally before it hits the elevator section, right?
So we have to
Pivot the flaps and have it pinch it
to this height.
right after you intake it.
Sorry, two of you were talking to me once. What was that?
Oh, have the flaps just.
Move. I like as it's coming in.
Yeah.
So go back
And you don't have
to
to
the
deal with rollers.
elevator way up front. Have to index out the front of our robot.
I think so.
It gives us so much more space.
Why do they so far back?
What?
Why do the elevator so far back?
Long length of decisions. Basically, one are the available mounting location that's on the other side of this. The ideal one would be like right here, but then the gearbox gets in the way of that. And then we wanted it to be on the outside of this, so that we don't have to do this weird. Okay, here comes the coral. Okay, we see it. Now move it this far and stop.
So that whole front section after that is going to be where the coral's held.
Yeah.
That funnel is egregious.
Egregious.
What do you mean by egregious?
It's not helpful to have a funnel that's
Yeah.
like that, right?
Oh,
Versus like.
Yeah.
And then when you move it to the other side, another problem that arises is how do we constrain the.
Someone in chat said, I'm thinking a plate with a ridge like the drop chute underneath to guide it. Not sure how effective it would be though.
Ridge like the drop chute.
Recreating part of the human player station and the, instead of a flat piece of polycarbonate, you're recreating. That assumes it lands correctly.
Yeah, but it would hit the wall, and what the problem we were seeing is that these walls were basically too perpendicular to each other. It wasn't vectoring it enough.
The angle of its out needs to be shallower.
Another person doesn't think we need the funnel.
think we need a funnel.
We need some sort of funnel. I don't know if we need that wide. Do you know how those grooves, how often they are?
I'm looking at that now.
I'm pulling up FieldCAD right now.
Okay.
Yeah, FieldCAD's gonna look better.
That's my question because
What's it called?
Coral Station.
Coral Station.
what's just the distance between those? Yeah.
It's a lot of different
3, 4, 5, 6,
8 inches.
7, 8, 9. There's 9 of them.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, if you had a window that was twice as wide as those were, so you could be 16 inches wide.
You could get 3 holes.
You line up like
That's
evenly on.
That's plenty big
You still get
to
one.
practically do it with a human player, right?
How wide did the funnel
I know how games go, and they never go as you really
I'm
plan.
with you, but like,
and human players aren't as fast as you think.
But I'm saying it would be better to have a half as wide funnel that works well than a wide funnel that you have to like shimmy around to get it stuck in.
Yeah.
So that one that we were doing out there was 22 inches wide. This is 26 inches wide. The one out there is.
That one also had more travel, so the angle is.
No, that one I replicated exactly what we have here. Actually.
Oh, it's out.
So it just extends out more.
Yeah. So let me. Did that.
Frustrated.
You sure you don't want a rectangle?
Yeah, I was like really pushing that one.
It's a feature.
Yeah, so everyone is confused about the height extension limit. There is nothing in the game manual that says anything about it.
They should have said something that like clearly stated.
Bye-bye.
This one over here, this one here, and that one over there.
So, yeah, you can zoom in. I'll talk to chat for a second. Someone in chat suggested fixing this issue that we're having. So, we did a lot of CAD to figure out where the funnel would have to be to pass through the elevator, and an issue we're having is the coral getting stuck like this. Someone in chat asked about a couple pieces of polycarb, sort of similar to the grooving that the feeder station has, but it doesn't really help. It makes me curious about something that sort of keeps the coral up at a higher angle to force it. Yeah, I'm not sure. To force it to have less surface area. There's more of a chance it would tip and sort of fall into the funnel better. Let's see, what do I have around for this? Like if I drop a PVC pipe back here,
is optimally placed already. Yeah. That's not really helping. Okay. Interesting.
They had an issue because some of these are too shallow apparently.
What?
Don't they have an issue with what they have set up here? That's happening.
It gets stuck like that.
So, I mean, what if we literally made it so
That's kind of
what is that?
moot point because then it's not being fun.
So, if you did like 2 separate panels,
Trying to send
Can
from
you-
the camera.
Can you have a ramp here?
I was thinking about that, like a compound.
Yeah. That also goes.
Yes.
I think that would help a lot.
How do we mock that up? Real
Get some
fast.
cardboard.
Okay. Yeah. We can just chop up some cardboard.
what do you ask?
The next. What did he ask?
Yeah.
What Grant just mentioned is having a compound funnel rather than. Ooh, but I don't know if this works. Rather than just having the flat plate and relying on the sidewalls only, you could add some sort of curve or even just slant on the sides to better guide it into the middle.
I say not that.
Even like imagine this piece just continuing up a little bit. So this isn't a terrible. Approximation. It's probably gonna get crushed whenever I do it, but yeah.
Crush those deep round.
Oh.
So what? Needs to be. It's like just x squared plus y squared plus b squared problems. Remember? We have to.
It's just a triangle.
Yeah.
Is
but
it?
What's it look like?
Yeah. I don't know. We might just have to like cut it out rough and cram
Yeah.
it in there. The
We
first
could
time.
just get the general shape of it.
Hold on.
Grant came up with it.
See it. If it works, it works. Let's do it. The guy is scared. He's walking with it. Just out. Come in.
Lay down.
Pizza boxes.
You go for it. Now, it kind of
poses an issue.
You want to cut a triangle.
Yeah, I don't know what the triangle is going to look like.
Just cut it and see what happens.
Eated it.
He ate it.
Start here, go that way, boom.
Boom.
Yeah, boom, boom, boom,
Bam,
boom,
boom, boom, bam. Boom, bam, pow.
Ba-ba-ba. We all see that movie.
Yeah.
No, that looks good. Maybe we need to be longer. Yeah, but I like the angle.
Just make a big triangle, and then it doesn't matter because it's a triangle.
Well, yeah.
That's fine. This works. This works.
Kids these days.
How many sides?
At least four.
How many sides is this triangle?
Four-sided triangle.
Hit it right here.
No. Okay, let me just make it bigger. Like I did on the top.
Well, that worked out.
I feel like this is not going to be better.
Why not?
I think you're constraining the space too much. But we'll see.
Back how you had it before.
I think I'm just gonna. Well.
Because you want it to also be sloping the back part down. So.
And that would have a slope right there.
Yeah.
You never know. Try it.
Try that side. Put this side on. We're gonna make this one longer.
There goes like $80 of gaff tape.
Oh yeah. I'm a big spender over here.
High roller. Hey, at least it's 2 inch and not 3 inch.
Yeah, still hide it.
Yeah.
Is that even a question? I mean, the right triangle, the correct triangle. Sorry.
The correct triangle, I think, would do it.
Would actually angle like entirely up here to entirely down there.
And I don't think it's a right triangle. Is the correct?
It's not.
triangle.
It's easy to figure out that geometry though.
Look at that.
Hey, Reese, you guys, you guys got an idea? What if you just take thin plexi and just like make it a bowl?
That's kind of what I was thinking to like make this manufacturable. But
Yes.
So we're hitting the
Throw it.
gaff tape right now.
Throw it.
I'm saying
No,
the
it
gaff
needs to
tape
go
is a
up
different
further.
texture.
So does it need a?
throw it to the
does
one on
it
the left.
start like
Use
a
the left.
flare?
Yeah.
It's not even midnight, y'all. The latest I've ever gone on 3D was like 4 or 5 a.m.
Reese, I'm worried either way with this about
The handoff.
yeah, the 4 inches here that we can't do anything. Even more so, because it's more than 4 inches, right?
Are we able to increase the angle at all?
Yeah.
Does that make it slide further, and then you get to the 4 inches?
I don't think the angle.
I'm worried about it too.
matters.
You think it'll like get stuck sitting there? Right here,
No, not getting stuck. I'm talking about like
being
being
Well, I
able to
think we
deal with
need-
this.
I want to hear me out. Let's try wheels.
on the wheels right here. What are you saying?
I think it's really worth it to try and do it.
Okay.
There's nothing stopping us.
Let's do some 2 inches.
We are going a certain on. Do you think a lot of teams that will try this will have to go through an elevator? Or is that just?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
You think we can just cut? Do you think we need bearings?
Yeah, we need bearings.
Yeah.
Alright, who wants to film the coral video? Where we show the angles it can score onto. And the level 1 coral?
That was good.
Alright, if we can do that right now, that'd be great.
Or soon. I want to be able to edit tonight before we.
Corey, you got it, or you want me to do it?
Here we are.
Jordan's got it.
No. No shot. I just work here.
Right up below your feet.
Am I in the second person when it comes to the level 1 thing? I don't know.
I think I want to try wheels.
And then also if we can add to that, showing how the land is on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
That was requested also, I think that fits.
Yeah.
Just these.
Yep, just like drop them off in the fire station.
Oh, see how far they can roll? Yeah, the roller strategy is huge.
Yeah, see if they roll, see if they land straight, how much. And go sideways and see if they
If you can pick them up off the ground, and you just have your robots out at the coral station,
Wait,
you can roll them to...
No. Grant, come on, man. Optimal strategy right here.
No, they don't roll.
It's like when you try... Yeah, like...
Well, showing that, like, maybe run through like 10 times of both ways. Oh. Just straight dropping sideways, straight dropping like out. And then if there's any other method, show that like 10 times and see kind of what it tends to
Are you allowed to push
And
them?
then that is the proper material and texture for the thing?
Yes. I believe it is, yeah.
Cool.
I don't think you must spin. The problem is their orientation is going to be so random that...
It's good to show the different ways, even if it means nothing.
What do you want wheels at? 45. Here?
Okay, we'll start with...
And it comes in, it hits this wheel, it's pulled, hits this wheel, it's pulled.
But like...
Is Corey talking about the reef trees that you're talking about?
I mean, it doesn't matter which we start with.
But
We
those are the two
can
things.
always
Those are the two
film this
things.
first and have that in the end of the video too. So either way, and then you guys can
Right here, you gotta
get back to the thingy.
We need to be right here. We need to come back a little bit.
You want the pizza box in there or no?
No.
You should make them a proper dimension apart.
We need to be, and we need to remove an entire thing. So what we can do is,
What are you envisioning for lighting here? Are you thinking like this?
No. They need to be spaced properly.
Okay.
Like this.
Do you want them to be tangent to the plane? This plane?
Yeah. So my goal is, like, I want.
Are you wanting this one to hit that wheel?
Yes. I want this face to hit this wheel.
So, okay, so you're saying this gap needs to be...
So then it hits it here, and then, and I don't know how that will look, but I at least want to see it.
Let's not worry about these. How far do you want the wheels apart? When we're on this board, do you want them? We can move these.
Okay. Put these off then. Take it off.
You want these to be...
Okay, the 2-inch wheels.
Oh, I know. I feel like I'm gonna pull like one of those like cartoon things and slip on this.
Yeah.
Only
Yeah.
if I have
What's
video.
the idea of this?
Hey, you never given me access to this laptop, so I can
Quarter? Or is it 4.5?
It's 4.5.
These are 2-inch wheels. We want what? Half inch.
When I do opening ceremonies, I'm gonna totally do like a what's her name's wrecking ball swing on this.
Oh yeah,
Cyrus.
Miley Cyrus.
Yeah.
Okay, this is more comfortable than last year's.
And since that clip that I just said will get to Blair, I'm still doing it, Blair.
I don't care. Sue me.
Oh, you should have won that.
So that should be.
What's the difference between those two?
That should be 4.75 apart.
What compression did you want?
I want quarter inch of compression. Right?
Total?
No, half inch of compression.
Half inch total? Yeah.
Yeah, so they need to be at 5 inches. Sorry,
or 4.5.
Yep. One on these.
One on each side?
Yep. They're 1 inch, and so we want to reduce this from 4.5 to 4. One on both sides is 6 inches apart.
Catching up on that. I got a question. Would it be possible to make a claw system without pneumatics, just using a high gear ratio motor?
You definitely can. You should look at the, there's a Vex, an old Vex claw that uses like a servo motor gear claw thing. I mean, I don't know if I'd recommend it, but you can definitely make a claw without pneumatics.
And you see, that's a servo, so it does run a little different. It's possible you can just really overpower it easy, so
yeah.
Careful, but possible.
There's a little gap, or there's a little ramp on the inside of this reed, right? So those 4 game pieces can roll.
I don't think they would though. I don't know, it seems like they'd get stuck in there.
Someone said arm deep. Is that really deep? Like really? I don't know. Arm deep. I don't know. Elbow
Deep is the.
Elbow deep is like you're really deep in there. Arm deep.
I guess.
Based on context, I'm not. My friends are doing Ri3D and not responding to me. And it's really people like this.
Sure I don't use my words in the middle of it. I mean, like, and it doesn't work if you drop it. It's L1.
If that happens, you just do it like so many more times.
Yeah.
Okay, this. So is it loose like that?
That might stay in the next side.
Also, we have 4 of them? 3?
It's hard to miss this year.
I mean, it might just be 4 ones also.
What are we destroying?
He missed the part by like 1.5 foot, and now there's just wood stuff everywhere. He said what?
There's a really good vacuum right there.
Hear me out. What are the odds that that one was
no shot? You can't do that again. What?
What are the odds that that rolls into the next side?
I mean, the only thing I have to go on is that one picture they have of what counts as a score or not, and they have some ones on there that are in the middle, just in the middle.
So can this actually be easily turned?
Well, not during the game. No. It'll be locked in.
Yeah, the bolt holes are on the wrong side of the drawing to actually fix it in.
The bolt holes face this way, which we don't really have a way to stick a bolt in that way. So.
Even if we could drill through that, I don't
That's
know.
also one of 2 in the state of India.
Do you know how much this costs?
$295.
Yeah.
And I'm chipping the paint.
Yeah, okay, someone said it's powder coated. Is it? It is powder coated. Powder.
Powder coated and shit.
Like that?
Oh, that looks like enamel. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm like, it's not.
Well, no. Probably what it looks like.
I don't know.
I'm not
Seems
a,
like
I've
a
never
type of-
powder coated
I'm not a-
before. I'm not a
I
fan.
have powder coated it once. I don't remember it. It just feels like whatever they use on playgrounds. And it's not
You know,
anymore
for
who
this video,
manufactures it.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna.
So it could be
postpone.
some.
Not a second. I want
I wonder who
vertical
manufactures
bars
it.
on the
I'm
drivetrain
curious.
so that you can visualize how far away. How far away the coral are whenever they're in your frame perimeter.
I just a board. Set it on the chassis.
Yeah.
There's, I don't know. There's who knows.
I think I'm just gonna grab it.
Mostly USB-C.
Alright. Take bets on when I move this, that means they come back.
There's gummy bears in here?
It's the Prusa gummy bears.
No, no.
There's instructions on how to use them.
Does someone just drop them off on the IC's doorstep?
Yeah. You guys say we're cross? Who ordered them though? Me! Mark up using the Robotics credit card because you get the free stuff that comes with it. Me?
Do you have 2 drills or just grab one?
I should have a drill that drilled these holes.
Do you guys think it would be overkill to have something that moves the algae and then a separate wheel that rolls the algae into the processor?
No, I don't think it's
No.
overkill. I
We
think
talked
it'll,
about it.
everyone's design is going to be different. Everyone's design is going to call for something else. So I think some people may do more to complete less. Some people may get by with less.
Separate intake outtake's pretty common and sometimes much more efficient.
Dude, don't push hard. What? It's fine. I'm not pushing hard. It's fine.
Alright.
Chat found that funny.
What? The drilling?
I don't know, there's an LOL and I guess that means cut out.
Alright, we're going to move over.
Unless they're just laughing at you being you.
Do as we say, not as we do.
Ah, it's hot! You want a shot caller?
Yes. Not gonna teach. I played it like twice.
Realistically, you'll have a shock.
We're going to test it now.
You don't even need, yeah.
Did you want to grab one for you?
We did.
I got it. I feel like this is going to work better. Having these semi-legit.
All right, let's move it over there. You mind moving the camera back?
Yep.
Ready?
Nope. No.
Where do you get those?
Tres, dos, uno. Let's just see what it does without it. Probably miss and go over here.
I think we're just gonna get thrown sideways.
Correct direction.
I'm going speed 1.
Max speed 1.
Yeah.
Dang!
Let's put the side shields on.
No. Hit it sideways some. Give us like a here.
Straight on one of them.
Yep. Alright, wait. I just want to see. Now go. Wait, hold.
Maybe if you had the wheels at like the proper edge.
I'm not torque limited.
Put the side shields on and see if you see any improvement.
I mean, we'll see improvement for sure. Where's the other side shield?
The fine one or chocolate?
Honestly, if we're talking about the floor intake for the curls to go store them being overkill, I wouldn't call that overkill or over engineering.
Over engineering, there's no such thing.
Eh.
CR 2022
Well, like,
climber.
Theoretically,
What do you
there's
mean?
infinite
There's
roll.
peak.
Well,
Like how it didn't work if they didn't make the
Your
fields to
field
spec.
Yeah.
field might get
How, like, one of our competitions we
crowded
never
with
scored, and like the
coral,
next
and
one we
you'll
hit
have
like perfect climbs every time.
much shorter
Yeah, 'cause
stuff.
the field-
You can do
Yeah,
that.
within
Without
tolerance.
changing anything.
Yeah. The field wasn't out of spec by 2 inches.
Our game plan was like, hope they do it right this time.
Is this, are these, you guys cut, or are these coming your kit of parts?
That one's Andy Mark. This one's Andy Mark. The other one, I think.
Ow,
it
that
says
really hurt.
1741, so it's.
Look here, this.
I mean,
Or
it's
it was like
literally
this and went
conceivable
bonk.
for worse or-
Corner.
Yep.
Alright, ready? Wait, yeah.
Put it in like not nice. Okay.
Well, like through the feeder station, right? We'll move. Go through the center and we'll move as we're recording. Go ahead. So there went at an angle.
Let us move our prototype.
Yeah.
'Cause you're like on blocks nicely. Okay, let's scoot your way like. Yep, that way.
You guys are angled outwards.
I don't want to hit that. I'm trying to be perpendicular to the.
The wheels are not hitting the PVC.
Move the thing back.
So, Reese, why aren't we exposing the wheels fully? Like, why don't we hit the midpoint of them? Or there. Leave that.
I think you get caught here.
No, still being
Yeah.
angled.
That might be speed difference, though.
I think you don't want to go too fast.
To be fair,
This
there's
will
gonna
often
be
be
more-
closed.
Yeah.
These was way faster.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think
Better.
I don't think you want to be that fast.
Shoot the other side.
Okay. Well, we're gonna move to my side. So move
Towards your way?
Move
No,
your
the
way.
other.
Okay.
Make my side center. There we go.
Up. And we're done.
What did you say? And we're done too?
It landed perfectly like this.
Someone in chat said we need bigger wheels. They used 4.34-inch.
I mean, I think we're still pulling it in.
It's not feeling it. It's not feeling it. Like it worked.
That's what I said.
Can we try the funnel? With the, like the smooth funnel?
The bolt.
Yeah. Toilet bowl?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like if it was steep enough.
What this fixes that we have to control it. We have to control it between here and here.
Shorten this and have 2 sets of wheels, and then it is straight.
What are you saying we have to control between?
I don't think just a funnel, even the perfect funnel, reliably indexes the coral into our mechanism, which is 4 or more inches away from this.
Yeah, you're saying that gap is too much.
This gap is too much to be not controlled.
Yeah, we almost need more sets of wheels to
I
have
mean,
a straight line.
the one way I feel better about this is we have some massive wheels here to correct for angles as large as this.
My concern with this whole thing is now we have just like sets of wheels everywhere. And we just have like rollers and
The whole
wheels
point of this
everywhere.
design was that it was supposed to be smooth and clean, like very
Because
passive.
that's what my team tried last year.
Never worked out.
Having an open space where you hope it goes in straight.
So I don't think it's wheels everywhere. If we have these rollers here, that's one motor.
And we were already playing one motor on the defector.
I think a single motor driving 2 sets of large wheels here and then some passive wheels at the front, maybe.
I mean,
does it.
2 sets right here will
But
straighten
then you're
it.
talking about 3 motors for just the coral.
No. Only 2.
You just said motor
One
here?
motor here.
Yep, one motor here.
One motor here.
To straighten it.
To straighten it.
Where's your
and
end effect?
eject.
It can't be there. It needs to be at the very end.
Why?
Because we have to bring it through. We can't go up like this. We have to bring it through to here. Now we can go up.
Have you thought about
The-
another set of these right here? So you have a
The
flat
wheels-
surface
Yeah,
on each
that's what I was
side, and
gonna
then
say.
you have to shorten this.
The wheels that grab it between this gap are already the farthest back they can be.
We're saying there's like a gap here.
And that is what can control it all the way out to here.
Right, so now we're back at the whole point with moving the elevator back was so that we can avoid the whole, hey, game piece is here now, let's move it halfway and stop.
Like if we're doing that, we should move the
The
elevator,
elevator
all
forward,
the way
go
the
to
front.
passive, we're done.
So
that was my consideration in there when we were.
That's what I was thinking,
discussing
like
it.
let's just go, let's just do it. Like,
I mean, we can do another funnel on here. One motor here, one motor on the end.
if we're
These
doing
motors
that, we
shove
can
in.
grab it as soon as possible and just grab
We
the-
shouldn't do another funnel. We should do another. If we're gonna do that, do 2 sets of wheels, because then you're guaranteed for it to be straight like here, right? Like do.
I think we 100%
that.
should move the elevator forward.
Yeah.
The 2 downsides I see to that are then you have to index the game piece somewhere, like programmatically, with sensors. I think that's fine. I don't think that's a huge deal. The other downside is then we lose space up front for potential algae.
Not that big of a deal. No, we're not losing that much. Like there's a lot of space.
We're
still.
losing 8 inches.
Yeah, but like, were we planning on bringing the entire?
I'm not saying we're planning on anything. I'm just saying that's
We
dead
lose-
space now.
Agreed.
It could be something.
Agreed.
With all of these shenanigans, though, we really cut out our ability to do the backwards flap
Yeah, that's what Reese and I were talking about in the other room.
As
As soon as we start adding other wheels in here, L1's out the door.
Guaranteed.
Move the elevator forward.
Let's look at it.
We still have a 4-inch gap that I'm a little bit concerned about.
Do we want to do that video while they're doing that? And Tyler can be happy. Moving still. Yay! Okay.
I honestly think this angle for a lot of the video is going to make the most sense.
I mean, I'll probably go like close up, kind of.
For you, because I want to show a frame perimeter distance to the. Okay. And I'll talk about the fact that I can just show. Here's the algae. Here's it resting around where we think it'll be. You can see that in relation to the frame perimeter. It's close, but no cigar.
This video is more on coral. So, yeah, I just want to include that.
It's just speculation.
It's and then show like the whole range until failure.
Okay.
For sure. And then we'll do the dropping in the bottom. And that would be considered launch.
It would be.
Yeah. Which is allowed, so hey. Yeah.
That's comedic, though.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Oh no. What if the strat is
Get
to
over
just
it.
intake like this and then keep it at this angle? I mean, it's terrible. It just doesn't work. But
I don't know. I guess go to the point of failure.
you can't do that one then. That's why.
Yeah, but right now. Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that with the robot up here because it's gonna fall into the robot and crush it.
Yeah, I mean, you could get another board or something.
You're good.
And then, the throwing into here, showing it. You need all three of them. Like, if you toss a third one, and knock the other ones out. Covers that. I don't know what else we were testing before.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This isn't novel because they've showed this in the manual, right?
Yeah, like. That should be easy for teams to test. This is going to be part of it. And then we can move over to dumping it out of the station and seeing how they land. That was an asked question.
Okay.
Like, how far do they roll if you shoot them? Or, like, do they land upright if you go shoot them straight, or how far do they roll if you go sideways?
Okay.
We did it a couple times and it just bounced.
Yeah, we're gonna have to mess over here.
Yeah.
What? That belongs in this division?
Yeah. there.
You ready now?
Sure.
Alright.
Hey, it's Corey with Cranberry Alarm Ri3D, and in this video we're going to be looking at how the coral interacts with the coral tree and different passive mechanisms for scoring the coral, as well as some ideas for active ones. All right. Yeah, okay. So the first thing I want to show is a passive ramp style dropper mechanism for dropping the coral onto L2, L3, and L4. We have this little jig made up. It's just 2 pieces of polycarb in a V format, and I'm allowing the coral to slide down sort of at an angle. And you can see with some distance, I can even back it up, that coral sliding out of the robot are going to be able to score on L2, L3, and L4. I think one thing that a lot of teams are wondering is what kind of angles can you, get away with for this L4 coral? And even some shallow angles, if you put force behind them, this would need to be an active mechanism. Well, that one fell off, but we have seen some consistency in launching the coral at shallower angles. Of course, the more steep angles are going to be more consistent going for that L4. One thing that we were playing around with just before this video was reverse angles and having a powered mechanism sort of fire the coral out. And then this one, of course, wouldn't work very well for the L4. I'm going to try it, but one thing we weren't entirely expecting first glance at the game was for L1 to be a problem for this sort of passive angled dropper style mechanism, but we found that the coral bounce out more often than not if you're dropping from sort of an L2 height. Let's try this out. That one would score, I believe. It's not very consistent, or it's not as consistent as I think we would like it to be. If you drop from lower down passively, it has a chance of hitting the front lip and just tipping out. And then if I put some force behind it, let's see. So the next thing I want to do is bring the robot in. We have actually mocked out a robot with a vertical bar here, sort of showing how the frame perimeter and bumpers is going to play into scoring onto the coral tree. Your scoring mechanism isn't going to be any closer than around 5 inches away, 4 or 5 inches, in order to meet the frame perimeter requirements without extending out. But a passive mechanism has no problem overcoming that gap. And then even for L4, if I'm keeping the same spacing, no issues there. So that was good to see that teams going for a passive mechanism aren't going to need to extend outside of their frame in order to ensure coral scoring. Is there anything else we want to show?
Putting them horizontally.
Oh, okay.
Do you think like how far back you could be and still score, sort of thing? Like how much distance away from it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think I did some ones where I launched it from a weird angle, even.
Like you did do some of that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's been it's probably like 3 minutes of me throwing it. Oh no. Okay.
Maybe without that mechanism.
This thing? Or
just by hand.
just by hand?
So she's seeing instead of the wedge thing.
Okay. So one other way that you could maybe drop them on is from vertical or near vertical. You would have to extend outside of your frame. But if it touches this front lip at all, it seems pretty consistent. And of course from L4, that's going to be the best. Is that the end?
Is there anything that, based on this, is how you're going to impact what your design is going to be or anything?
Yeah. Yeah. So after doing some of these tests, we've decided to go with a fixed angle active dropper mechanism. So we're going to be holding the coral sort of near the front of our frame perimeter with some rollers and at a fixed angle. So the elevator will simply be translating the game piece up and down to the different levels, and we'll be using the rollers to actuate the coral onto the coral tree. We don't know exactly how this is going to work out for L1, and we likely won't know how that is until we've got the full prototype mocked up and on the robot. But we feel good about scoring on L2, L3, and L4 with a fixed angle active ejection mechanism. Stay tuned. Ooh. Yeah. Follow along with our intake and ejection mechanism for the coral with Cranberry Alarm Ri3D on Fun Robotics Network. Fun Robotics
You can
Network.
say fun.
Fun?
Yeah, just watch
Okay.
it on Fun's YouTube channel.
Oh, we got that.
What? Oh. Yeah. Okay.
We're gonna drop. And we can just do the outro.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just say Fun's YouTube channel. You don't need to say Fun Robotics.
Okay. I forgot we wanted to do that.
Do you need help with the drop?
Yeah.
Try to keep me out of frame.
I'm going for a pretty wide.
I can pick them up. There's 3 of them, or I only need to do 3. All right. So now I'm over here at the our mock feeder station, and a couple questions that we've been getting in the stream is, how do these look whenever you roll them out of the chute onto the ground? How far can you throw them? And what does that look like? So I'll do a couple throws for you here. If I just keep the coral perpendicular and drop it down, putting a lot of force onto it, it sort of digs into the carpet. Doesn't go very far and isn't very predictable. You can get some distance, but of course, not the most consistent. And then I think the one that most people are interested in is, how do they do if you let them roll out parallel? And okay, but not as good as you would like, I think. the PVC sort of hits the ground and tumbles a lot more often. And then if I try and put some like spin on it, just even crazier tumbles. You're not really getting more distance out of it. But yeah, stay tuned with, stay tuned on Fun's YouTube channel for more videos on our intake and ejection mechanisms for the coral. Gosh, I'm sorry.
You're good, man. It's late.
Yeah.
Okay. Stay tuned to what's to come next in our ejection mechanism, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Make sure you follow along with Cranberry Alarm on Fun's YouTube channel.
Stay tuned for more updates on our coral intake and ejection mechanisms. Yeah.
Stay up to date with everything Cranberry Alarm on Fun's YouTube channel.
Yeah. Stay up to date with everything. Stay up to date with our progress on Fun's YouTube channel. We're Cranberry Alarm. Catch updates for our intake and ejection mechanisms for the coral on. Catch updates for our ejection and intake methods for the coral on Fun's YouTube channel. We're Cranberry Alarm Ri3D.
I think if I just go away, then it's fine.
No.
You switch it back over.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm learning something. Yeah. One was the one that was flashing. Alright. Okay. Okay. I have no idea how long they're gonna stay. Behave.
We can't bring this thing up.
No. Okay. I think your cantilever thing is probably fine.
Oh my goodness, like this.
What? Why? That's not viable. Like it will not work.
Sorry, what's the problem?
Move the elevator over.
You just turn the whole elevator around.
So
Oh wait, no, you can't.
Just kind of wondering how late do you think you'll go, or you just no clue?
3 a.m. Probably.
Okay.
Asking for a friend.
So, this is the current
we're just
design
kinda
I have for mounting the gearbox off axis, and then it belts it to here, and then from there you run an axle all the way across to drive both sprockets, then drive this.
Can we do the original mounting technique?
No, because it does this. And you can't do that. The original mounting technique is the gearbox go that way.
Yeah.
And you can't do that. It goes outside the frame.
Well, maybe we can chop the axle. Legitimate.
5.46.
Sleep timer?
I've said it. What happened? What did you say? By chopping the axle.
No, that's your. This was all way up against the face.
This can be good. I hate it. We just hoping to make a wider robot in it.
I think it's
spot.
So you go there.
Is it in the frame?
Only thing that matters.
Wouldn't it be the first time we're out of the frame for a minute?
Can we put the plate the opposite direction?
It doesn't. Can you freeze the frame?
This way. You see those plates? They have the little
Extend out, but as long as it's full.
mounting pins. Yeah. We mount them on the outside.
Oh, maybe yours?
No, it's in the place of this. Maybe you guys. It touches them. We can ask Asia.
You want to get all 4 holes. All day. 4 holes on the top of the split gearbox, and then see that punch tube right there? Do we have to do that crazy with plates? Yeah. It's kind of longer, but they're so painfully weird out there.
Am I tripping? Did we cut this axle? That's cut axle. Oh.
Trip. Who's?
Oh, some of my friends are doing an Ri3D. Big file and some updates.
Double jointed arm?
Looks like it is. Wait, no. That's a double jointed arm on another one. What?
I want to see it.
Okay. I don't have the pictures. I know that we were having that looks.
But that's how you do it.
Minor protrusion.
I didn't say there against doing 3D.
Like, oh, to make
minor protrusion.
It's a minor protrusion.
Dude,
Which
no,
type
we're not
of-
doing that.
Which type of sport is it? Alright, so it's already this game.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Strong gearbox.
We can just cut one more.
Go one more?
Yeah. We only need 9 bolts on that. Let's be honest.
9 bolts?
Yeah.
A lot of bolts. That's a lot of bolts.
No, I mean we're talking about torsion. That's why you have to pay for it.
Super duper alumni. He's gonna get tetanus.
No, look at this sheet.
Wait, was that Adam holding it? Doesn't look like Adam. Wait, go back. That wasn't Adam. That wasn't Adam.
Adam is the president.
Alright, so we only have to cut axles and butcher Ryan's kid. I think it works.
I'm seeing the guy in that video. You think there's only one super duper alumni? Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that guy also
Kyle
lives.
is a nerd. Does that look so dusty?
What are we? We gotta cut this.
Are you putting the box or you putting the bracket? What's wrong with that?
You're losing. You went from five patterns to 3.
9 bolts.
No, we're worried about
twists.
Did you have them on both sides?
Oh, we can do the full axle across.
We can sports. Sports.
Use the hexagon.
I think you're gonna put it in there.
That's gonna be so
Oh, you're gonna put a coupler on it and then.
What? A female to female coupler?
Yeah, female coupler.
And just fill it with. Does it really?
That gets rid of our torsion. Does it intersect? No, you wouldn't make it so it intersects.
No.
We can do that. I'd be okay with that. That would get us moving forward.
I'm not really too worried about the torsion.
I say let's do it. I don't really need to go further on CAD to be able to prove it. I think it's pretty smart.
So, how are we with the wheel? Are we intersecting the wheel with that plate?
Was all this to give us a more optimal angle for the funnel?
Yes.
Well, yes. Why gotta
That
do it?
is the most annoying bolts to access to mount this 4K box.
But you basically have to mount it all and then mount the whole
You
climber
build the
on.
elevator. You build the entire elevator and
You
put it
built
on.
it on.
Which is not bad.
Are the dimensions on the elevator fixed then?
We should double check our constraints and our dimensions to make sure they're correct.
Let me do something. This is what the new vector plates look like.
Okay. I think that'll be sufficient without wheels.
Also add the pizza box.
Riley, the reason why I don't want to add the pizza box is because that kind of prohibits L1 ramp flap thing if we decide to do it.
Okay, so I put this inside here because you can mount under here. Like we can put bins in this and mount to this underface.
Can you make that Lexan section just like not that tall? Just make it like 8 inches tall? I know it's not that big.
Maybe that.
You're like 6.
Maybe 6.
Or 4. Isn't it like 4.5 inches OD?
2.25.
Yeah, what you're saying is it might bounce out of our funnel.
Dude, these the coral are sneaky dangerous. They're like heavy, heavier than you think.
Coral or the algae?
Coral.
Yeah.
It took out my
One of them dropped on my toe earlier while we were rolling on video. And I was like,
grinding his teeth.
yeah, it fell off the top of our ramp thing straight onto my toe. And I was like the circular part of it.
It was probably
I like a bounce up and get in there.
Yeah. And then Reese threw one at me earlier too.
It's hard when you
I did, I'm
forward.
sorry. I apologize for that.
Reese, can we?
Yeah. Okay, double jointed arm on a elevator on a turret.
Oh,
On a turret?
2019.
This is 19, yeah.
They're building replica of that.
Who is building a replica?
Wait,
of that?
that's not double jointed, right? That's just the 4 bar?
But that's a Robotics 3D. That sounds
It might have been a virtual 4 bar. Yeah, virtual 4
Okay, are we doing side rollers
I'd
or
love to
top
wire
bottom
that.
roller for the end effector?
Side rollers let you sync.
Wait, why is
But-
that important? Isn't it already going to be centered anyway?
No. Well, now we have a better vectoring, so it's coming in. It should be coming in a bit better, but still we don't have wheels on this. I do think Corey's right that we do need to center it.
Where are the wheels going here? They're going way in front, right?
Yeah.
The ramp that it's sitting against, is it not some sort of box? That will
I
center it?
think we need to get a rough.
Yeah, we can squeeze it.
Quarter. I'm missing one piece. That's what I started. Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Wow, what are you drawing?
Okay.
It's the game piece and the wheels.
Fun after dark.
This is.
Hey,
Yeah.
when Tyler decided to leave and we decided to not keep the stream going,
I was just saying last year there was.
It doesn't look symmetrical.
There was some very after
So there's going to be polycarbonate sheets.
Where do we pass it through? Above. So we can't have anything in here.
So it mounts inside of there and then builds out. Yeah,
above the carrier.
Above that ring. Where we didn't intercept it, or a little bit lower.
I'm so worried about
the handoff.
I'm worried about the fact that we have to build something out like, what is that, 18 inches
Not
up?
worried about it. Not worried about it. Not worried about it. I think it'll be fine. Have trust in me. When have I failed you? Put churro on it, it won't wobble like that.
Peanut.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Blue banners.
Oh yeah. I'm saying, man, this thing didn't wobble, and there were no supports on it. And because we put tons of churro all the way up it.
Wait, what are you talking about? Which part?
This polycarb right here is a 2x4 sheet that goes all the way down to here, and it did not wobble at all. I mean, it did a little bit, but
But you have like superstructure aluminum on the outside.
No.
That's just the climber.
That's just the climber that didn't contact it, because the climber actually
He's
back
talking
and
about
forth.
the plate there.
What is
plate? Yeah.
This.
We ribbed it. We removed material.
It still helps.
No, I mean, it's like having blank polycarb. It's worse than blank polycarb. We removed material. It's just ribbing. It's pocketing.
That is Lexan?
That's Lexan. All the way up it. Look, it's Lexan. With
it looks like this is aluminum with Lexan behind.
No, it's recessed. It's recessed.
We're going to recess?
Yes, sir.
What polycarb are you using? Quarter inch?
Yeah.
We got a quarter inch plug.
I think so. You told me we did.
Sure.
Alright, let's go check.
If we're talking quarter inch polycarb, then sure. I'm fine. I'm with you there.
This thing is gonna be heavy.
Yeah, it's gonna be way up high and good luck turning.
If you're trying
and
to
then like
climb with that thing, it's gonna throw your.
We don't have 16th wall. This thing's gonna be
Jonk.
heavy.
Jonkers.
Under 115 or
Under
135 with bumpers.
Does red alert having polycarb mean we have polycarb?
Yes.
Yes.
We have polycarb.
Enough to build 2 giant
Yes.
sheets.
How this thing is about to fall into our robot, and we're gonna be cooked.
I'm
cooked in a
genuinely
bag.
concerned about how we're holding this. Can we at least get some like rough geometry? What we're thinking, or like, can we just like put superstructure there instead of like? I don't
Okay,
know.
I'm just gonna do top and bottom roller because it's way easier to do right now, and I'm just gonna pump it out really fast, and then we can look at it.
Sure.
Okay.
Like, can we put aluminum superstructure just straight from the carriage diagonally up to that? Like, surely that would be better, right? Like, can we just take
Heavier. No.
16th inch wall, 2x1? No way. Think so? Heavier than churro and polycarb, and all the bolts you need for churro, and peanut, and is like just slapping a 2x1 on either side of the carriage and just pointing it up at the bottom there.
The distance we are spanning right now is 4 inches.
Down the chute, is what you're saying?
We need more than a half inch there.
Are you sure? We're going to be mounted to this space right here. This is all the way. So you may need to pass by this.
Bearing blocks are.
They're on the outside. We're on the inside of them.
8 is the plan.
Don't trust me.
It's the plan.
4 inch, 2 inch, 2 inch.
2 inch, not 4. 4 too big. Wait, what is this for?
Top and bottom roller.
For the coral ejector?
Yes. Re-rollers. What? Let me just cook.
That's fine.
And then I'll pump it out, and then you can critique it once we at least have something to
like
work
a
on.
ramp with one roller.
Yeah, I thought that's what we were doing.
We probably are going to do that, but I feel a little bit more better about this, and it won't be that much harder to do it.
Doesn't the multiple rollers mean we have to get it to a spot perfectly, which we were trying to avoid?
It's just let him cat, I guess.
Yeah, and we'll critique it in a second.
It's so much more weight though.
Get what to a spot?
Like get the actual piece.
Like I said, I'm just trying to.
Like I mean, like spin them a certain amount and stop them.
We have to do that anyways because we moved the elevator forwards.
Why are you not controlling it? Yeah, give it a little bit of wiggle room.
Big piece of poly cutter.
That's kind of what we need though.
If we're doing this, we can't cut those until we're sure where we're gonna put, or if we're gonna put algae stuff.
Yes, I agree with
Just
that.
cannot cut those until you're very sure of stuff.
Why are you not controlling?
Yeah, how late do we go? However that you want. No, this is
You're
not
not my real
shifted.
mom.
This is not 24/7. This is a bit.
It is 24/7, but we're not here. say so it was. Last year, we went home and I could not sleep, so I wrote code.
I know. Last year, I had to start school and then it's sad. Not this year, actually.
Why is that? Just how the days lined up or something?
So like every 4 years, you get like a whole month. I got a whole month per day for that. Water is that recommended. And that one.
What? I don't know. Corey, what brand of water is that?
What's the villainous?
Villainous. Aqua.
Yo!
Oh.
Do you know that brand? You've never
Grant
tried
is
this
a
brand.
water snob.
You've
You gotta
never
try it
even
now.
tried this brand.
Dude, when they worry
Could be
about
like Ice Mountain.
every time they worry about the pH and it's purified, this is gonna be so bad. I actually might have tried this before.
What's the S tier water, Grant? What's your S tier? Top of S tier.
Heavy on water is really good. Ice Mountain's good. All the Ice Mountain regional differences, so the Deer Park, Ozark Lakes, I forget some of those, but like every glacier, like every part in America has like a different version, and it's Nestle spring water. Ice Mountain is the Midwest one. So when we were on a trip, I got Deer Park, and it's the exact same. So.
Gorilla Cat.
Sheesh. Did you say Gorilla Cat?
Gorilla.
Gorilla Cat.
What is Crayola Cat? I've heard that mentioned.
A form of CAD which is very rough.
Like children go on
Brain
with a
vomit.
crayon.
Is it?
How much space I got in between the two plates?
Can't be that wide. Yeah, what's the space in between the two plates? Doesn't that need to be
So then that's where those
cylinder
3D
width?
printed blocks that I was talking about came into.
Why would it not just be the cylinder width?
Because that's what the block of this is. That's what the width of our elevator block is. That's what the elevator is.
How much space I got?
I'm mounting directly to those spaces. And I think it would be easier to reduce it up there instead of reducing it down low. That's 11 inches.
Across?
Yeah, inside.
So you're gonna have another funnel in there?
He's just gonna have pieces. Maybe he wasn't even planning to funnel it really. Although you could, and make the outer one shallower and funnel it further in there, but
Yeah, I was planning to index it with 3D printed parts.
those are gonna be big.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are really big.
I don't think that's a great idea. I mean, it's a fine idea. I just
No, I know.
practically, I don't know if
Yeah,
that's gonna work.
You should put like
So this is where I was just throwing this out there so we can understand the geometry.
That's fine.
So we can critique it and move forward from here. So that's where
you could use like
okay,
cool noodle.
top and bottom rollers makes a lot of sense here, or the left and right rollers makes a lot of sense here. Powering on the side.
Yeah, maybe it was you or somebody said earlier, one of the advantages potentially of a side roller is if you're trying to go L1, you run one at like 80 and one at 50%, and it kicks out the coral sideways.
That may be some sauce.
It's something you try, right? And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Do we still have the setup over there? With the.
Probably, yeah.
I'm curious if we just at the angle we're at right now. What happens if we just kind of like run one real fast and let's test that right now. We can put 4 inches on it if you want.
No. I don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
for a ride.
I don't want the weight of 4-inch wheels up there. Yeah, me too, dude. I don't want these giant rollers. Wait, it's proper rollers? Like we're using roller tubes? I mean, that's what Reese has in his cat right there. Like 6 giant rollers.
That would be lighter than wheels.
Oh, you're talking like actual roller tube? Yeah. Like intake roller tube? Yeah. That would be lighter than wheels. But it's only, that's only gonna work first. Oh, no, yeah. It's cold out here.
Open left door open.
Yeah.
Did they?
Well, I was just saying yes to it was cold out.
Oh. We're taking it out?
No.
See how it kicks?
Bring us in. Gotta get the good camera.
Well, it's pretty tight, so I gotta go wider.
Let's turn it somehow to the camera.
Yeah, zoom that thing.
Turn 100. No, other way.
Wow.
It works. It's fine.
Oh.
Corey, last 5 years
Right
of
in
his
the
life,
action there.
right there. But
Stop.
We just cram it whenever we put the axle in.
Maybe cranberry.
Oh, dude, you like did the worst thing.
Banner shield. Okay, I'm on speed 1, you're on speed 2.
I'm on 1.
You should
Go
probably
two.
you should probably line up
I
the
think yours is faster than
you
mine.
should probably line up the wheels so it's not the
Oh, I'm going the wrong way. That definitely biases it.
Yeah. Okay, let's go a little slower.
Here. You run yours at speed.
You don't move. Well,
Wait,
Yeah.
Hold back. Let me run mine at like this speed. You run yours faster. It's definitely gonna turn it.
It biases it, but not a ton. You get
It's
bigger wheels.
It's
with,
enough.
Bigger wheels with more compliance, more.
Wait, do it again. Here. I
Chain them
want
together.
you to now run it slowly. Like bare minimum. All it needs to do is kick it out sideways. All of our tests going straight on was bad. If you even kind of had it diagonal, it was pretty okay. What's going on? I'm telling you, like, we ran it a bunch, and that's not super like scientific data, but if it's decently sideways, yeah, it is more like let him cook.
Oh my God, agree.
I'm telling you.
We don't need to tip the back. Can we try 4 inches?
wait, okay, but it's gonna be kind of.
Do we try 4 inches?
Well, I mean it's at the elevator height, so imagine here if it turns.
We can go.
Okay, we can make a guys. We can literally just move that down to what we think our ejector height will be, and just see how it works.
True.
Try 4 inches. We can try 2 inches. Nail down our end effector
We
geometry.
need to move the wheels real quick.
Yeah, they have to be in there in the
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got them. That's fine. We can drill another hole right there.
I think that is a worthwhile test.
I agree completely. I'll figure out what the end effector end height is.
Straight on my
What about this?
Actually, that would have stayed in if there were a post in there. We should at least put one of these in just to have mass there.
It'd be like here, right?
Honestly, I would like this, and then you roll it out. I don't think it's gonna be perfect. I think it's gonna be way more consistent than straight out.
We can stack up a ton like that.
Optimal packing.
You've
heard of sphere packing, but have you heard of coral packing?
These are touchy to stuff out.
Surely.
Don't know.
Coral is not
I don't
supported.
think there was anything in the requirements on that.
But they showed the stacking one counting, so that's gotta count, right?
Reese, that's not touching the ones that are supported
On a
by
different
something
one.
else.
Reese, can we? What do we? No. Go for it. Wait, drill the stuff before you move it.
What? No, I'm gonna go off this end because this end finishes with the polycarb.
Okay.
I guess we could move the polycarb. It's not like tape on. It's just tape on.
It's easy enough to just.
So let me confirm something. Because this is already in the right spot.
I mean,
It's 2 inches too high. We need to move down. Maintain 10 degrees. Move down 2
So
inches.
just wait.
No.
Oh, maintain 10 degrees exactly.
Maintain 10 degrees. I would like to maintain 10 degrees because that's what we kind of have already in there.
Is that the whole shoot is 10 degrees?
The whole shoot's coming out 10 degrees.
Okay, that's fine.
You want to guys get your phone for an angle check?
Can we talk about that for a second?
What?
Angling at 10 degrees.
Yeah.
We lower our entire mechanism
So
by increasing that angle.
Let's go look at it. This
Should
is
make
trade-off
the
because
mechanism as low as possible in the score.
but the more
But
so you press this white thing down, that's just kind of a lock. And you slide it up.
Okay.
And then this will also Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
push that
press
down.
this button in and flip that
Okay.
up. And then
do you
everything
turn
will
off the
go
battery?
off.
I'll basically unplug
Um,
this and take the battery and put it somewhere.
There's a charger,
Yeah,
which,
yeah.
I mean, we could get away with not charging.
No, that's fine. We can
Yeah.
pull it.
Yeah, pull it up. There's an input.
Is this a power button over here?
Input adapter. If you just hold this button until it goes off, the
Okay.
AC.
Okay.
Otherwise, you plug it into there. There's a charger.
Okay.
Same. And then it's just a few pieces of tape that I probably need to remove. Yeah, and then as long as all the lights turned off on here, you just leave it wherever. Just giving instructions on how to end the stream. Yep. Okay. The bigger the
But that's space to fit the grounder.
Okay, so you want to understand this negative space right here. Yeah. Okay, so let's draw this as
You can get rid of sideways. Elevators, that was a good thing.
and then I'm just gonna go everything to the frame perimeter. It's free.
To the wheel, but yeah. Oh, that direction? Yeah.
And then this
please elaborate?
No,
Okay,
I will
so
elaborate.
that was one reason why where we chose this to be, is because depending on where this is, it kind of changes how we interact with the. But I guess if we interact with it here, it's not.
All right, what's the maximum we're taking the ball in?
That's depicted on. You only have enough space.
We definitely can't do top bottom holder.
Yeah, we can do side. Here. I think side is better in my opinion. I think side makes more sense for like ejection, like going out and grabbing.
Is this geometry with the fact you're accounting for an inch drop of the?
No.
An inch drop?
I did an inch drop, just like to account for. Let's say it's coming through here, and we want to be able to like catch it as it's coming through.
Wait, an inch drop where? Between the back passive ramp and the thing? Okay.
Inch. Can you? Sorry. Can you show it to me in the 3D? I want to visualize that drop, I guess.
That's good though, because we should be able to go an inch higher programmatic if we need to align, right?
But it's about space constraint.
It's one of those things, other than stopping the stream, everything else can stay on, like don't shut down the computers or anything like that. Just,
Yeah, right. Just like stop stream on OBS, right?
That's it, yeah.
Cool.
They out of here?
In a minute. They're still working on editing videos. I gotta put a reminder in Discord so you don't forget the stuff I'm gonna do.
Sketch Pro.
I don't know what you're doing, but I'm glad you're doing it, and I'm not doing it.
Amen.
It's almost like you do this for
What do you work? Place called Feedbot. See if it comes up. Oh, it did. I'm surprised it did.
Oh, they renamed?
They did rename.
Oh, is it like Starship?
We are like Starship. But we're not these ugly ones. I'll look up the old name.
It was like 20 miles, right?
So this is our old robot, and then that's our current. That's going to be our next robot.
Nice.
This is a dumb point. Center of gravity wise, the PVC pipe doesn't tip or drop at all over the span of a 4-inch gap.
Yeah.
That's what we want, right?
Well, if it's not supported on top,
No.
then it could.
No, because if as it gets to the 4-inch, it'll hit the next part. So you'd have to be the maximum gap would be 5.5 inches.
Half of the length, right?
Yeah, which is less than we're less than that.
The angle takes a little bit off.
Back in business.
Okay.
You're intersecting the bars, but it's fine, probably?
What, this part?
Yeah.
That's planned. I'm assuming that we'll cut it right there and then we'll fold the polycarb and mount it right there.
Rigidly attached up there.
Yeah. And then we'll obviously need some sort of superstructure going up to support this up to here.
Yeah.
So my plan is that I don't know how we'll do this here.
I'm not worried about it.
I think the best thing might do
Go across the
take a plate
flight.
right here, bring a churro all the way across, zip tie to it.
Yeah,
Call
I'm
it
not
a day.
worried.
Zip tie the whole thing together.
We could just put a bar on the back of the stationary part of the elevator, right? It just goes all the way across, just 2x1.
Where?
Look at the left profile.
All the way across?
Left profile. That's right, but sure. Put a box like this here to support it right here.
Yeah, and then how do you mount to it? Put a box. What do you need a box?
We can't do that.
No?
Like, so what I'm thinking is you do a piece of polycarbonate right here that goes all the way up to this space here.
Are we gonna? That's a lot of polycarbonate.
Yeah, no, I don't like that.
Do you have an 1/8 inch?
Well, you go at least go to here. You come out to here, put a churro right here, and you bring the churro all the way across, and you zip tie all your stuff to like the churro. I think that's good.
Sure.
For right supporting this corner. Now we need to do something about this spot, and I think for that
1x1 superstructure.
That's
I
what I
think
was saying.
1x1 superstructure on these corners going all the way up, I think is fine.
Sure.
Cool.
Yeah, we could figure that out. 2 nut to bottom drive chassis. Dummy. Easy. 1 cross member up top or something like that. To make it easy.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys want to see?
We all heard that. Well, everybody, but Reese did. So we're talking about Lex polycarb only on the 3 faces of the actual ramp, right? The bottom plane and then the 2 funnel pieces.
Yes.
Okay. Just,
Yeah. Like we'll make what I'm highlighting here.
Yep.
All the way up to that slice right there.
yeah. Okay. Cool.
Then that comes through to here. We'll have side to side rollers, right?
I thought we were just doing a passive ramp all the way to the front and just gonna have 2 rollers at the very front. Personally.
Alright, party people, we're out. So, have a good
See
night.
ya.
Hope you get some sleep. So,
Good luck.
we'll fist bump
No
everybody.
sleep.
It's not leave everybody out. So it's just the way we go. So, yeah, hope you get some sleep. So,
Yeah.
all right. We'll be here about 8:45, 8:50 tomorrow.
Awesome.
Good.
All right. Bye, chat.
Bye, chat.
You want to pass? So the reason we say side to side, left, right rollers, so we can do the squeeze out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need one.
The sideways.
The squeeze out, the sideways squeeze out.
Yep. Okay. I found that. No
But
qualms.
before we even look at that, do we want to go test that and verify that that works at the height that we think we will be at?
My argument is we don't care. We're having rollers one way or the other.
Well, this can help us concretely decide which way we want to go.
Why would you do it?
But if it doesn't work, are you going to say that you want to do it vertical roll?
That's what I'm saying.
Top, bottom, maybe you do only top and you do a V on the bottom. You do a V on the bottom to center it, and then you do, that's actually the way I do it. When I was talking about 3D printed
Why
spaces.
can't you do a V on the bottom and have side rollers?
You could, but the top bottom is actually the best way to do it in this case because you already have 2D profile for it.
It's easy
To do top, to do left, right, you have to build material out to be able to put your profile in. So top bottom is preferred and the easier way to go. But if we think that we need that because it helps us do L1 and we don't need an extra mechanism, then we should do left, right and do the extra work to get it in there.
I have an issue with this. If we're constraining it, L1 is not. We're not going to twist. It's not going to twist.
You have to do only one set of rollers.
Is it one set of rollers at the very end? The rest is passive.
You need one set of rollers and a bottom sheet because the bottom sheet has to catch it. Your left, right centers. Your left, right centers center it and catch it, and then you.
You can still do a funnel-ish thing in there, right? To go from your first funnel to the second funnel.
I think we should test it. It'll take us 2 seconds. It'll literally take us like 15 minutes to do. I think it's worthwhile.
I don't think it really hurts.
Okay, so let's do it. So all we need right now is to figure out where we think our elevator will end up and get an accurate representation of that.
What are we? It's 1:15. What are we trying to accomplish, decide before we?
I want to know.
I don't think we're making an elevator yet.
No, we're not making elevators.
Which is fine. I don't think that's that problematic. I'd rather nail down designs if we can.
That's why I want to test the end effector so I know what we're doing.
What things do we need to figure out and decide to feel good about tonight?
I want to figure out L1 and then figure out how much space claim we have for algae manipulation.
On the front.
On the front.
Algae, the algae / control.
If we can, yeah.
And we're saying with those two things, we think we would not need anything on the back of the robot.
Yeah.
No ground intake.
Well,
Just saying, like complexity, time-wise.
Yeah, we can evaluate that. We can evaluate it, but I think we all understand that.
It could happen once.
If we're putting an L1 score ramp thing on the back, I do not care at all the end geometry of the coral thing.
But I would rather take the extra effort on the end geometry of the coral effector to get out of doing. I don't like the ramp.
I'm just saying, like, that's what we're trying to compromise for, right?
Yes.
Because, like, we don't have to add
Ramps a more complicated solution, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it's complicated, but it's an extra step that we can avoid if this works.
Yeah.
And we need to know how well it works. Is it like shooting into the amp like last year, and it just has finesse to it? Then I'd maybe be okay with that.
I mean, I think a real robot's going to keep the coral in way better than any other test anyway, because you're gonna have a front plane there. It's not gonna just bounce out immediately. You're bouncing off your robot too to some degree. But
yeah, I mean that's what we have out there.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay, can we build this on the robot? I want to attach 2x1s vertical, put this at the edge of the frame.
We just take the prototype thing we have
why
right
not?
now.
What's wrong with the prototype we have right now?
What are you trying to get by putting it on the frame?
I think that we need. Do we get enough from the dribbles?
Enough, like
control?
Enough, like assurance that it's going to work once we're through.
I think if we get it working,
what do you,
just 60% of the time, I say that's good enough.
What part do you not think it's gonna work? Like the controlling it to like turn it out?
We're talking about this for 2 months. Like we could have been done by this by the time we finished talking about it.
What are you gonna build? A box?
No, we already have a build, bro. Let's go build it. We'll drill 2 holes, move the ramp down.
But there's other questions of like, is the coral supported behind there? Right?
Okay.
Do you have another set of rollers? Do you have it fully constrained on the sides? Is it open on the sides? Right? Like right now it's fully open to turn sideways in the end. Like,
so the way I foresee it.
how can we help you?
How can we help you?
Dad mind stuff.
Gonna go for a 1/2 inch drop.
David just asked if we've ever used an LTV controller for Dizzy Drive. And then I said yes, and he said, have you ever seen it go in circles after starting a new path?
Oh, it's almost like we ran into that and struggled with it.
This is why you cook ahead of time, David. Yeah. Should we tell him how we fixed it? No.
What's the length of a piece? What's the length of a guy? Of a coil? 11 and
7/8.
Yep. It's too convenient. You got, yeah, like what? What is that?
I wonder if it's to take the blade width out when you cut up a long piece of it.
Oh yeah, it comes in like 8-foot sections, and they cut
But you need the
an
blade
1/8
width.
inch blade width.
Yeah. But the blade you're using is not going to be an 1/8 inch. So then you're going to be left with like a 1/2 inch piece at the end.
Yeah. Oh well.
They should have just done 12 and then been okay with like a
One less piece.
inch or a 16th inch tolerance.
Alright, this is what I got.
4-inch wheels.
3-inch
So
wheels.
big. I don't think we need 4s, but
3-inch wheels.
Do we have 3s?
Yeah.
What wheels are you thinking?
Oh yeah,
High compression, low compression.
High compression. High compression wheels.
Green.
Green.
Do we have green 3s?
I believe we do. I've seen it.
I'll go look. I'll go look.
Okay.
This is what I'm thinking.
I think we need a funnel to get it to the inside half of the wheel. Like the.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
I mean, maybe we. I'm afraid it's just gonna tumble around in there.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Maybe we put another set of roller back here, so that by the time it's getting all the way out, it thin twists. Because it does most of the twisting at the end, not when it's coming through, you know?
Yeah.
So like maybe we do something like.
I can see that. Just to get it centered enough. All the way at the front, yes.
You want to do all the way to the front?
I think so, right? We want the furthest out control.
I don't know, maybe. Think so?
It gives us the longest time to have the control on the piece if we want to.
Bad news. We only have 1 or 2.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Dude, this one is like.
This is what I'm thinking.
This is like 4. This is like the second most prevalent wheel that we have, Jordan. Look at this one.
I bet they're just sat in the box like this. Can you tell which orientation these wheels sat in the box?
Oh, he found more.
What is this? Reese.
Oh my god. What do you think of this?
Corey's gonna come back in with more.
Dude, we
I
have
told you.
all of the 3-inch ones.
No.
from last
Those
year.
aren't good. We don't want those.
Why not?
No compliance. Not enough compliance.
Oh, this is the coral. It's not the.
Yes, you were right. We have. Yeah, my question was not do we have 3-inch wheels. It's do we have 3-inch compliant wheels.
We might.
We might. We do. We have a few. We can make a bars of.
We have
compliant
made
wheels.
bars of these,
Yeah,
and we
will
put them
again
on robots.
We will again,
and they've looked terrible.
Shush.
How does this look?
I like it.
I just had a cracked idea.
Uh-oh.
We funnel the shallow cage into the middle of the robot so our hook can grab it.
You just drop it in the back.
Yeah, dude.
Kevin's already planning to put Otarne's hooks on the client on the elevator.
What if we did?
And I was like, dude, I don't think the two spokes are gonna lift our robot.
What if we did put it on?
Are you kidding?
Wait. What if we did put the hook coming?
I don't
off
think they're gonna.
the
I
bottom
guess
of
maybe
that?
if we do the winch one.
What if we use the elevator?
We've climbed to 12. We've climbed with 2 12-to-1s last year.
The robot's gonna weigh more this year by like 40 pounds. We had like a 70-pound robot last year.
2022 climbed with 2 9-to-1s.
Well,
But you weren't holding your whole robot weight with them.
We weren't?
You were. You're not directly lifting your robot weight.
Yeah, you were. You were swinging. We were swinging.
You were levered. You had mechanical.
We
You were
were
swinging.
Yeah, well, we climbed with 2 giant metal Doritos.
Alright, what do you guys think of this?
The Pringle? No, you can't have. Oh, you can have those rollers on.
Yeah, they guide it from the first shoot, and they keep it straight enough to hit the second set of wheels nicely.
Jordan, why?
But aren't in the way for when you
It's
twist it as you eject it.
Let's try it.
Lift the elevator all the way up. Corey, please. Why can't we, as Corey said, put the box into there, and then you have the climber coming off the bottom, and then you use the elevator.
That's a Hail Mary Monday night.
What you would really do if you want to do that, you'd put a hook right on the bottom.
Yes,
sir. You don't want to put a hook on here because then you're 2xing your force to climb.
Okay.
You put it on the first stage. Yeah. We're doing that Monday night, and we're gonna take actually Otarne's hook off.
No, we're not.
Yeah, it'd be fun to climb with Otarne's hooks again. Yeah, we have the kill count scratched ones.
Alright, let's give this a shot. I want to know how this does.
Are we doing all 4 wheels?
I don't
think we need the back ones.
I think we'll mark them so we understand if it's pivoting and if it would hit it. Right now we just need to understand where it's ejecting on, what the height is. So right here it's a 15-degree slope. If we move to a 10-degree, we get more room for the algae.
Okay, wait, can we talk about that real quick?
Yeah.
What are the pros and cons? The higher the slope, the easier